Danfall offers unparalleled, curated and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfall, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfall, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfall Africa. To learn more, visit danfall.africa.
History isn't just what happened, it's who we are. And now you can explore Africa's incredible past like never before. Introducing the new and engaging course catalog from aelearning.net, a world-class provider of interactive e-learning focused on Africa's rich and diverse history. From the rise of ancient Nubia and the power of the Mali Empire, to the architectural wonders of Egypt and the development of astrological knowledge by the Dogon people, each self-paced course brings history to life through stunning visuals, immersive video lessons, and interactive assessments. Designed for students, educators, and lifelong learners around the world, AE Learning's courses make discovering Africa's story easier, deeper, and more engaging than ever. With AE Learning, education meets flexibility. Whether you're a student, teacher, or lifelong learner, our platform gives you access to credible knowledge, rich multimedia lessons, and tools that make learning African history engaging and unforgettable. Join thousands of learners already rediscovering Africa's past and shaping its future. Visit www.aelearning.net today. Start your journey through Africa's past today, because the story of Africa is the story of us all. AE Learning, inspiration through high-quality education.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. What we got going on here? Feeling like Steven Seagal in that meme. What meme you talking about? Shout out to Gustavo for the $2 holla. AES going communist. What will FBA or CIA do now? And I hope he doesn't know communist. Communism has been a complete failure. Yeah, so we definitely don't want to do that. Shout out to our sister Didi Minde Dimples. Shout out to you. Rewriting democracy. No, Johore isn't. He's simply making sure he can keep power. Yeah. And today's topic is Burkina Faso rewriting democracy as we know it. We'll get into the topic here shortly, but before we do that, got a couple spots for Senegal. We're rolling to Senegal next month, May 9th through the 18th. May 9th through the 18th, we are rolling to Senegal. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO. .Africa. Again, please visit Danfo. That's DANFO. .Africa to learn more. Would love to host you. on one of our excursions, our experiences. I know Dee Midnight Dimples is coming. We know you coming one day. So please visit Danfall.Africa to learn more. Man, it is already April. We already done with Q1. It went by so fast. I was talking to a friend yesterday about that. Like, we are already in Q2. Again, we are already in Q2. It's going by fast. Very, 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 very fast. Has gone by. Yeah, man. It's gone by fast. We're also going to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Zanzibar in September. Excuse me. And then we're going to not only Zanzibar, but we're also doing Ghana and Ivory Coast in November, along with Sierra Leone. So if you're interested in joining, please visit Danfo, that's DANFO .Africa to learn more. Without further ado, let's jump into today's topic. I love what the AES is doing. I love what Captain Traore is doing. But guys, we got to give it 2 years, another 2 years, couple years to really see how this thing plays out. I'm enjoying the rhetoric, the talk coming out of his mouth as far as uniting Africa, pushing Burkina Faso forward, pushing Africa forward. I enjoy it. I appreciate it. I support it. Now, there are a couple things I disagree with. We've talked about this before. I don't agree with him dissolving the parties. These hypocrites celebrate Traore while screaming "No kings in America," then get mad when I call it out. Bro need to hold those elections he promised. I'm going to get into that. The Fire Brandon, thank you for the $5 holla. I disagree with him dissolving the opposing or opposition parties. I disagree with that. I don't support that. Even though people on the ground are claiming that they didn't want to have another election, I think he should allow the process to play out. Election should have been had, even with the people saying, hey, we don't want elections, stay in power. Okay, I get that, but I still think the elections should have been had regardless. Then at the very least, he could say, we had elections, I was voted in democratically, even though when we use the term democracy, is used loosely because certain countries are democracies in Africa and around the world, but they're really not, if that makes sense. But I think elections should have been had. Can't take any chances at one. If the people want you, they vote for you. Again, if the people want you, they will vote for you. Not saying there haven't been elections that have been rigged. Not saying that. Not denying that. But I really think he should have carried out and had the elections. That's just me personally. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Sounds like what Nkrumah did. CIA on the way. We have a jihadi. We have a jihadist issue in the AES. Hopefully, we get that under control and get that handled. And that gets taken care of, and these jihadists get wiped out. But overall, the brother's doing a good job. From what I see, and of course, you're going to have people who are claiming that he's a dictator and he's ruling with an iron fist. But there are always going to be people hating. But outside of that, I think he's doing a great job. Again, I disagree with him not having the elections. I disagree with him dissolving the opposing parties, because after not having the elections, he decides to dissolve the opposing parties. I disagree with that. Let these people vote. Again, let these people vote. Well, let's pull this up real quick. What about a constitutional convention? For what on what grounds? On what grounds should he have a constitutional convention? On what grounds? Let's look at this clip.
Brad Pitt and Fight Club level.
Il droit de l'homme, Monsieur le Président, organisations internationales, on vous a accusé de réprimer la presse indépendante et la société civile. Y a-t-il une place pour les droits de l'homme au Burkina Faso?
Il y a les droits de l'homme au Burkina, c'est quoi ils appellent les droits de l'homme? Mais moi, je ne sais pas ce qu'eux ils pensent. Vous savez, personne ne va venir ici financer des gens, les endoctriner pour détruire nos pays. Ça n'aura pas lieu. Vous savez, il y a combien d'ONG au Burkina? Vous pouvez imaginer, faites des recherches. C'est même pas des centaines, hein. C'est beaucoup. Je ne vais pas vous donner le nom. Faites des recherches. Cherchez chaque ONG fait quoi.
See, the thing is, you give these people ammunition when they say you're being oppressive, when you don't hold elections, when you dissolve the opposing parties, you give these people ammunition to come and ask these questions. That's why I think elections should be had, if you ask me.
Vous croyez vraiment que c'est humanitaire? Donc il y a des choses comme ça qu'on combat. On dit qu'on combat les droits de l'homme. C'est ça les droits de l'homme? Nous, on lutte contre le terrorisme pour sécuriser nos populations. Donc, on donne le droit de vie à nos populations. C'est le premier droit, non? Le droit à la vie. Est-ce qu'on ne lutte pas pour les droits de l'homme? On se bat pour que les écoles qui sont fermées ouvrent, pour que les enfants puissent aller à l'école. Le droit à l'éducation, ce n'est pas le droit de l'homme? Qui se bat pour nous? Qui nous aide? Ces mêmes gens qui pillent tous les jours que les droits de l'homme, personne ne nous a donné une seule cartouche pour lutter contre le terrorisme qui tue nos enfants, pour lutter contre le terrorisme qui ferme nos écoles, qui détruisent nos écoles. Ça veut dire que les terroristes luttent contre les droits de l'homme, nous on lutte pour les droits de l'homme, et eux, ils encouragent les terroristes. Qui luttent contre les droits de l'homme? C'est eux qui le disent. Et je vous parlais tout de suite de certaines choses qui se passent en Europe et tout. Mais c'est là-bas qu'ils luttent contre les droits de l'homme. Sinon, ici, les droits de l'homme existent. Et retenez quelque chose, les droits de l'homme viennent d'Afrique. Hein. Ça ne vient pas d'ailleurs. Ça vient d'Afrique et d'Afrique de l'Ouest ici. Les premières chartes qui parlaient des droits de l'homme, c'était ici, dans la Confédération AES, plus précisément au Mali. La charte de Kourkanfou. Donc les droits de l'homme étaient connus par les Africains. On était bien organisés, une société bien organisée, chacun avec ses droits, même les droits des femmes. C'est en Afrique que les droits des femmes existaient. Ailleurs, ça n'existait pas. Et c'est eux là qui peuvent nous parler des droits des femmes ou des droits de l'homme. Ils ne connaissent aucun droit. Qui parle des droits de l'homme? Qui a bombardé les enfants en Libye tués?
No, let's go back to that. Hold on, let's pause that. Who bombed the kids in Libya? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. That's who did it. Oh, let's run that back. So when we talk about these issues in the Sahel, a lot of these issues in the Sahel are due to the removal of Gaddafi, thanks to Obama and Hillary Clinton. Let's run that back.
Qui parle des droits de l'homme? Qui a bombardé les enfants en Libye tués?
Who bombed the children in Libya? There
Qui
you go.
bombarde les enfants un peu partout, largue les bombes sans distinction, tuer des enfants et trucs. C'est ça les droits de l'homme? C'est pas ce que nous on fait. Nous on lutte pour la vie de nos populations. On les protège. Nos soldats meurent pour les protéger. On fait tout pour ouvrir nos écoles, pour les éduquer. On fait tout pour subventionner nos paysans, faire l'agriculture pour qu'ils mangent à leur faim. On fait tout pour creuser des forêts pour que les gens aient l'eau potable. Qui lutte contre les droits de l'homme? C'est eux. Ils n'ont aucun respect des droits de l'homme.
Les VDP accusés de graves violations, où sont les investigations promises?
Ceux qui disent que les VDP sont accusés de graves violations, ils ont présenté quelles preuves? Nous-mêmes, qui avons pris des VDP dans certains actes, ils sont en prison. Ces VDP-là sont en prison. Et ils savent où ils sont. Et nous avons dit, quiconque, ça c'est pas quelqu'un, écoutez, nous sommes majeurs. Hein. Nous sommes majeurs. Il ne faut pas que quelqu'un va nous voir comme des sous-hommes. Nous savons ce que nous faisons. Et c'est cette mentalité aussi qui est dangereuse. Parce que souvent, certains dirigeants en Occident et trucs là voient les Africains comme des sous-hommes. Et donc, ils viennent ici comme si ils doivent nous apprendre des choses. Je vous ai dit que le droit à la vie, c'est nous, on enseigne ça au reste du monde. Personne ne nous enseigne ça. Donc, c'est vrai qu'il y a eu quelques petits problèmes avec certains VDP. Il y en a qui ont fait des bavures et autres. Ils sont en prison. C'est sans état d'âme avec ça. Maintenant, tout ce qu'ils disent là, ils ont eu quelle preuve? Rien. C'est nous, quand les gens nous accusent, on fait les investigations. Et très souvent, on part trouver que c'est ce qu'on appelle la perfidie. Les terroristes, ils viennent, ils font des massacres dans des endroits, avec souvent nos tenues. Même souvent, on dit que c'est l'armée. Et puis, ils partent. Et des gens viennent dans les tenues de l'armée. Oui, mais ce n'est pas nous. Ils mettent nos drapeaux, tous nos insignes, et puis ils viennent faire. Et les terroristes publient des vidéos de ça. Mais pourquoi ils ne nous voient pas? Les terroristes publient sur les réseaux sociaux des vidéos où ils sont dans nos tenues, dans nos accoutrements et tout.
Okay, so he's saying that these human rights violations that are being blamed on the Burkina Faso military or police are really the terrorists acting as they're part of the Burkina Faso government or police or military. So that's what he's saying.
Ils partent faire des actions et puis après, ils filent une donnée à ces gens, à ces individus-là pour dire que ce sont des forces armées. Ils sont bien au courant parce que c'est eux-mêmes qui partent là-bas. Comment ils ont fait pour avoir le canal avec les terroristes pour avoir des images? Comment ils font? Et il y a des gens même qui ont le culot de nous dire qu'ils ont filmé. Je me rappelle une fois, une ONG qui, par image satellite, ils ont vu des Maliens en train de commettre les forces maliennes en train de commettre des exactions. Ils n'ont même pas honte. Et ils n'ont pas l'intelligence de savoir que ce qu'ils disent n'est pas bien. Pourquoi je dis qu'ils n'ont pas l'intelligence? C'est parce qu'ils voient...
So these NGOs that he's talking about were funded by U.S. aid. But when Donald Trump pulled U.S. aid, a lot of y'all were mad. So when Donald Trump said that, you know, a lot of these NGOs, who were funded by U.S. aid, were blowing the money, wasting the money, and in many cases supporting the terrorists. When they said that, when Donald Trump, you know, when they said that and they pulled the money, a lot of you guys were upset. But here's Ibrahim Traore saying that, you know, these NGOs were serving as CIA or, you know, FBI or whatever you want to call it, clandestine organizations. They were fronts. Let's see here. Hex GP, thank you for 499 holla. Is it fair to give him 2 more years to compare him with France, who was there for 15 years? We just got to see how it plays out, man. You know, let's take it year by year. But I'm saying give him 2 years, and then we can really get an honest take on what's going on.
Le noir toujours comme un sous-homme. Sinon, si vous avez la capacité d'avoir des satellites pour voir des forces en train de commettre des exactions, mais vous n'avez pas de capacité d'avoir des satellites pour voir les terroristes. Vous nous insultez alors. Ici, tout notre combat, c'est pour la survie de nos populations et leur sécurité. Et on vit bien. On vit bien, on est en bonne harmonie. Sinon, bon, on ne pourrait pas aller où on veut. Et voilà, on ne pourrait pas agir. Et vous pouvez vous balader au Burkina. Hein. Vous pouvez aller partout où vous voulez. Vous allez voir ce qui change au Burkina, qu'est-ce que les populations apprécient de notre révolution et tout. Et ça vous fera beaucoup de bien.
No, there's one more video I want to play. Now, this is from the other side. This is where a lot of these reports are coming from. This human rights group. Let's see here. Here we go. I think this is it right here. Okay, so this is where a lot of the propaganda is coming from. Oop, wrong video, wrong link.
There's a brutal conflict going on in West Africa that many people have never heard of. In Burkina Faso, government forces have been fighting Islamist armed groups for more than a decade. All sides have made attacks on civilians a key part of their strategies, killing thousands. More than 2 million people have been displaced by the fighting.
Even though I enjoy my two colors, what a cohort of Tayata, what a Chonda Carton water, Tagun Chonda Carton water, food. And Kumara Jet come
So why haven't many people heard about this crisis? Burkina Faso's military government has banned or silenced local and international media and created a climate of fear to deter people from speaking out. Human Rights Watch spent a year and a half documenting 57 attacks across Burkina Faso. We spoke with nearly 400 witnesses over the phone or in neighboring countries where they had fled and documented the killing of at least 1,800 civilians between 2023 and 2025. But this may be the tip of the iceberg. Since President Ibrahim Traoré took power in a military coup in 2022, he has made the fight against Islamist armed groups his main objective. The military has armed tens of thousands of people in a militia called the Volunteers for the Defense of the Homeland, commonly known as VDPs. If a community has
a number of Africans are welcoming CIA operatives. Okay, when we tell the African community that they are welcoming CIA operatives, they think we are crazy. Yeah, they are. It was via a lot of these NGOs who are being fronted and sponsored by USAID. And when Trump cuts USAID, you had so many people complaining about it. I'm like, well, a lot of these NGOs were CIA backed, or they weren't doing shit.
VDPs, Jenin, one of the main Islamist armed groups, often targets the entire population, and government forces have massacred civilians simply for living in areas that Jenin controls. The military and VDPs have especially targeted ethnic Fulani people, whom they accuse of supporting Jenin. Entire.
Oh, we got to get who do we got? What's his name? Bang. We got to get Bang on here. Bang. I love my Fulani people to death. I love my Fulani, but gee, man, Fulanis are causing issues throughout the Sahel and in Nigeria. Now, of course, we don't want Fulani communities to be attacked in this place. But we know when it comes to a lot of this terrorism, Fulanis are complicit. Not all, but it's been an issue throughout the Sahel and especially northern Nigeria. Wilfred, you got to connect so I can let you on. And I'm trying to be nice. All right, I got Fulani friends. My best friend in Africa is Fulani. Is Fula. He's cool. But there are just a lot of Fula jihadis that are a problem. Go ahead, Wilfred.
Hi, Dennis. Sorry, I'm cooking, so today I can't show my face.
No problem.
I don't think you're missing too much. I'm not going to stay long anyway. I just wanted to say something really quickly about this topic because you seem to be against the fact that Traoré, generally speaking, am I wrong?
Yeah, about who? Guess what?
You seem to have a problem with Ibrahim Traoré. Am I wrong?
I don't have a problem with him. No, not at all. I just disagree with him on a couple points. That's all. And we really won't see how him dissolving the opposition parties and him not holding elections.
Yeah, but the problem with this is that when Kagame basically organized forced elections, you don't have a problem. But all of a sudden, when Traoré, at least, and Goïta and Tiani do it actually in plain day, all of a sudden you have a problem. When your friend Alassane Ouattara or Patrice Talon are organizing forced elections, you don't seem to have a problem. Why only with the AS? I'm just trying to understand.
When you say organizing false elections, what do you mean?
These are simulacra of election.
Well, no. What I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but once again, because I really have a problem right here, right? I know because once you told me something like, yeah, but better have something like Patrice Talon than others because at least with them you have economical progress and so on. First, you don't have economical progress in this kind of.
Hold on. What did I say that? I've never said that.
There was one show where you made a remark, right? Okay. Basically, that was like that went in the sense that you may not like people like Patrice Talon and so on, but at least you think they're better than the guys from the AS.
I've never said that. I've never said that. I have never said that Patrice Talon was better than the leaders in the AES. I've never said that. You got to listen. If I've said that, you got to pull the minute mark and all these live streams. you got to pull the minimum. I've never said that.
Okay. So I'd like. Okay.
I have never said Talon or Tara are better than the leadership in the AES. I've never said that.
Good. Then I was mistaken.
Yeah, you definitely.
Okay. Still, I have a problem when you criticize such people and do not have the same energy for, as I said, the Ouattaras, the Talon, the Kagames, right? Who seems to be your man. For instance,
all I am saying about the AES, well, about Traoré, I think elections should be had. I think the opposition party should not have been dissolved, and that's about it. And then when it comes to Mali, those same things. And then there is a jihadi insurgence issue in Mali that needs to be handled. That's all.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing. By the way, this whole story began when NATO, right, And in that case, in an attack led by my president at the time, Nicolas Sarkozy, so from France, Barack Obama and David Cameron attacked Libya, and all these terrorists went down south. So
I agree.
You can't set a fire and then complain about it. You know.
No.
And by the way, I just make my point here, right? Because in the beginning, it was just a column of terrorists going down south. Then the whole armies of NATO and the Western world came in, and all of a sudden the problem blew out of proportions. If we are in the situation in which we are in the Sahel, it is not because of what these guys are doing. These guys are fighting against it. And by the way, these politicians, one more point here, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's always said that, yeah, these guys are power thirsty, the ace and so on. I always remind this, okay? When this whole revolution began in Mali, because people always focus on Burkina Faso, it began in Mali, okay? With the Malian people going on the streets, literally toppling the president who was there, who wasn't doing anything, with the whole NATO armies on his soil. What happened was there was 2 coups in Mali, and people never remind us about it. And first, it was Assimi Goïta who took the power. But Assimi Goïta, what he did, after the first coup, he took the power in order to restore order. And what he did is he gave the power directly to politicians who went straight to Paris. And this is the reason why he had to come back with a second coup named rectification. You cannot, with the current political class that we have everywhere in the black part of Africa, expect anything positive from these people. And that's the reason why there is a reason why they are not organizing elections. Second reminder, Traoré, same thing. When Traoré came to power, I remember about the very first interview you had from this guy when you saw his face for the first time. Guess what he said? He said he was going to give the power back to politicians, to civilians. And guess who refused that he does it? The people of Burkina, they told this guy, you took the power, now you lead the revolution.
Well, but people like you, I disagree, Wilfred. I think the election still should.
What are you talking about? I'm explaining you the reason why. I'm telling you, Burkina people.
Wilfred, what he should have said was, you know what? Thank you. Election still will be had. I'll put my name on the ballot. I win. I win. If I don't, I don't. That's what I would have done.
Before they do it, they're gonna have to solve some problem. And to me, elections are not the main problem, right? And as for the alleged war crime, I'm sorry to come after you, right? But it is a problem that we have everywhere in this world. That everybody thinks they can come and tell Africans what to do and how to act. Your president is literally right now leading an illegal war, committing in the open, okay?
Yeah.
Crimes against humanity. But for whatever reasons, you have Americans all over the place who come and try to lecture Africa about their political system. The guy kidnapped a president, is starving Cuba right now. Legal war that is destroying.
Hold on, Wilfred. He didn't kidnap. He was detained. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
He was detained. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Maduro was detained. He wasn't kidnapped.
No, he was kidnapped. He was
He was detained. Go ahead.
Anyway, you're not in a position as an American to come and lecture Africans. And this is actually what, to sum up Traoré said. People are tired of being tired of people coming in Africa, demanding that democracy and so on being installed, while meanwhile, the very same people, I mean, the American government is backing up the worst type of slave states, okay, that you have in the Gulf, like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Qatar, financing terrorism worldwide, especially also in the Sahel and in Sudan, for instance, right? But the very same people are opening their mouth left and right. Well, I'm cooking, so I'm not going to stay long, but I just wanted to say that if there was one thing you have to retain from the Traoré interview, it is the fact that it was a masterclass, and basically the message is, if you're not from Africa or African descent and you're not aligned about Pan-Africanism, shut the fuck up and take care of your own business in your own country.
Yeah. That's all right. Anti-moralist, go ahead.
Yo, I'm driving, so I might sound different. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so first, I don't agree with the last person's point specifically where if you're not from Africa, you should shut up. Listen, I'm all for talk as much as you want, but just be prepared to defend your point. That's what I'll say. And the second thing I'll say is that one thing I want to get some clarification for. So you said he banned the main political party or something like that. Can you repeat what you said exactly?
Correct. So he dissolved the opposition parties. He dissolved them. So you can't
Okay.
have like here in America, you have Democrat, Republicans. You like say the Democrats are in power, the
Yeah.
Republicans, Liberal Party, Green Party say they dissolve all of them. That's what he did. He dissolved all the opposition parties.
Okay. But how many parties were there in Burkina Faso? Do you know that exactly?
I think there were a lot. I think over maybe
Yeah.
100 or 80
There was
or
about
90.
100.
Okay.
So my point is that here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a believer in democracy because I have never seen a country develop from democracy alone. Even if you use the United States as an example, it had to deny democracy to its citizens, like Black Americans, for example. They do not deny that. So I'm not necessarily against this. I can't talk too much right now, but the thing is that the first point is when it comes to this idea of democracy is that there has never been a perfect democracy in Africa, for example, alone. Most of the even Paul Kagame is not a democracy, and I'm not saying he's doing a bad job. He's doing a great job for his country. What they're looking at right now is they're in a war. I guess what I'm trying to get is, do you want him to have the optics that he was chosen rather than actually being chosen? Because the last person brought up a point that, and I've seen this said a lot of times, so I don't really know if it's true, but let's just say if it was. He was he was not elected, but the people didn't want an election. They wanted him to continue the revolution. So you're saying he should have still done the elections and just accepted the optics? I guess is it. Are you going for the optics of the election?
When you say the people, like, are you saying all the people of Burkina Faso said that? Like, what's the people? That's very vague and abstract. The people.
Listen, I agree. It is very vague, but my
You
point
know
is
what I mean?
that,
Like when you say the people, like, no, you let the people vote. Then that
okay.
decides the people.
Okay, no, okay. So okay, I wanted to see your point because here's the thing. Me personally, I've looked at this at the end of the day. When it comes to democracy, I've always said the reason I actually agree with the fact that these political parties are banned is that again the NGO thing that you mentioned.
Right.
That has been used by CIA operatives. And here's the thing about the CIA operatives. It's not like the person working at an NGO is a CIA operative, just by default. It's like they use those CIA operatives and then they use the funding to funnel to certain people in certain political parties to get agendas passed. Not only the CIA, the DGSC from France also does the same thing. They do these kind of things where they basically create these because again, if you look at like countries that are very authoritarian, for example, like there's only one centralized control, and therefore if you want to go through and deal with that country, you have to go through that centralized control. But if you have multiple parties, for example, you can go in with the CIA funding and basically be able to get a better deal for what you want. And this is my point, is what I'm trying to make, is that him banning these political parties, honestly, I think it was a good idea. Because oftentimes these political parties are being used by those NGOs to basically get fundings from certain CIA and DGSC operatives to basically get their ideas passed so they can get whatever benefit they want from that country. And this again, so and also when you say some people were complaining, I want you to be more specific what you mean by that, because me, when I heard Trump did that, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, ooh, this is gonna hurt America in some ways. But all in all, I think this is a good thing because a lot of these African nations need to stop relying on that aid, so they'll be forced to grow. But it will also
but you know, when it comes to Donald Trump, if Donald Trump does something, you have a bunch of people that complain. It's Bloods and Crips. So Donald Trump says, "Hey, I'm cutting USA because the money ain't really aiding the way it's supposed to aid." You know, people are just going to complain because it's Donald Trump doing. You know, that's why.
Okay,
and a lot of people made a fuss about him getting rid of USAID, even though when you watch the interview with Johore, he was saying a lot of these NGOs were nothing more than CIA fronts, you know, that were being supported by USAID.
Yeah, which I understand.
You
to
know,
be fair,
like, so why would you be upset that Trump is
mentioned
getting rid of USAID? So you know that's what it is.
Okay, I get it. And my point is also, it's like a lot of African journalists have pointed out how those how USA has been used in that way. I don't know if it's the majority. I have no numbers exactly right now, and also I am driving, so I'll leave it here. I might join back later, better from my computer. For now, I'll just stop it here. I might still be in the chat just to listen, or you know what, you can just drop me actually because I'm still driving. Thank you.
Okay, all right, no problem. Let's see here. Gustavo, thank you for the $2 holla. Rwanda has a form of legal dictatorship. Same here. Okay, let's see, guys. Hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Donis. Hello to you and the panel. Look, I mean, sometimes when a country have a lack of leadership, a tyrant will come disguised as a saint. This guy, Traore, he sent I just saw that story like a couple of days ago, and I want to bring it back up because I guess there was a doctor or a medical professional who had criticized him, and he sent the guy to the front lines, as a way of saying, if you think you can do better, go and do better. Here's a guy who literally did a coup because he wasn't satisfied with the last president's performance, in fighting terrorism. So when a civilian criticized him for not being effective, the same thing that he did, what did he do? He sent a civilian, an untrained person to the front line. That tells you his mentality. Africans leaders, they're usually thin-skinned. They can't take criticism. Anytime you criticize them, they think you're the enemy. They think as a citizen of that country, you don't have a right to criticize your leader. It's insubordination in their mind. So he did that. The guy, you look at him now physically, he seems to be gaining weight. He got a little man boob coming in. The stomach is starting to grow. No, seriously, right? This is not a guy who's showing that he's militarily disciplined anymore.
Man, come on,
He's enjoying. No, seriously, he's enjoying the logistics.
Hold on, Elvis. So he's turning into and this is a terrible example, but if you look at Doe before he became
exactly,
Doe was in shape. His ass got fat.
He got fat. Yeah, he's enjoying all the largesse of being the leader of the country. And that's exactly, Donna, you pick game. I mean, you've been to Africa, if somebody says that they're popular and everybody's telling you online, oh, this guy is popular, the country love him. Reaffirm your position. Have an election. You're going to win easily. Give yourself legitimacy. But this guy is like a kid. He's been wearing the same uniform for years now. What do you think that shows? If you can't defeat the terrorists,
man, Elvis, you being petty, man.
No, I'm being serious. I'm going to say everything today. If you fight a terrorist and you can't defeat them, and you're wearing a military uniform, and the terrorist is kicking your ass, and they're in your country, and they're killing other citizens from other countries, and you keep complaining that terrorists are here, and you're taking action based on the terrorists, what are you really doing to fix it, Mr. Military guy with the military fatigue on? What are you really doing? There was a guy in Chad called Idris Deby. He was the former president of Chad. That president, I mean, he's stupid, but he died because of it. But that was a real military guy. He used to go on the front line and fight the terrorists and fight the rebels in Chad as a president for many, many years before, I guess, eventually he got killed on the front line. But some people think it was an inside job and he got killed by his own men. But Idris Deby used to go on the front line in Chad and fight the terrorists and fight the rebels in his country for years since he became president. So my point here is, look, if you say democracy is bad, all of these people that say they don't live on a dictatorship right now. They're in Canada, they're here in the United States. They don't live on an African dictatorship. Burkina Faso, perhaps it's in their blood because they lived under the dictatorship for 27 years. They got another guy. They felt unhappy with him. They went and, they did another coup. This guy came and did a coup after that coup. And now he doesn't want a coup to happen to him. He thought it was right to do a coup to another president, but he's doing everything now to silence any kind of dissent. So this is the African leadership we're talking about. When people come here, like St. James is on the panel, when people come and say, oh, you know how much we're trying to fight the terrorists? Matter of fact, it's not even the terrorists we're fighting, it's the West, it's other countries. So if the other president would have said that, they would have been angry about it. Traore would have been angry and did a coup against him. But now he expects us to have sympathy for him because he's Traore. While other president was struggling with the same thing he's struggling with now, he wanted us. He wanted us to get him out because they were ineffective leaders. But now he's struggling with that same thing, not making any real progress. Everything he's doing is taking away the rights of the people, plunging that country back into dictatorship from the time of Compaore. And everybody's looking at it like he's a hero. He's not a hero, man. He's a despot. If you want to give legitimacy to yourself, like you said, Dinas, have an election, let the people have their choice. They'll probably, elect you overwhelmingly. Then we know your people truly love you. But thank you, man. I just want to give my 2 cents. I'll pass the mic.
All right, go ahead, say James.
All right, thanks for having me, Dinas. It's a great topic. I have a question. Do you know you can? There is a way to translate that in English, right? You didn't have to play that in French. You can do it in English. So,
So I'm trying to. So it's called auto dubbing, but I couldn't figure it out. But you got auto dub. In fact,
right.
YouTube is supposed to do it. It's a feature that they have, but they just But go ahead.
Yeah. I saw videos where people already translate that and listen to it in English, and I hope that can help because you already addressed the the political party situation in Burkina Faso and other issue that that's related to the country. We live in a democracy, and we are also open to listen to people like Elvis. That's part of the game. We do. So even though they're not part of the country, they are also invited to give their 2 cents. We take that. That's fine. So for a country where it come from this still doesn't do better compared to Burkina Faso, I don't think it should be over here talking. The country is now going through the same problem, but Burkina, for some reason, on our 2 knees, we're still doing better than you economically. That's a fact. That's something you cannot repudiate. You can check the numbers. Our numbers better than your country, Liberia, straight up and down. So, and some of it has a lot to do with Traore. When you come on here and telling us that Traore is not doing a good job, all the indicators from the IMF, World Bank that some people don't like have come to the country and have noticed the improvement. So why are we here listening to Elvis? All these people who have expertise in the economy are telling you that he's taking the country to the right direction, but someone like Elvis will come here and tell you that it's not. So that's democracy too. We have to accept it. I know if you have a show talking about election in the Gulf states, some people like Elvis, they're not going to call in because these people don't have elections in there. But what's going on? Why we don't have the same energy for them? What Traore said, part of it also, he said it. And people, what they do, they misquote you. Based on the video that I saw, people are saying that he said he doesn't want democracy. He said we don't want the democracy as it is conceptualized by the West, certain countries. That's what he said, conceptualized. He didn't say we don't want democracy. But people have taken that and running with it that he said he doesn't want democracy. You see what I'm saying? So the idea of the political party, he also responded to that. Dinas, I'm from Burkina Faso. We had over 133 parties, but I'm telling you, more than majority of this party were created by the main party just for them to have an opposition to face them. They all eat at the same plate. They all hang out together. They know one another. There was no opposition parties in Burkina Faso. The main party created them. So all that coupled with bad governance, right? So, and most of these political parties were the reason why we had terrorism in the first place. I came on here the other day and I told you in 2020, the civilian president of Burkina Faso had to pay terrorists for us to have an election. Traore is still mad at that because they were military. They were fighting on the front. They saw their own government pay terrorists, to stop fighting for a minute so we can have an election. And that was a big conflict even before Traore took power. They saw that. They saw it as a betrayal, and these are not talked about. So when he came on here and he told them that you guys were part of the problem and you don't see them responding, they know we put them in power. The people that Elvis is not talking about, before we get the political party, who was responsible for putting these people in power? The people. So you are talking about an election through the lens of the Western world, or through what lens? Can you give it a minute so we can kind of come up with our own ways of doing an election in the country? Or you just want us to go by the same rules that didn't work in Africa? like what my man from I forgot his name, the first caller. We have election in West Africa. They're all rigged. Alassane Ouattara just prevent the main political opposition leader to run against him last year. ECOWAS hasn't said anything about it. So we had the same election in Benin that's about to happen this month. How many political leaders, Patrick Talon right now, opposed, didn't want them to put their name on the list? Even your man, Kemi Seba.
Oh yeah, is Kimmy running?
He's not running. He's looking for Kemi Seba. Kemi Seba lives somewhere else. He's not even in his country. So these are the democracy in Africa. Even Senegal, watch the election. Every election in Senegal, more than 100 people died in Senegal. Every election, more than 100 people. And we still call it the best democracy in West Africa, one of the best democracy in Africa. Don't quote me. Go check it out. Every election, more than 100 people died in Senegal. Political violence. Look at what they did to Sonko. They broke into his house, broke into his car, dragged him to court, put all kind of accusations on him so he doesn't run. So this is what we have. But we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to talk about the military guy who's trying to do best by his people. We're not saying we don't want election. We're just saying we're going to put things back in order, and we're going to make sure we get the right leader who will put the country first, our priority first. If they know how to do that, then they will learn how to run a political party. Once they do that, we will pave the way for an election. Before that, I'm sorry. We're not going backwards. We're not. Thank you for the time being.
Go ahead, Tarka.
Dennis, you see me calling you about 3 times, bro?
I called you back. It goes straight to voicemail. That's why I text you.
You did text me?
I text you.
All right, I'm on the road. I'm kind of busy anyway. But boy, Elvis, you deserve to be kicked in the teeth.
Come on, Tarka. We're not doing this today. Nah. We're not. Tarka, we're not doing it today. Nah, we're not. No, we can't do it.
How this shit is fucking baffling, bro. This is baffling. These people, guys, what you should really not talk about Abraham Traoré. For real. You should really not talk about Abraham Traoré. It doesn't matter. It don't make no sense bringing up the this fucking subject all the time. It really doesn't. Okay, because you have people like Elvis. He don't want to see no black man do good at all. Even though the people love this particular person. Even though the entire world love this fucking particular person. Admired by so much, including fucking white people. Why black people hate so fucking much for no reason? Is the king of Swaziland, does he have election? Does Saudi Arabia, America buddy, Bahrain, America buddy, Kuwait, America buddy, Qatar, American buddy, do they have election? These are American buddies. These is what people like place like Elvis go every goddamn time and rave how beautiful the place is, how they do this, how they do that. Elvis.
Tarka, stop pointing at the man. Come on.
What am I pointing at? I'm pointing at my phone. I'm pointing at my phone, bro.
Okay, so Tarka, let me ask you a question. Should we just call Traoré King Traoré?
Calling me king for what? That's an ignorant statement, Dinus.
Well, I'm saying if we're not gonna have elections, let's just call him King.
The country is at fucking war. There's going to be no election.
Okay.
Do you know if America declare war on Iran, legitimate declare war through Congress, you know they would not have no damn fucking election? Because the country's at war. He said to give him 5 years. And a matter of fact, he didn't say that. He wanted to step down. And the people them say, no fucking way, you do not. You're not stepping down. And they wouldn't have it. All right? Anybody from Burkina Faso could tell you that. They said, no, we're not having it. Okay? That's why he didn't step down. So I said, okay, let's fix the country first. Right? And then we could hold election. All right? That's what he said. So what the hell is it? What is election? What election don't mean nothing.
Can I ask
it doesn't mean nothing.
Hey, Dennis, give me 30 seconds to respond, please. Then I'll
after Parker's done, I'll let Elvis respond, and I'll pass it to Bandit.
All right. So that's my point. Right? People like Elvis is not giving him a chance. And guess what? He don't need no chance from you, Elvis. He don't need nothing from you. You're nobody. Right? So he don't need nothing from you. His people love him, and that's all that counts. You see what I'm saying? His people love him, and that's all that counts. I'll pass the mic.
All right, go ahead, Elvis. And after Elvis, I'll pass it to Bandit.
All right, thank you, Donnie. So thank you to Harker. Well said, right? But I'll push back and tell you that monarchies are established monarchies. People know that they have a king. They have a monarchical system. It's not a democracy. Democracies have established democracies, like Burkina Faso has a democracy. So if you've never lived under a democracy, I don't know. You say you was born in Jamaica, but if you've never lived under a dictatorship in Africa, you know, I don't know about St. James. I know he's from Burkina Faso, but I'm sure when Compaoré left, I don't know if he voted for any of the presidents that came after, but I'm sure Burkinabés wanted to go out there and place their vote for the person that they wanted. They didn't go and say, you know what, we don't want to have another, president chosen by the people. We want to put another dictator like Compaoré was in it. That's wasn't their idea.
But that's not what they said.
Please, Dara, let me just finish, right? So my point here is, Burkina Faso have a system of government. It's not me saying it. It's not nobody, Elvis, as you call me, which is true, or nobody saying it. It's what the people sign up for. They have a form of government that their constitution established. So if a guy comes in, every military, person in Africa, from Samuel Doe to all the other guys, they will tell you, I want a transitional period of 3 or 5 years. And after that, you know what happens? They usually promise to sometimes to go back to civilian rule, just a transitional period, like what we saw with Dumbuya. They run for president themselves. And usually
you don't know that, though, bro. You don't know that.
Hold on. I'm only giving you an example. We don't know that yet because
you can't give me an example, man.
I was quiet the whole time. You was attacking me. I was quiet.
But you can't lecture me. You can't lecture me.
I'm not. You lecture me just now. I'm not. You lecture me and I listen to you,
bro. Talk. You gotta let him finish.
Yeah, but let somebody else talk. You can't lecture me.
You gotta let him talk, Tarka. That's how we run things around here.
Right. Go ahead. Just to be short to the panel here, look, I'm not hating on the guy. Like Dinas himself said, maybe we should crown him emperor and king, and thereby change the form of government that they have in the Constitution. If you come in there and you suspend the Constitution, and you say you want a transitional period of 5 years, and your main objective is to fight the terrorists, and then people are telling us, oh well, we're fighting the terrorists. We can't chew gum and walk at the same time. This all-powerful military guy who's strategic don't know how to fight the terrorists effectively, and as such, we can't have election or political parties because it's subversive. It's subverting the president of the country or the leader of the country. You sound weak when you say things like that. If the people love you and they give you a mandate, they didn't do it by voting. They didn't do it by reaffirming their action through some kind of democratic process where they can go out there and the majority of the people say we want it. It's just what you see online. It's just what you think the people want. Like Dinah said, give the people the chance to show that they love you,
bro? How
and
do
they
you
reaffirm
know? That's what I'm saying.
How do you know?
They tell
how do you know? Because you hear people say online. You know how many people are in Burkina Faso? Have you ever heard anybody dissented against the president in Burkina Faso? Everything you see online is favorable. You don't know if people are being
because you don't live there. That's why you don't hear the people
oppressed in the country.
You don't
live there either, St. James. You don't live there. I don't know if you've ever been back in the country Central already took power. I don't think you've
you
ever
don't
been
see
back
the
in Burkina
opposing
Faso.
views. You
So
don't see the
everything you
opposing
see is from
views.
an outside perspective.
You
He's
don't
a
see the
dictator.
opposing views
He
because you don't speak
he
French.
he black political parties. He's a dictator. We've seen it in
That's
Africa
fine. That's
many
fine. Listen,
times. You can't change my mind. He's a dictator.
Tahara,
But thank you,
Tahara.
Diamond. I'll pass the mic.
Okay, let me give me 30
You're,
seconds.
you're,
Can I have 30 seconds to respond? 30 seconds.
no,
30 seconds.
I gotta read these super chats first.
Sure, sure.
Tarhaka called you 3 times today. Yeah, Tarhaka, I called you back. Your phone just goes straight to voicemail. I text you. Gustav, thank you for $2 holla. Hey, Elvis right though. My man put on some pounds. Black Kim Mujar, thank you for $2 holla. All hail Supreme Leader Ibrahim Traore. Gustav, thank you for $2 holla. Gotta give it to Kagame though. His people elected him. Landmark 22, thank you for $2 holla. Paul Biya just named his son vice president. Oh Lord. Say Jay, let me pass it to Bandit, and I'll pass it back to you, and I'm gonna pass it to Bang. Go ahead, Bandit.
Okay, as everybody, Mela, you can hear me?
I said Bandit, not Bang. Go ahead, Bandit.
So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think for sure, I don't think he's rewriting democracy. I think he's kind of reestablishing it. And here's why I think so. Is because we have so many examples of this so-called democracy played out all through Africa, where you have these long-standing dictators like Paul Kagame that's been in power for like half a century, where these political puppets that stayed in power, and they say, oh, the people elected them. I think that's a load of crap. This is like a Western influenced democracy. And what's going on is I don't see a lot of anything that Ibrahim Traore is doing. I mean, he tried to work with the Western powers. I mean, did anybody see that interview that was said? And how they tried to block the online transactions he was trying to get so he can buy weapons to fight off the terrorists. And so since they blocked all those transactions, he had to actually come in. He had to seize the gold so he can actually get weapons to fight off these terrorists. This is stuff that he had to do because the West and people around him were not working with him. So I don't see it as anything as him being I mean, if he's a dictator, he's a benevolent dictator. I'd rather that than a shitty democracy where one person or two people stay in power and they take all the wealth and the resources and they run to Europe with it, or they run outside the country, or they live half their presidency outside the country. So for me, we talk about this. Oh, he didn't run elections. He didn't run elections. I talked to Burkinabes that were like, I was talking to Burkinabes when I was at a church meeting. We were doing evangelizing, and I talked to a guy from Burkina Faso, and I asked him about that, and he said the people there love him. People I've talked to who were Burkinabe, they said they love him. They said he treats them well. He gives them opportunity. Why would I want to get rid of an effective leader? Trade over an effective leader over a Western process that has never worked for nearly half a century. Just think about that. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah,
yes, we do.
So like for people to simply say, oh, it's this, it's that, he didn't do an elections. He didn't screw the elections. I mean, didn't his neighbor Assimi Goita like return the freaking? Didn't he return his country to civilian rule, and they tried to reverse everything he did and tried to screw him over? They went to jump back on France's titty after all this stuff when they refused to sell him weapons. These are the people you're dealing with. You're dealing with old, decrepit, corrupted men who's basically jumping on the Western titty. I'm just saying. I mean, that's all I got to say.
All right, go ahead, say James, and I'm going to pass it to Bang.
Hey, yeah, Don, as when we talk about this topic and we discussing good governance and elections, I like to hear from Africans that live under one of those. I want to hear from Ghanaians and other countries that you may see fit, right? I just don't want to hear about countries that don't have this stuff together. For the time being, I don't want to hear it because, Liberia elected George Weah. He couldn't even read, but they elected him. So you see these people, bro.
George Weah could read, man.
He couldn't read, man. Bro couldn't read. He grew up on the street, bro. He was lucky he knew how to play ball. He went to Europe, made some money, came back, try his hand as politics. The standards in Liberia is very low. So that's why he got elected as a president, That's the standard we are talking about. If you want to talk about standards and good governance, I will listen to Ghanaians. I will listen to what country that I have in mind in Africa. I will listen to those people. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to listen to someone who come from Liberia, who's in fact run away from the war. He chose not to fight. His people didn't want to fight. You see what I'm saying? They don't hold Liberia dear in their heart. Burkina Faso do. That's why they are very surprised at the way we support the guy.
Say James. I would agree with like that. I'll agree with you on that. I've said this before. Nigerians, Sierra Leoneans, and Liberians are some of the most unpatriotic people you'll ever meet. So I do agree. Go ahead.
Thank you for backing that up. Because we see that when we talk to them, we are so enthusiastic because we want to compare Traore to Thomas Sankara. We don't want to compare him to Samuel Doe. We don't want to compare them to those dictators that they are bringing forth to you. We have our standards in Burkina Faso, which was Thomas Sankara, and we hold them to the same standards. The moment you veer from that, then you will hear from us. I'm happy that Elvis said we live under the dictatorship for 27 years. What he missed was that the very people that he's criticizing were the one that put him out, that kicked him out. So Traore know, based on our history, he cannot muzzle the people of Burkina Faso. He know that. So the idea that there is no opposing views, you can oppose. If you see something that you don't like, you will talk about it. So what's the point of coming on here and telling you there is no opposing views? All these journalists that you see, the guy that's from Italy, the white dude that was sitting there, he was the one bringing the Human Rights Watch accusation against him. There was a lady from Sky News, I believe she came from the UK. She has opposing views, and he interviewed with him. He was not even prepared. He just came, he answered the question directly, and we watched it live. They didn't give him the question up front to answer. It was televised live, and we watched it. They asked all their questions, and he answered them to the best. He did a great job. So I still don't understand why people are talking about, having an election. Elvis is not going to talk about Ukraine. The very people that don't want Ukraine to have an election, the European Unions. Those are the ones who don't want Ukraine to have an election because the country is at war. So the same standards are not going to be applied to the AES. And these very people are accusing him for not having an election. And we wanted to do a different way this time, conceptualized by Africans for Africans. Elvis is not going to like that because his mind is not African. He's looking at it through the lens of America. I understand certain Africans. I do. They've never seen something being conceptualized by Africans for Africans. They've never seen that. So that's why they don't get it. Oh, let's do it like America. Let's do it like France. Let's do it. You see what I'm saying? We left that. We want to, when Sankara was in power, the very thing that Traore is doing, Sankara tried to do that. And he was yielding results. Why we can't go back to that? Why not?
All right, let me pass the mic to Afro Man. Go ahead, Afro Man.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're at. As I said, and I've said this before, okay, I was never the one to jump on the President Traore bandwagon. And because he was relatively new to the position, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the amount of misinformation and disinformation that was circulating, especially on social media, made it clear to me that there were two Traores, the real one and the fake one. And it is unfortunate that the majority of Africans have been attracted to the fake one. Now we have a situation in Burkina Faso where President Traore says he has a disliking for democracy and he wants to set up basically a one-party state. Okay, now that in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. Democracy has had its flaws in Africa. We all know that. But here is my concern. President Traore didn't even put the question to a vote, what you would call a referendum. He unilaterally, single-handedly decided that this is the way for Burkina Faso, without giving the people of Burkina Faso the option to buy into his new idea and thereby seeking legitimacy for his new idea. You see, he's showing certain tendencies, and I'm from Ghana. Ghanaians are well aware and are well experienced when it comes to coup d'etats. We had one of the most famous military leaders in Africa, the late Flight Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings. Okay, he came with flowery words. He did his best. Okay, but most of the development that Ghana has experienced has been under the Fourth Republic, which means the current dispensation, which began in 1993 when we started multi-party democracy. You can scan through Africa. Look at all the dictators from Zaire's Mobutu, Togo's Ayadema, go to Gabon, Central Africa, Central African Republic, go to Cameroon, okay? Go all to those countries and see if those countries have, dictatorships, single party governments. And then look at the state of their economies, the state of the condition of life in those countries. They are the country with the highest immigration, okay? Number one on the list is Eritrea. Eritrea is called the North Korea of Africa, okay? Everybody's trying to leave the country, including probably even the president's wife, if she could, okay? That is the state of one-party states and governments that don't give any viable alternatives. At the end of the day, it is the duty of the people of Burkina Faso to decide whether they like him or not. My bets are that most people are going to realize after a couple of years that he may not have had the best interest of Burkina Faso. I yield the floor.
All right, go ahead, Cisse. Elijah Cisse, go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to some of these people.
Hey, you sound real muffled. Can you talk directly into the phone if you're on an earpiece or on a speakerphone? Just talk directly into the phone.
Oh, okay. Let me try to. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think your platform has been infiltrated by these African traitors who are French agents from Africa and diaspora. Because these people, when they talk about dictatorship, right? The dictatorship they mention in Africa, those are not even close. Traore is not even close to those people, right? These people don't even know what Traore even said. Traore said, I don't know, maybe either they don't understand French or they don't understand the language they interpret it to. When Traore said, he said a human right and democracy started in Africa. And he mentioned a Krunkamfuka. That's what he mentioned. And if you go back, you read that charter, it will tell you the democracy and human rights during Mali Empire time. That's what he was talking about. And then this Western media, they flip it in a way, if you don't understand what he really said and what he really meant, you will go this way. Most of these people, you don't hear them talking about those African dictators and traitors who are stealing Africa's money. They are disloyal to Africa. They don't build nothing, but they build all their houses in the West. They don't talk about those people, but they will tell you, oh, these people are dictators. You know, Traore is not, I mean, he's not selected by his people, right? These are the talking points they will go by. So these Africans who are in your platform, some of them, they claim Sierra Leone, they're from Guinea. They have a tribal mentality, tribal sentiment, all those things. They put them together. They came here to your platform. Dynasty, people respect your platform. But you have to understand, identify this type of people. Yesterday, I think day before yesterday, somebody from, name is a city, he came to your platform lying 24 hours. All his story he made up is all lies. But they have some of them, they're from Nigeria, some from Sierra Leone, Liberia, but they are originally from Guinea. I can tell. I know some of them. So your platform is a purely, you've been doing this for a long time for African agendas. But these people, they have a motive. Even somebody make a video on dynasty story, I think you probably get it from these people. The German media, Dozovela, they make a story saying that Mali releases jihadis. That's a lie. That's a lie. The story came from Dozovela platform. Now, those African journalists, the Western media, the Western agent, they hire them to propagate on social media. It's coming. So now they even the USA, their State Department, they said they need to create, their embassies. They need to recruit local Africans to fabricate stories, to be their auxiliaries. These people are nothing but auxiliaries of Africans. French media, they created a fake Pan-African platform in Senegal. They are propagating this kind of nonsense. Because if you're telling me Senegal is more democratic than where, those people are sell out completely. They are French assets. They are in power. They do what they told them to do. So how can you call that people of democracy? Where? You steal an election, you call yourself a democracy. You telling me Nigeria has a democracy? No, they don't. Even Ghana, maybe recently this might be a little bit flexible, little bit, but Ghana always be a puppet. Yeah. So we Africans, we need somebody who can stand up and build something gradually, African way of building your resources. Control your resources. If you don't control your resources, you don't control your security. And don't think Russia control Burkina Faso. No, that's a lie. These people only buy weapons from Russia, and that's what they need. Stop fabricating stories. And Dynasty, your platform, you need to identify these corrupt people. Most of them, they are assets, auxiliaries against Africa. I land my plane.
Okay, go ahead, Bang.
Okay. That is how you doing. How's everybody, man? Can you guys
Everybody's
hear me?
good. Well, let me read the super chat real quick.
All right, go
Philly
ahead.
Guardy Vibes 808. Thank you for the $10 holla. Democracy without change for the better is fool's gold. Elvis, you're a typical African. All right, go ahead, Bang.
Let me say this, right? Because at the end of the day, you can't have 100% in this world. It don't matter if you're a black person from America, if you're a black person from Africa. There isn't a such thing as 100%. But look, let's take a look at it, right? Michael Landry, a year ago, accused Ibrahim Traore of doing whatever he was supposed to do with his own goal. That's his own country, right? And everything, right? Boom, boom, boom. You had some people that came up here as well with the same talking points, the same exact talking points, right? And then what happened? Nothing happened then. The United States government had to sack Michael Landry because what? He wasn't effective enough for what the United States agenda is. They replaced him and put on on somebody else, right? And look at how democracy is, right, in America, right? Donald Trump told us, promised us, I will not start no single war. I will not invade no other country. Promise us, I will make sure America come first. We screaming and holler. We had some people over here too that said, "Oh, Donald Trump has never started a war. Donald Trump is a peaceful president." What happened? Donald Trump betrayed people like us. Donald Trump betrayed Americans as well, right? So where's the democracy at? At the same time, when Donald Trump kidnapped another president, all because of their oil.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Detained. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to use detain? No problem. Detain under what?
Detain. Go ahead.
Okay, detain, right? Okay, detain another president, because I have never seen it, right? In my lifetime, right? Detain another president, right? All because of their oil. Donald Trump said it. Donald Trump said it. Is that so-called democracy around the world? Is that so-called under the UN Charter? Because, some people come up here, they want to read some fine prints and talk about all these rules of law and stuff like that, right? I mean, look at what's going on in Iran. Look what the Donald Trump told him today. You understand me, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Look
Hey,
at all these things, right?
so bang. We're gonna do a countdown because we got 3.5 hours to 8 o'clock before shit's supposed to pop off. So we'll do a countdown.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, right? And then also, let's look at the Middle East, right? Within the Middle East, right, there's only 2 countries that has a democracy, so-called democracy, right? Where you could select your leaders. It's Iran and Iraq. So all them other countries, the AU, the Saudis and all that, right? The so-called West best friends. They don't have no such thing as so-called, let's pick our leader. No, it is run by dictatorship, by the families. I don't hear the West saying, democracy, this and that. I don't hear them because you know why? They're under the West. So where these so-called Africans coming up here trying to preach to us about so-called rules of law, so-called this and that, right? Come on now, Africans, where you guys at? Oh my God! But anyway, no matter what, some Africans want to come up here and tell us this and that, right? As long as Abraham Traore is defeating your master, your white master, you can't do nothing about it. You can read all you want. You can say all these fancy words. As long as Abraham Traore is defeating those 2 groups that are sponsored by the Westerners, Abraham Traore beat them so good that even the West had to say, human rights. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that to our terrorists, man. Don't do that. I mean, they're all terrorists, right? You asked for help. Abraham Traore said no. So after that, now when he defeated the same people that you sponsor, all because of you don't have access to the resource the way you used to. 5 years ago, Africans barely spoke about Burkina Faso. Well, all of a sudden, some ridiculous African, insecure African, right, that probably has a white wife at the same time because he hates his own skin color. Right? And wants to tell us about Burkina Faso. Do Liberia has gold reserve? My brother, man? Answer that question. No. Because you know why? That is wonderful democracy. Huh? Do Liberia has gold reserve? No. So please, it don't matter how many fancy words you twist and all that, right? As long as the AES are destroying your white master, you can't do nothing about it. So all these, now I'm thinking, right? The most dangerous people are in Africa, right? Are the so-called NGOs. Now think about it. If this guy was still in Africa, right? Look how dangerous we would have been. This guy spent hours upon hours on social media talking about African countries. At the same time, he said Africa does not have the capacity. So which means now your kids that you have, they don't have the capacity because you know why? They have the DNA of African in them. So why the hell are you still up here then and talk about Abraham Traore then? When Abraham Traore is destroying your white master, because you know why? Abraham Traore says our resource benefits us. So I don't understand it. Give the man whatever he wants to do. I do not care. Because you know why? You can't continue the same game plan that hasn't worked. Paul Bear, oh my God, Paul Bear. What the hell Paul Bear just did? His own son is his so-called vice president. Because you know what? Paul Bear, anytime from now, he might pass away. I don't see these so-called ridiculous Africans coming up here and telling us about democracy. Man, shove democracy up your family last name. That's what I got to say. F you and your family last name. But if you don't believe it, go pick up arms against Abraham Traore and scream democracy. Oh, you my rights. Exactly. The same people that are telling you democracy and human rights, what did Donald Trump did? He bombed a school. He bombed a school. Unalive innocent people, unalive young people as well, young kids, over 200 and something of them. The so-called democracy. What happened to the UN Charter, the rules of law? I don't see it because you know why? So-called white men could do whatever the F they want, but then when the African decided to do what the F they want to benefit their people, democracy for the white man. Oh my God! Because you know why? You don't believe in your skin color. That's why every time, everything that have to do with African, you always come up here and discuss it. Why? But you said Africans don't have the capacity. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. We will crush your white master. If you don't believe it, just stay on the sideline. But I know for sure the internet know your voice now because you've been talking down on Africans for so long. Your voice now, we know. Anywhere I go and I see in Liberia or wherever, any organization you work for, as soon as I hear that voice, I'm going to save all these things. I'm going to play it. Because the day Liberia has a real leader, oh my God, I don't want you in any close position next to these leaders because somebody like you will probably poison a good leader of Liberia. I swear to God, because I know for sure if the West offer you $5 million and say, you know what, I want you to go do something to that leader, you will do it because you don't believe in your skin color. No matter what, Burkina Faso, you guys are doing awesome. Mali, you guys are doing great. Nigeria, you guys are doing great. My country, Sierra Leone, we got gold. Where's our gold reserve? 99% of it goes to the foreign, goes to
Hey,
the
bang,
Western
bang, bang,
countries.
bang, 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 bang. Let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Shaw.
Yeah. Go ahead. Because I keep going.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Shaw. Unmute yourself, Shaw.
Okay. No, I was trying to get out of the Safari. I was Googling conflict for civilians something. See, this is a simple little research, right? They said the Human Watch Rights nonprofit was the ones who were saying that recently there was some violations against some Burkina Faso citizens or something like that. Now they said that about 3 years ago when there was 200 people village people, kids and women that died in Human Watch Rights group, and we were talking about all of this stuff. And so they're throwing this out like, see what they're doing? We're watching to see what they're going to do, what Traore is going to do, because he's new, and people are saying, well, only time will tell if he's going to really do the right thing. So kind of early on, they were like, well, what about all these people dying, right? So now they just came up with this again, the same organization, and I did a Google while in these conversations in this room, and what I found out is that there was a new executive director, Federico Borrello, had just left this other nonprofit called Conflict for Civilian something, whatever. I just saw it. And so I said, well, who's funding these organizations? So I couldn't find anything on Human Rights Watch Group. I found something on this other conflict group. It turns out there's a person by the name of George Pearson. Pearson Foundation Family Fund or something like that is funding that organization. I was just looking at their annual report right now, this conflict group where Federico Borrello was executive director. He moved to Human Rights Right Group. So, and see, we don't know when we start looking at the major funding, that's one of the major funders, or was. And George Pearson was the person who was best friends with and working with, what's the guy's name? John Birch. Y'all ever heard of the Birch Society? I mean, these are folks from the 50s and 60s that were the first Koch brothers and Trump these were right-wing people who did not like us and were about, no government, and it's just right-wing to the max. Read about John Birch Society and what's that, Iron Rand or something like that?
Yeah, you're losing me. Where are we going with this?
What we're going with is that when we do a little searching, we find that these organizations that are doing these nonprofits are funded by right-wing groups that are very right-wing, and that to me says it all. Now we're talking about what's going on now. All I can say is we're the first democracies.
Which groups?
Human Rights Rights Group and the other nonprofits. We need to look at all these nonprofits and where their funding's coming from.
Well, the NGOs were getting their funding from USAID, and Trump cut that out.
Yeah, USAID, some of them, yeah. Like the one that's the educational group that the commercial that you're showing, where they're getting their funding from. I checked that out too. Yep, that's true. They're getting their monies from the USA. There's something travel group or something. They're getting it from USAID. At least they were at some point. So yeah, I look into these things to see where the money's coming from, and sometimes you kind of can't avoid it in a way. I mean, you can, but then you're going to be struggling if you don't have people with deep pockets that can fund your stuff. Because that's all I used to do. I used to try to get funding for my little nonprofit. So that's one of the first things I do when I look at organizations that are funding our organizations. Where's the money coming from? So now we fast forward to what's going on today. This brother who's talking about what's going on with Traore, we know that the people love him. He's doing good, and that's more than I can say for the countries that are supposed to be so-called democracies. And we're the first democracy in the first place. Study the Igbo, study the Bakongo, study the Oromo of Ethiopia, and you'll see traditional indigenous democracy systems. And we can make our own shit up. It could be a little of this and a little of that. But at the end of the day, what Cameroon is doing is a democracy. That's a fat zero. What Ivory Coast is doing is a constitutional coup with changing the constitution. What you name it. What Macky Sall tried to do in Senegal, he tried to have a constitutional coup there, but they didn't allow. He didn't get away with it. So those are the democracies that we're dealing with that ain't delivering. They're not doing shit. But Traore is delivering, and I say, good job, brother. All three of those countries, keep doing what you're doing, and let that spread to all the rest of Africa. And all
No,
of
go
you
ahead.
coons, sit down.
Oh, go ahead, Taraka.
Yeah, Dennis. Yeah, Trump ain't gonna do shit tonight, bro.
Well, we'll find out in 3 hours and 18 minutes.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He ain't gonna do shit. Period. Okay? You know what the consequence is. Anyway, the one thing I wanted to say to you, Dennis, before I hang up. I know all this time that we talk about different African countries, you always have to remember that African countries is your brand. All right? Your brand. I could understand constructive criticism, right, on each country. But it's in the end, it's your brand. And you shouldn't let nobody come up here and dog your brand as what some people do on the damn panel. Right? This is your brand. So if I didn't know better, or somebody else didn't know better, and they hear some of these people talk about these African countries, they wouldn't go. You see what I'm saying? Which you are trying to promote. Why should somebody go to Africa if people come on the chat all the time and dog it? Say how fucked up it is. They don't have no running water. They ain't got no bathroom. They live in thatched houses and whatnot. You see what I'm saying? You have to protect your brand also. You really have to think about this. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Africa, go ahead, Africa.
Oh, good evening, everyone live, on the channel and the chat. Basically, we all know what's going on in the Sahel. Obviously, we've been talking about this for years, and the reality is, I actually brought the in-depth study of what's going on in that region. It's a very ancient thing. We have, as I said the last time, we have the farmer and the mansa. There's two different type of rulership in West Africa throughout the history. You have the Mansa, who are what you call democracy. I think Cisse was slightly touching on that earlier. And you have the farmer. Now, if the Mansa fail, the moral authority is the farmer that stepped in. This is not a new thing. It's a very old system. So I don't know why people are always getting so emotional about it. It's always been the case. We had empires, unfurled between the empires and the neighbors. And when these chiefs cannot deal with it, the farmer come in and say, look, this is what people, the consensus is. Let's, deal with it and come together eventually and sit on the table and move on and and expand. This is how West Africa has always been throughout the history of the continent. People that don't know, they're not reading the history of West Africa, pre-dates the Mali Empire to the current, don't know what they're talking about. They just think, people like Traore, Assimi Goïta, and Chiani, they're just, entering a new battle. It's not. I said this, in fact, I gave you the presentation the last time, Dynasty. This is what's going on. It's nothing new. All this problem that you see going on in Sahel is nothing new. It's been going on for centuries, and the people who make peace, just fix this problem, and they come back again, and eventually, they live together for hundreds of years, and then you're going to have another problem. But the reality is, the only thing that's new this time, there's outsiders who are heavily involved in it. And the reality is, we know for a fact, these outsiders that's in it, they're in there for their own reason. In the past, we don't have that. The only outsiders we had in the past who was in it was the people who we had connection with through trade routes. And these are the people that came to settle where you call Northwest Africa today, like the Moroccans, and where you call the Mauritanians today. And obviously they deceive us eventually, and they move some of our people further down to the other side. But you can see the Malian people are learning from that, moving on. And I made my presentation in the past, and I hope people can actually go back and listen to the whole thing. I can drop the link. In terms of human rights violation, I mean the head of the military officer in Burkina Faso, if they're claiming that the Burkina Faso are actually violating my people, well, the reality is the head of the military officer in Burkina Faso who's leading the battle at the moment is from my people. Are they saying that he's actually sending soldiers to kill his own people?
That's what they say.
Question. You see,
He's been put in place to. He's been put in place to. They even use cleansing. They use for the first time. I heard ethnic cleansing. I almost fell out of my chair listening to it.
Because and as I said to you the last time, one of the reasons why I'm actually a bit happy with him, with Traore, is because I've seen the documentaries where some of my people are actually going back to their homes. They're helping them building their homes because of they've been ravaged by the jihadis. These people, obviously we know there's some of our people on the other side and some of our people on the battlefield also fighting them. So it just shows, this is what we're facing. And so, since Traore been in power, of course, this guy, the senior military guy, Diallo, he's been gaining a lot of ground and he's been recovering a lot of the land for our people. And they're rebuilding the areas. Actually, Traore did said that in the interview that I was listening to.
I don't want to cut you off, right? He did respond to he specifically did a video. I'm going to try to see, try to find that he specifically did a video. Musa Diallo, he specifically did a video towards the accusations. And one thing I want some of the Fulani to listen, when these terrorists, when they go to the Fulani town, first they try to recruit the people there, right? So anybody that opposes that, those are the ones that get killed and get televised and put on the back of the military. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So when our military get there, basically what Traore has been doing, when he gets to a Fulani town and these Fulani cooperate with them and he feels like they're in danger, he removed them from that village. You see what I'm saying? So they can bring them somewhere else. So when those people come, they don't see them. You see what I'm saying? So most of the people Fulani being killed, they are being killed by their own people, but because they refuse to cooperate. Yes.
Right. You see? Yeah, you see?
That's what happened.
Sadly,
even there was a video, right? Al, there was a video. When we first got our drone, Traore got the drones to use a drone against them. Guess who they used who they use as a shield? The same Fulani they use as a shield, pretending they're protecting, and they put the Fulani first and they put the army behind. So when the drone came to hit them,
we know how this bastard operates.
Thank you. So when we do that, then they try to fabricate like all these massacres in videos and give it to the Human Rights Watch that these Burkinabe soldiers are doing that. You can see in the video the drone arrived and they aborted the strike because they saw the Fulanis in front. There were civilians,
right,
and they stopped.
right.
You know,
And
and we have
also,
all that
and also
recording,
St.
but
James.
it's
Yeah, I
crazy.
say I got where you're coming from, and also one of the closest attempt Traore had been wiped out. It was aided by a Fulani girl who worked who was from the University of is it Bobo Julaso or one of the top universities. She's actually one of the top engineered students who know how to deal with the drones. Okay, she's the one that saved him. So if the people in the Fulani people in Burkina Faso was really against Traore, I don't think she would have done that. She would have intervened. But the reality is, we all know what these people are about. Okay, they inject fear into the people, and also they finding a reason to come into the land and conquer. We have our own issues. We all had our problems, in the past. I know. Listen, I know the sentiment that Elvis is coming on from. Right, Elvis is coming up from the sentiment I was on with you in the past, St. James. It's because of the war in Liberia. They still think you people in Burkina Faso are the one that destroyed their livelihood, which I understand because us
Nah,
Sierra Leone also.
it's a fake accusation, Al. It is a
I
fake
know.
accusation.
But when we have to go over, we have to get over that because the
No,
reality is,
Al, we have to put things in context first. As
yeah,
adults, as adult leaders that live
yeah.
overseas,
But
and
also
we have
Elvis
access
people,
to resources.
also Elvis people are the one that destroyed Sierra Leone.
Oh, yeah.
Nigerians destroy Sierra Leone. So it doesn't mean I don't speak to him. So this is the problem we have. It doesn't mean I have to hate Liberia. So we need to just get over this emotional, thingy that we tangle up into, and get in. Let's be more realistic and trying to be more finding solution and build a cohesion because nobody's going to do it for us. Bro. Nobody. Let's not have this mindset. I know. We cannot all think the same, and I disagree with some people that come in this platform and say, "Oh, just because CD is a Mandinka from Guinea, he said something, he shouldn't be speaking that." He have his full right, but CD is from Liberia. If he have his opinion, that should be respected. I disagree with people that come here and say otherwise. We should respect that. But I have made my mind, and I think Traore should be protected, and I think he's doing the right thing for his people. You must be some sort of hater to feel otherwise, okay? Because the guy is doing good for his people. He's protecting his land, his entire territory. That's his duty, and he's trying to develop the area. And including those people of my people, they're going to benefit from it in the long run. So people should stop being short-sighted. This is the problem with us black people. We have to feel the pain to get the long-term gain.
Right. So you gotta look into the plan you put forward, like to develop Burkina Faso. You gotta see that plan, and you gotta see everything it's been doing to even all this impoverished area. When he first came in, he told this political leader he spent his time in these remote areas, connecting with people, understanding the need. He wrote letters to the president. This is a guy who has a plan, actually has a plan, and like connecting roads. That without roads, you cannot bring development, right? He's building roads right now as we speak, factories, bringing people to work. And those guys who are saying that it has to come with some sort of referendum, right? We have our referendum. Just look at the amount of money the Burkinabés are putting towards the programs. That's your referendum right there. So for my guy from Ghana, look into the look into the amount of money the Burkinabe within the country are putting towards Ibrahim Traore's plan in terms of monetary contribution. Look into that. It's a lot.
Where was Ghana when Burkina Faso was going through all this hell? Because I saw a documentary. This is about over 5 years ago when this war just started. I saw a Burkinabe general sat on his knee crying. Okay, he said, "We have looked for help everywhere. No one is coming to help us." And this is where I know he will find a solution. Because when you get to that point as a man, and then that's when you realize, "Whoa, I have to look deep inside to actually save myself from this." Okay, that's when I see situations start changing. Ghana was nowhere to be found, and what Ghana did, they signed this anti-terror pact. Why? Why did they do that? The same people who bombed Libya who destroyed Libya and bombed Gaddafi and let all the Tuaregs run into our territory between Algeria and Mali and the South Black Africa and the Tuareg. We had the longest treaty in the world before that war in Libya. We used to fight for these people. We got history. We're going way back. We used to fight with these people for so long, and Obama bombed him and I, we came, we saw, and we left. That witch, Hillary Clinton, they bombed Libya. Okay? And then what happened? All this
all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
Everybody's pointing finger at the Sahel like we have to protect the entire Sahel. No one wants to help. When we talk about help, right? When we talk about help, when we talk about help, we are not talking about bringing your military or doing anything. When we say help, you can pick what you can do best and help the region. That's what you should do. You know, and even the idea, listen, can you fight terrorism, right? And also have a French propaganda in your country that is showing how the terrorists are destroying your livelihood? Can you fight terrorism and having these very media platforms in your country? Can you?
No, you can't. It's difficult, man. You know, the reality is, yeah.
Yeah, that's why when these people come on here, I'm like, okay, do the very little things that you can do to help out, you know. But they're not doing it because the Sahel is vast, like the Sahel is very vast.
James, look at America. America is in Nigeria right now, St. James. Okay.
Oh, okay. How is that working out? How is that working out?
Exactly. Since they've been there, the people are begging for Buhari to come back. They said Buhari was alive. The most pro Yoruba, who is a Southerner, blogger in Nigeria. I watched him before yesterday. He said, "Please, Buhari, we want you back," because when Buhari was alive, the problem did not spill into the south. He managed to contain it in the north. Okay, since America stepped foot in Nigeria today, the problem is all over the place. It's going out of control. We know for a fact. Yeah,
do you know why?
Yeah.
The reason Africa, we have all these political parties. All these political parties are funded by this NGO. If you look at Burkina Faso,
yeah.
If you look at Haiti, how do they destabilize Haiti? Haiti has 282 political parties. All of them are funded by this NGO to destabilize. They don't have no loyalty to.
Hey guys, let me read this super chat real quick. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. This is for you, Bang. Where does dude live to scream like this? That's for you, Bang. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, even 2 days ago, when I hear this, somebody named Sidi, right?
No, leave Sidi. He's not here to defend himself, please. He's not here to defend himself. Leave him.
I'm just trying to protect the platform. I mean, this platform.
If Dennis have problem with CD, he will say it. Leave him, please.
All right.
Thank you.
So this is the thing. No, my thing is, Dynasty is neutral. He know Africa more than most Africans I know of. I mean, especially he's not those riff-raff Africans. So his platform should be completely independent. We can come and express our opinion, but not like to hijack it for those traitors of Africa. That's what I don't like. And I see them showing up. That's why I come. Normally, I mean, sometimes I come here once maybe in 5 months or something. But when I get that information.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Cisse?
Huh?
Where are you from?
I'm Mali.
What country? Mali?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you Mali?
Okay.
Are you?
Me, I'm from Sierra Leone. Yeah.
Okay. These are the things. So when I saw the information, I mean, Dynasty is trustworthy for me personally. So I think he didn't do that maliciously. So maybe misleading or misinformation, because on social media it's a double Dejowela, a German media. So they are the one who screenshot something, they post it, and then some African run with it. So probably he catch it, and then he think that was the truth. And then luckily, the Malian government came and then cleared the air. So because of it, you associate people who come to your platform misinforming, because I know there are people in Africa today who are operative of Western media. You have to know this. It's very, very active. Many Africans, you see them on social media, they are fake. They are foreign informant, foreign agent. They have agenda. So they will attach themselves to a credible platform like a dynasty platform. Who, he's black American, but at the same time he's neutral. All right. So they will come to this platform spewing nonsense. They have a tribal sentiment. They have an issue. Probably their issue is in Guinea Conakry. I know that. So because I hear him, one of them say, "Oh, Guinea Sekou Touré is not Sekou Touré get on a life many mandingos before Fulani, but because of France, use a tribal sentiment on society to recruit more people."
No,
You
I
know
don't
that.
want you to bring that, man. You about the city of man, Fula, Madinka, Bambara, we all live together. We have intermarried for years. Let's leave this tribal thing, please. Okay, please. Thank you. Let's just talk about the issue, because this is the problem we have, because when we start bringing the tribal problem, it don't finish, because we all want, Guinea helped Mali right now, without Guinea, you see Mali will struggle with, because most of the stuff come from the port of Conakry, please.
Can I say something?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
go
go
on,
ahead, Wilford, go ahead, yeah.
Okay. I went back. Sorry, I was eating basically earlier. That's why I had to quit. But now I'm back. There is something very important that has to be said about this topic, that the President Traoré clearly said for the first time, as far as I know, right? That has been said in Francophone Pan-African spaces, but that for the first time came out of the mouth of not only the President of Burkina Faso, but the current head of the AES Confederation, because it's a confederation, right? Including Mali and Niger too. Because we're focusing on Burkina, I don't even know why. Fact is that, I think that St. James that mentioned it earlier. Oh, by the way, hi St. James. Glad to have you here. The thing is, Traoré talked about the Charter of Kouroukan-Fougan, which was basically a, let's say, human right-based African charter that Mandinka people used to create back in the, I think it was 1,200 or something like this. But the point is, and I think that's the most important thing regarding this topic, Traoré clearly said what I've been saying, I and many others on this show for years now. This is the fact that Western democracy is not going to be accepted as the model to build an African political system. What is getting built now by the AS is a new African-based political system based on.
You're cooking, man. Keep going.
Oh, we lost him. We lost him.
Yeah, I mean,
But let me read
this
this super chat. Landmark 22, thank you for $2 holla. ECOWAS European control over West African stuff. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, let me tell you one. You see, if we cannot take Mauritania back, we need to take it back. This is when Mali finished the war in Mali, Mauritania need to come back to the hands of the ancestors. Without that, it's going to be a problem. Because
Mauritania need to be invaded. That's what we need to do.
Seriously, bro.
We need to invade that country, man. Take it over. Bring it back to Ghana.
Bring it back to West Africa. Swear to God, trust me. The thing is, they're no good people for that region. They have taken us for granted, and they've deceived us, and they settle in our lands. They come in, they intermarried with us. We know these people. We have the closest proximity to them. And I said this before. the reason why you see Niger Republic is more safer is because the Fula and the other tribe, they had to form militia against the Tuaregs. That's why Niger is quiet. Bazoum is where he is because the people have one unity against the Tuareg in Niger. That's not been formed in Mali and Mauritania. What Niger Republic have done, how the Hausa, the Fula, and the Kanuri, they teamed up, and some of the Mande group, the Songhai, how they teamed up to keep the Tuaregs, way away from us. That's what Mali need to do after. They need to go for Mauritania, because Mauritania is one place that been troubling our people, bro. They treat our people like second lower human. And right now, they are causing trouble because what the West will do, they will use Mauritania to actually dislodge Mali. That's what they would do. That will be their end game. I guarantee you. They will use Mauritania to destabilize Mali. If Mali get all the peace, again, all their territory, okay, they bring it back together, they will use Mauritania. They will do. And the reality is, we can't afford that anymore because this war is costing money. This money that these countries are using to fight this war. Can you imagine that money being focused in developing the people?
Yeah, but it's not like if they don't want to do it. And by the way, I'm sorry, but I have to end my point. The point is, so long as Africa will not have its own political system based on African values, nothing will be done. And I double, triple, quadruple down on this. And that's why, sorry, I think I was misunderstood when I said that everyone who doesn't agree with, who's not part of Pan-African or African descent has to shut up, is the fact that at some point, people are going to have to accept that African people are allowed to choose their own political system, whether you like it or not. Period. And I'm tired of hearing people always having this fire, this smoke for Africans, Black Africans, by the way, because they never have anything to say about people in the North, deciding about which political system they have, which differs from anything you have everywhere else. This is so annoying.
My
so
brother,
annoying.
also, in all fairness, you should focus your energy on Paul Biya, man. That you're from Cameroon.
I'm glad you talk about it because it is exactly the next point I was about to talk. This is exactly. Let me end my sentence. Let me end my sentence about Paul Biya. Paul Biya, I'm glad you talk about it. It is the quintessential example, okay, of an official democracy, right? The African style that we have. And that people are always trying to serve us as being the right things to do. Central Africa is so behind West Africa to a point where I don't even think it's recoverable in my lifetime. But this is the kind of stuff you're going to have over and over.
To your credit, right?
Hold on. St. James, I haven't speak real quick, right?
Sure.
Let me say this real quick before you guys continue, please. It's funny how you guys mentioned Paul Biya, right? And then at the same time, people that have issues with so-called AES, right? Yesterday or 2 days ago, right? They mentioned, Islam T groups, Islam this and that, right? Islam this and that, right? I mean, Paul Biya is a Christian. He's a Catholic. These are the same people when they talk about Paul Biya, they don't attach his religion into it, right? Because we all know. I'm not a Christian, but for sure, I'm not going to come out here and say, look at what the Christians is doing because of Paul Biya. You understand me, right? That means I have an agenda. That means I have an agenda. I don't want Africa to be developed in the way it is. I'm trying to create chaos and confusion. This is the problem with us as Africans, right? We have to separate certain people mentality. They don't have the better for Africa, man. I don't care. So we have to be very, very critical with some of these people, man. We have to. And then also, I'm gonna end this, right? If the white man could do whatever they want, what's the difference with us then? Do whatever we want in our continent to protect us. Some people want us to be, a slave to these people because some people do not believe that one day the Africans is gonna rise and defend what God gave them. God gave us this. It ain't put it nowhere in England. It ain't put it nowhere in France or Germany or so-called some of these desert Middle Eastern countries. Because when you check it, what the hell they have? It's just gas and oil. That's it. So for us, I want us to have the same mindset as Africans. We have the right to do whatever we want in our continent to benefit us. If you don't like it, F you and wherever you work for, and F you and your mindset. The white man's doing it for the past 500 years. That's all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. This is out there today. All the thing that we're talking about is no secret. Back in the days, this is like a fringe conversation. It's all on the mainstream radio stations in the UK. Yeah. If you listen to the main radio station in the UK today, they're talking about the Syrian terrorists. They actually talk about him. Even the British, the most well influential radio station in the United Kingdom called LBC. I don't know if you guys, any one of you in the UK, you can talk about it. You can download it on your app. Listen to what these guys are saying. And this radio station is the one that drives opinion in the United Kingdom when it comes to election. They have, one second, James. They have
the Western world, right? How they're able to play Africans.
Let me make this quick point, and James, you can come. They have said, how dare the United States of America lecture people about terrorism when they have someone like the Syrian president in the White House and also parading the United Kingdom. This is not me saying it to say I am against the West or I'm against the United Kingdom. I'm against anyone that's against Africa. Okay? I am all for my taxpayer money to go for the rights good, so it could go to help people all over the world. Okay, just like every single UK citizen. That's what they want. They want their taxpayer money to go helping people, not to go and destroy life. And this war in Iran have shown that the people in the UK had enough. They're like, no, this time we're going to wash our hands in this. We had enough of fighting and conquering other people's land and on unnecessary bloodshed. We don't want it. Whoever supports it is evil. It's not hidden anymore. These people need to stop. Even their own citizens are warning them. And the UK here, the people are the one that drive the parliament. They're the one that always advocates. In fact, they advocate against slavery the same way. Right now, we are suffering because we refuse to join the war in the UK, in America. We are suffering for that. But the people are happy to pay extra bit of money on the pump just to make sure they don't get involved in killing innocent people in Iran. I pass the mic, James. Thank you.
If Africa want to get a fair shake, right? The first thing we need to do is to love our countries first. We have to learn how to be patriotic. We don't have that here. Most Africans don't love their country. They don't want to go back. Those that were privileged to leave their country, they hate their country. They hate the leaders. I know it's going to affect a lot of people the way some Burkinabés think, because we are fortunate enough to have somebody called Thomas Sankara, and we saw what he did for us. In a short period of time, we see how love for a country can do. That guy was not the most intelligent guy. He was not the most sophisticated guy in Africa, but just by loving his country and his people, he put us on the map by just doing that. So if Africans can, let me land on that one. If we can, what Traore said, right? We're going to have to be able to come up with some sort of standards, right? I know all of us Africans here, when we left, we didn't see good governance in our respective countries. That's why we came here. So why are we going to have 100 and 200 political party? And when you ask the youth within that nation, what is good governance, they will tell you, we haven't witnessed one in a long time. But when one comes and shows you what good governance means, law for a country, us becoming patriotic, that will be the reference that we will use for every single leader. That's what Traore is doing. Judge me based on my accomplishment, not because of my uniform or whatever else you have against me. Good standards. Africans don't have that. We want to compare that by having political party. All these people are sellouts. They are sellout. They're already proven they don't love Africa. They don't have Africa's best interests at heart. So what's the point of having an election to elect these people? I will be heartbroken if somebody else, if we have an election in Burkina Faso, we elect another guy, just to elect another guy, an election to elect another guy. I would die from a heart attack. Because what the guy's been doing, I'm not there to see it. Every time when I call home, my folks are telling me, come home and see. Come home.
Right.
Come see this little progress that we are making. You know? So go ahead, man.
Let me ask you a question, St. James, right?
Okay.
Do you believe, right, in some
Yeah.
way, in somehow, certain African people, right, that come from certain African countries,
Right.
they feel some type of jealousy within Burkina Faso and all these other countries, right? Because to me, I know for sure they know their leaders are corrupt, right? Do you think there is it's like some type of jealousy? So then at the same time, they just want to talk down on the country. They wishes that it just collapsed because of they know their position of their country. They don't have the right people. Because look at Nigeria, man. Look at Nigeria. 200 people get unalive. 300 people get unalive. 50 people get unalive. The president told the people, meet me at the airport. And then he said, oh, have to go. Because you know why? The light might go off. What type of country is that?
When did that happen?
Hold
When did that happen?
on. I got it. Hold on, Bang. I gotta pull that video. This is so embarrassing. He really did that.
He did that?
He really
He
did
pulled
that.
that?
He really did. Yes. What type of country is that?
When did that happen? Can you break it down?
I'm gonna what I'm gonna do. Say, James, I'm gonna pull up the actual video. It was I'm as a Nigerian, I'm so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed.
Wow.
So you know what happened in you know after Bang's people, they did what they did in up in Jos. You know, so Tinubu, he goes, instead of like going to the city and meeting the people in the city or whatever, he has them come to the airport. So then they come to the airport and he's like, pretty much, you know, hey, we have no power. And then, y'all, I gotta leave in 10 minutes anyway. So, but I'm sorry what happened. He leaves. I swear to God, bro. I was so embarrassed.
I mean, obviously, like, you know, Dynus is a little biased because his president is a Yoruba. I understand. But think about it. What type of country is that?
I know Dynus, he's always with the Southerners. He always with the Southerners.
What country is that, man?
Well, it's fine. You know, he's Yoruba. He's Yoruba.
St. James, yes, sir.
Right.
St. James, please answer that question. Do you think these people are jealous in some way? Please.
You want my honest answer? I am very confused right now. I'm being honest with you. I don't even know what it is. I mean, some of them are honest.
St. James, let me tell you, they are. And I'm glad you said this, Bang. I can sense a lot of jealousy regarding the AS, because the problem being, you have guys, okay, who are there since 2021, the second coup in Mali, so when Assimi Goïta really began having the power, and who are achieving much more than the sellouts, pieces of shit, so-called elected, so-called democratically elected presidents that we have in all of Black Africa within 5 years. These guys have been achieving more than these guys. Just an example. How Traoré said, for instance, in his masterclass, that Burkina basically has the means to pay by controlling basically the central West African bank because they have gold. The problem being, before they came, these guys.
Wilfred, what did he say about the West Central Bank? Please, did you hear that part?
No, I just finished.
Okay.
These countries didn't have gold reserves as major gold producers before these three came. How come? This is ridiculous. They didn't even have one fucking gold refineries before they came. And all these Democrats that used to precede them didn't do shit. It's only now that Traoré comes that he's making a four-way, building a highways between the major cities in these countries. While most of what you had until now were kind of dirt roads.
Wait, Dynus is showing the video. 1 second.
Hold on, yeah. Let me play this video real quick. This was just Jesus. This was just so embarrassing.
At the airport, and I have to fly back within the next 7 days.
Bola Tinubu was in Jos yesterday to console or commiserate with the bereaved of the recent Jos attack.
Hold on, let me find the entire speech, but it was bad.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Hold on, it was embarrassing. Yeah, it was bad. Guys, hit the like button. Links in the chat room if you want to call and add to the conversation. Click on a link and add to the conversation. But yeah, this is embarrassing. I thought is this it? Hold on, let me try to find the.
Mm. You know, and we don't have enough electricity. So I am not going to be long just in case we get blackout and the terrorists come and kill me.
Golly, bro, this is just bad, man.
It's sad, isn't it? Nigeria needed Northerner, a strong Hausa or Fulani guy to take the power back from that guy. That's that's a long time. It's gonna happen.
Let me try this video right here.
Snap
Hold
your
on.
W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. File now.
This is a chat GPT for Airbnb. This new income assistant is trained to find.
Have no light at the airport and have to fly back within the next 10 minutes.
God.
To you leaders, I've had this to defeat you. There's nothing I can give you, whether money in billions, but console you and promise you that this experience will not repeat itself. I take, for example, Favor Roda. I know the pain. I see how on the video you head on to Ayuba and the pain and agony in your heart. But it's only God. It's only God who can give you joy and comfort. No amount of money can pay all of you back. Yes, as government, we will try our best to comfort you, to work with you. The best solution is for just to be just. The one that people like us grew up to know. Please have your seats. I salute all of you leaders. But I've had the experiences of the past. Why is the past not a source of lesson for us? I've listened to John. I've listened to Washington. I've listened to Nachawu. I've listened to the governor. Governor, you and I were elected on a promise of peace and prosperity. not to comfort and encourage widows and widowers.
Hold on, is he blaming the governor now? Did he shift blame to the governor?
yeah, pretty much.
God. Oh my gosh. He shifted blame to the governor. So he comes to Joe's, tells the people to meet him at the airport because he can't come to the city. He only got 10 minutes. Then tells then he blames the governor.
Yeah, pretty much. Indirectly, yeah.
He just blamed the governor. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Let me play the rest.
To bring prosperity as a promise. To bring inclusiveness as a government. To share. The hope and aspiration of everyone. To lead our youths. And if they are represented here, let me give this assurance. I don't want to be here commiserating and consoling. I want to be here to establish peace. Leaders who have received us who had accommodated us politically. I brought the symbol of this cap to break the shock.
Hey, Bang, you know it was the Fulans who voted him in, said James. I mean, Bang, you know it was the Fulans who voted him in.
Yeah, we put it in. Yeah, we put him in. And guess where he got his vote from?
Bang. It was the Fulan Bang. The Fulan voted him in, Bang.
But that hold on, Africa, one second, right? With all these problems, right, that's going on within that country, right? Because to me, I do not condone that at all, right? At all, absolutely. Because I've said it. Nigeria is a super N country. I don't want to say the N word because you have a turf, right? The issue is this, right? The issue is this, right? Nigeria is now on social media defending the Igbo king. I'm like, all this problem you have, the Igbo king in South Africa, right? So-called the Igbo king, right? You know, whatever that happened, people end up losing their stores because of looting and stuff like that, right? So Nigerians now are talking down on South Africans. I'm like, what gives you the right to talk down on South Africans though? When your country is in this position, it's in this condition. That's whoa. I mean, those are videos, right? Innocent family, Fulanese, fleeing their town, fleeing family members as well. I mean, I'm like, this country is like probably 2 steps away from civil war. And then you worry about some goddamn guy that called himself Igbo King in South Africa. I mean, and then they want to say, black South Africans gave up everything to the white people. And I'm like, man,
it's sad, isn't it?
Man. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, okay. This killing there, Dynast. Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I make of this in Josh. I said to you the last time, 2 weeks before this killing happened, there was 5 Fulani guys that was killed. They was ambushed in their car and got wiped out by some local tribe in the middle in Josh area. Okay, they killed them. I don't know why they did it. Well, they killed them and they wiped them out. And they was on social media all over Nigeria. They like, the middle belts start revenging. They start teaching the Fulani guys lesson. They kill 5 Fulani guys and they name the guys. One of them is Aliyu something. The other one is Dabo. And then we know Dabo is not Fulani. It's something to do with Madinka or our cousins in the far west. But people don't understand. No, it's not only Fulani that live in like northern Nigeria in that middle belt. Northern Nigeria was part of the Mali Empire. People forget this. They actually forgot the Nigerian Republic was where the great Mansa Musa base used to be. That's where he used to live and travel to the pilgrimage. And then obviously he got the Northwest, which is the Hausa territory, which is Hausa land. But anyway, They killed this Middle Belton. They beef with the Hausa people over there all the time. They beef with the Fulani people all the time. They beef with all the other tribes that got connection to the north. And what you don't understand is the Fulani, the Hausa, and all the northern tribes, they've been in Nigeria since God knows. But like the chief, they only came to Nigeria around the late 17th, 18th century from Bamileke or Kitanga from Congo. I think it was during the Bantu expansion they came there. So really, truly, don't really belong to that territory. But because we're all black people, they come and blend in. They think, oh yeah, this is our territory. You know, you cannot bring your cows down here anymore. This is the problem. There's a lot of ethnic problem going on in that middle belt. That's got nothing to do with religion, got nothing to do with anything else. But they try to use it because they know how to play the propaganda. They the one that control the handles, the social media handles in Nigeria. If you notice, it's all to do with the Southerners. You don't hardly see any Northerners on social media talking rubbish. They don't do it. They just act. So when that killing happened, when this Fuller guys and this guy called Dabo, when he got killed because he named the people who got killed, 1 week later, this Josh killing happened. And they said it's the Northerners that did it. So that kind of makes sense to me, because if you're killing the Northerners, or you're killing the group of Fulani guys in the car, you're bound to get someone coming back and pay back. This is how tribal conflicts happen. And everybody knows in the middle belt of Nigeria, this communal issue has been going on for years. But they use this communal issue as a religious thing, again, a sellout. They go on to America to lobby America and say, oh, this is not to do with communal, it's to do with religion. And of course, we know terrorism in Nigeria is very complex. We have Boko Haram, we have ISWAP, we have the Ansarul, and we have different terrorist groups who came from the north who descend in there. That's no doubt about it. But these people are people of all ethnic groups, and I've seen it. And also, you have the problem in Zamfara, where it's the Chinese people who are arming the local youth to cause havoc so they can extract the mining, the stuff that's going on in there. Yeah, so the reality is the Middle Beltons don't like the Northerners, the Arewa people down there. And that country called Nigeria, when the British came, the reason why the British said the only people that can rule this country and keep it together are the Northerners, are the Hausa and the Fulani, is because they know they saw what's going on in the whole territory. They was in the south. They know they was in the Igbo area, they was in the Yoruba area, they was in the northern area. They know. The only people that can keep Nigeria up together and keep peace in that country are the Northerners. Anytime you get a Southerner that rule Nigeria,
Africa,
this is what happened. Yeah.
Africa. Let me tell you a story, right?
Yeah.
Somebody told me this story, which was 100% true, right? The Nigerian military, right? They went to a village, right? You know, capture innocent people, right? They asked them, where's the gun? Where's the weapons? Where's the terrorists? Right? They couldn't find nothing at all. Right? They placed these people on this house. Right? They was trying to burn these people alive or shoot them and stuff like that. Right? So the reason why they was able to do that, right? Because within the army, it was a Fuller guy that was there. The Fuller guy told him, do not do that, because the people they were trying to unalive, they were Fuller people. So imagine if that guy was in there as a soldier, right? And then he wasn't a Fuller guy. That means that those innocent people would have gotten unalive, and then the Nigerian military would have come out on social media and said, oh, the terrorists did all this, right? And blah, blah. And so basically blame it on the terrorist people as well. So Nigeria is a very complex country. It's a very, very complex country. The government has their hand in it as well.
They have.
What happened was it was the kidnapping, and then the so-called insecurity, right? It had got out of hand for the past 20 years now. The Nigerian government knew about all these things, but they never dealt with it the way they were supposed to. So now, the last 15 years now, it had completely got out of hand. So this is what's going on. And then when you have a country like that, Fulani people that have the cows in the bushes, right? They're the one that suffer heavily. Because then now, imagine somebody steal 200 cows. Dennis, do you know how much money is that?
That's a lot of money.
500 cows. So then now, at the end of the day, these people then now, what they did was now they some of them, I'm gonna say this right, some of them became terrorists. They
do you know the problem starting Benway? No, I agree on that also. Yeah, and also the bank, the Nigeria, they do not separate between a Tuareg, who is a dark skinned Tuareg, a Fulani. Even if you're what's his name? There was a guy that used to call me Amal he's a Mandinka brother from Gambia. He said when he went to Nigeria to Lagos, people used to call him Fulani because if you come from far West Africa, you look like Senegambia or you look certain way, you're Fulani. You understand? So and also if you look certain type of way, you light skin or you wear that turban in your head, you're Fulani. These people don't know no difference between. It's only recently they actually know the difference between the Hausa and the Fulani. The reality, the Northerners, because of Islam, they intermarriage over the years, they blend in, they have their own, clique. You know what I mean? They work together. They might have their own dramas, but they always stick together because they know their real problem is those in the South who always been a sellout. They always sell out. They use religion and then they blame the Northerners for using religion. This is a problem. And Nigeria is not a country where cohesion exists. If you look at how they spew propaganda online and they talk about each other's tribe, this is not just Fulani. The Igbos will say stuff about Yorubas. The Yoruba will say stuff about Igbos. The Fulani will say stuff. In fact, the people who are least tribalistic in Nigeria are the Northerners. The Northerners are just religious people. They just love their religion. They don't care about tribe that much. So, and if you look at the two best presidents in Nigerian history are two Northerners. Is late Musa Yar'Adua. If you go on Nigerian platform, all they cry about is Yar'Adua. Because when Yar'Adua came to power, even though he was short term-lived, he cleaned up the Niger Delta. He gave these people good life compensation. He looked after the people in the South. He brought everybody together. He had a guy from the South as his vice president, who is Goodluck Jonathan. He brought peace and he had surplus in his budget, and this is why I like, what's his name, Peter Obi. Peter Obi, and that's the reason why people say Peter Obi will be a good president, because what he did in his state is similar to what Yar'Adua did, because he said he followed Yar'Adua. That's how he managed to achieve what he achieved in his state. So you need someone that have compassion, who love the entire nation, to say, right, we can bring things to people together, regardless of their religion and their tribes. But you don't have that. You see, these elites that you have there, they're all greedy bastards. All they do is just use the people and use religion to divide them. And when they have a fight, and then they just sit down and actually increase their bodyguard. See the people that you see. He might rig the election next 2027. But I guarantee you, the people will come out, and the military will kick him out. You just watch and see. That's what's going to happen to him.
Africa, right? That's a video on TikTok I seen, right? The Nigerian government, right? What you call it? Like the fire station, right? Like whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
These guys, right? They go around. They have a convoy driving around with like cars, right? And like miles, right? But then I mean, that's it. What? You have never seen the fire station stop any fire in Nigeria. But these people, like when I seen the car, right? This is a convoy. Just moving around in traffic, blocking traffics, like, a lot of cars as well. But hold on, I have never seen these people stop fire. Whenever there's a fire in so-called Lagos or like Abuja, it's always like regular people putting them out. But then why would you have a fire department, right? And then they have like cars just driving around in convoy, holding the traffic. Just do whatever they want. I mean, you think about like what type of country is that? Like, even me, if I was a Nigerian, I have to be dangerous. Because
you
I
have
gotta
to be.
protect myself.
And
you have to be dangerous. Because if
the military is controlled by the military is controlled by Gwari, Fulani, Hausa, and all these northern tribes, and the Kanuri. They're the one that control the military. So Nigeria, let me tell you one thing, right? Nigeria is still controlled by the military.
Corrupt, man.
It's still controlled by the army.
Nigeria is too corrupt for my feeling.
Can I add something to the conversation?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to what Elvis was saying. Like, you know what's so funny to me? Why is it that like anytime they can't criticize a person as far as the work, the first thing they do is attack the person's character? This dude was talking about how that ID got chubby, or look how he's dressed. I said, okay, you want to talk about dresses or talk about how he's dressed? Let's talk about Rudo, right? Look how he's dressed. He got what, $1,000 suits, $300, $500, $800 pairs of shoes. Are the people from Kenya, are they happy? No. Are the people from Cameroon, are they happy? No.
No.
Are the people from South Africa, from Ramaphosa, are they happy? No. It don't matter how you dress. But the reason why he dressed like that, he want people to be aware, like, listen, this is who I am. I'm a captain. I haven't changed. And also, here's my salary. My salary is not going to change. He didn't up his salary. William Russo did. Ramaphosa did. The president from Cameroon did. Paul Biya. Freaking even Alassane Ouattara did the same thing. Right? So it's just very interesting. They don't really like put in the work. Like, look, IB was able to raise the GDP from 19 million to $27 million. It's not according to him. He didn't say that. The World Bank went and put that report out. And there's another thing. I forgot the name of the website, but it talk about like terrorism around the world. How whoever got like the least like of terrorism. Burkina Faso is number 2 in the world because of the work that he's doing. So it's just funny to me that like how they can't attack his work, but they want to attack his character. You know, they didn't have a gold economy before.
I don't mean to cut you off. Sometimes he wear a bulletproof vest. I don't know. Sometimes you can see through his like his body side, like you can literally see that he's wearing a vest. Sometimes he take it off. So I don't know when they say he put up a lot of weight. And to tell you, this is someone he told us all the time when he monitor all the military missions. Like he spend a lot of time every day doing that. So even him in the capital, that's what he does. He loves it. He wants to know exactly what's going on, what territory we took from the terrorists. He does that every day. Right. So the idea that he's getting fat, so I don't even know where he got that from. So him not taking his military uniform tells you what he's ready to go.
Right,
he's ready to go. So that's what he's telling you. So no one forces him to do it. So if we want to, we sometimes even people tell us like, yeah, have him, tell him to remove his uniform, wear something casual. We okay with that, but he wants to. The image he's trying to portray is towards the military. Is with them. Right. That's when I ask, they say, you know what? The minute he put a civilian costume. These military who are still looking for right leadership, in Africa, when the military like try to pivot, everyone will be like, oh, now he's trying to cheat, he's trying to steal. That's why he's trying to become a civilian. You see what I'm saying? That's why he doesn't want to portray that image first. Like, nah, I'm still with you guys. Let's go and conquer our territory first, and then we can move in. So that's why he doesn't want to take it away. So Elvis, I don't know where it's coming. Like you said, you nailed it. You see, when people hit below the belt, they don't even know, because whatever the frustration that come out of not being able to land, right? Because when we come on here, I'm telling you, I will be the first. When these guys start betraying us, he start doing things that I feel like is fishy. Trust me, I will be the first to come on here and tell you, you know what? This guy is something else. I don't benefit from him being a bad. I don't benefit from him being a bad leader. You see what I'm saying? I don't benefit from. We don't want to come on here and lie to people that this is what we are doing, whereas when we look at it, we are doing something else. That's not. I don't have that kind of time. We can call a bad leader and go and move on to something else. It's not difficult.
Right.
So why would I sit on here and talk about a president who at least is moving the needle, and people don't seem to understand? When my brother from Ghana, when he was talking, right? If you look at the political party in Ghana, they have two major political parties, if I can say the least, right? It's all tribal. When you look at it, the Ashantis one side, they fight every time. They don't even have, but somehow, some way, they are peaceful. They manage the country well. They are peaceful people, but it's not. When you look into it, you see a lot of dysfunction in those places. But people don't want to talk about it. They want to come on here and talk about referendum and he is the true leader. Come on. It's based on actions. It's not based on your opinion. In America here, right? Any president can take us to war. Congress can fund the war, but the president can make a decision to take America to war. He has that right. Right? It's not going to go to who gave him that right? That's the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
St. James,
yeah, let me come in.
Can I get like 30 seconds?
Guys, hold on. Is that God's gift speaking?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, go ahead, God's gift. Go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
How you doing, Panna? How you doing? How's everyone doing?
Yeah, we're good, thank you. Yeah, we're good, thank you.
Good.
Yeah. On this topic, I'm gonna have to definitely side with Ibrahim Traore on this topic, because democracy has never worked for Africans. It's a foreign concept. Democracy is a foreign concept, and it's never gonna work. And it's we as Africans, we're a socialist. We work more on a socialist type of platform, you see. So it's always been socialist since from ancient times. We've always been a socialist, socialist continent. So democracy, that's a Western concept. And when the Westerners were first starting off to develop their countries, they started off with monarchies. Now, I've said this in my previous discussions with some of you lot, they started off with monarchies, single governments, before they moved into this ideology of democracy. Democracy is it's phony. It's a fake, two parties. And the two parties, basically it's the same thing. It's the same thing that it's a fake system. It's an absolute fake system. And they all work from one referendum, one list, and it doesn't work. It's never gonna work, because it's just a foreign, it's a foreign thing. And what we need to do as a continent is just go back to a one-party system, for quite some time, for development, in order for stability, to progress. In order for development, you need a stable government, basically. Under that two-party system, you're never going to see development, So that's why, you got places like China, they're developing because they're under, a structure. They're under one structure, and it's more effective in terms of getting your resources, getting aid to where it's needed. There's not all this talking and all this discussion on issues. It's a direct thing. So I just think democracy is not for us, and we should get rid of it. A lot of African countries should get rid of the democracy. In order to develop. Maybe at some stage, when we are developed as a continent, then we may, decide to go back to democracy. But as it stands at the moment, because we're all trying to, develop and all trying to reach up, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Anyway, I rest my case.
May I say something here?
Let me read this super chat. Jai and Zola, thank you for 499 holla. Shout out to the panel and chat. Salute to my brother, Say James and Al. Great discussion. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, what God's gift said is right to a certain extent. I'd like to add up that the fact that the system, the political system that is being created in the AS is not a Western democracy per se doesn't mean that people don't have a voice in it. And to make my point, I have to say that Traoré, in this masterclass, he described what's happening in Burkina Faso as a so-called révolution populaire progressiste, which means in English, popular progressive revolution, if I'm not mistaken. St. James, is it right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Right? And in this system, basically, he explained, I'm not making this stuff up, you can look at the whole interview, that he's basically gathering, his government has been gathering the aspiration of the people all over Burkina in order to make a program that is going to be achieved within the next years. Gonna say it again. They have been gathering all the doléances of the people in Burkina in order to define the main points of work for the coming years. So maybe everybody doesn't have a poll to go and vote, but still the aspiration are being taken in consideration. And as Gosgift said, what is going on right now in the Sahel is the fact that the people are building a modern version of a political system based on African traditional values. And people outside of the continent have to accept it. And by the way, if you want to have a perfect example of what of the reason why democracy is rejected in Africa, and it's not me saying this, by the way, I have an example to give, but people have to speak French. On in French, there is a channel, television channel that has a YouTube channel also from the French Senate. Okay, so not me, the French Senate, so the state. Okay, and the French Senate, it was I think a few months ago, they basically made a show, produced a show about why France is rejected in Africa. And in this show, you can show people interviewed in the street of all these countries in the Sahel explaining you why they reject the political system, the so-called democracy. Because in the end of the day, with the so-called democracy the Western style democracy that you have in Africa, what you get is people like Paul Biya, which is really the quintessential example of what you get in the end of the day when you have a so-called democracy, Western style in Africa. In Cameroon, where I descend, Paul Biya is now has designated or is on the way to designate his son as his vice president. And basically what he's doing is he's installing a dynasty. But if you look at Western media, especially French media, France being the country that basically gave the power to Paul Biya, if you look at how they describe Cameroon, they will never tell you it's a dictatorship. They say it's a democracy. Meanwhile, the prison in Cameroon are full of political opponents and nothing, human rights are violated every given day. There is not even a good road between the two main cities in Cameroon. But Cameroon is basically, sorry to use Donald Trump's term, but it's a shithole country, a typical shithole country, which is officially democratic. And the problem being, so long as we have this type of political system, Africa is not going to go anywhere. And I'm saying this as a Cameroonian whose family members have been trained to go back and were prevented to go there. It reached a point where in such countries, if you want to build your country, okay, I'm not even kidding, you're going to be preventing to do it. So in that case, I'd rather have Ibrahim Traoré, who he may have some flaws, he's human, or Assimi Goïta or Abdurrahman Chani, but they're taking back their country and they're developing it. And also there's something we have to always keep in mind. These things takes time. These guys have only been there since 2021, so less than 5 years. And they've been achieving already way more than the 60 year previously where we were living in so-called democracy, Western style. I rest my case.
Real fast. That was great. That was great. Real fast. Yeah, let man speak, yeah? Because he haven't spoken.
Sure. Masek hasn't spoken yet? Oh, go ahead, Masek. My bad.
All right, give me 1 second. Hold on. Like 5 seconds, hold on. what was I saying? So I was saying pretty much back to IB, back to what the other dude was saying about because Elvis was saying something about how when IB took power the first time, I guess there was no issue, but now people trying to overthrow him, and now he's having an issue. The issue is not him getting overthrown. People love IB, not just in Burkina Faso and Mali, Niger, Africa, the whole goddamn world. If people had saw that AS summit, in fact, I sent brother Dinus the video. I think it was like 300,000 or 500,000 people at the AS summit. Did anyone see that video?
Yeah, I saw both of them. You talk about the first one they had in Niger?
No, it was the second one.
No, the second one in Bamako?
Yeah, it was like almost like 500,000 people. Unbelievable. It's like some numbers that I've never even seen before. But that being said, like I said, he should be judged based on his work, and he's been doing a phenomenal job. Look at the military. The military is stronger than ever, right?
By the way, just shortly to something that I always say, I'm sorry, but there was a French journal, okay, named Jeune Afrique, that led some poll in the sub-region, in countries that are outside of the IS, to see what percentage of the population viewed the IS in a positive light. I'm always bringing this, but it has to be said, okay? And the countries where the IS had the lowest scores were Senegal and Ivory Coast. Senegal was the one with the lowest scores, and even in Senegal, which is a country, I'm sorry to say that, it is renowned to have a pretty high amount of house Negroes, right? So sorry, I mean, yeah.
Hey, hold on, hey.
Adonis, let him go there.
Let that one slide, Dinus.
Okay, sorry.
Is it dirty Pan-Africanist? He's broke, Dinus. You know, these Pan-Africans, they're dirty and broke.
My people in Senegal, man, they love themselves some. Okay, I'm not gonna go there.
Okay, so my point was, even in Senegal, where you could expect that people are against the AS, 66% of the population, the lowest score in the region, 66% of the population view the IS in the positive light. 69 in Ivory Coast, which is the second sellout countries in the region. So if you have such cause, right? And Benin, by the way, no, it was Togo. Togo was 70%, 70 plus. Same thing in Benin. And I'm talking once again. I repeat, Jeune Afrique is a publication, a media that is literally linked to the French foreign government. So it's not me, Wilfried the Dweeb, saying this. Okay, if you have such high scores, legitimacy is there even without elections. And for instance, for those who are interested, there is a German political institute named Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. So Stiftung in German means institute. Okay, so the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung has been making polls for more than 10 years in Mali in order to assess the how the government is viewed, right? And till this day, every year, the Malian government, for instance, so it's in the IS, doesn't go under 80% since Assimi Goïta has been taking power. So, I mean, at some point, yes, democracy, Western style is good for Western countries, okay? And I'm not a hypocrite, okay? I'm living in the West. I'm glad that we have a democracy, but it's that's the kind of political system that fit the West. It doesn't fit everybody in this world. Ask the Chinese if they want a Western style democracy, they will tell you no, because they found their own system.
Okay. I mean, I think why I don't know why you criticize Senegal a lot. I mean, Senegal, if there is one country in West Africa, you know, if there's two countries in West Africa, we should give the blight and say, okay, yeah, we understand. Even if you might not be fan of democracy, we should actually say, right, they done all right. It's Senegal and Ghana. You know, they have exchanged power between, you know, over the years, and they have managed to develop and have cohesion in the country. Let's be fair.
No,
So
we
you
are
can't.
fair.
Once again, Ghana, I have nothing to say about Ghana, but Senegal, there is a normal people.
We are fair. But what I was talking about, we are fair before an election. When election time comes in Senegal, just watch this chain of event in Senegal. That's what I was saying. I'm against them because they're somehow, some way, they manage to have an election every 4 years or 5 years, and they kind of have a stable nation. I give that to them. But when every time they go through an election, it's a chaos there. Let's not leave that part out. It's there.
Yeah.
It's
easy to say you have an election. It's easy to say you have an election when you basically put when you take away the candidates you don't want to run. And this is exactly what's going on in Senegal, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Benin, in Cameroon. Ghana, I don't have anything to say about Ghana. Ghana is legit.
Let's stick to Cameroon, please. I think Senegal and Ghana are doing all right. Let's stick to Cameroon. Why are you tolerating?
Senegal and Ghana are not the same.
I was trying to respond to Wilfred regarding Cameroon. We can blame the situation in Cameroon, right? But we are Francophone Africans. I give credit to the Cameroonians because they kept their foot on the gas when it comes to Pan-Africanism. I give them that. You have the Franklin Yamsi, you got the Natalie Yams.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Cameroonian, they haven't lost hope.
Exactly. And it is something that people who are not in Francophone space do not understand. If you see everything you see in IS, all these presidents have been highly influenced by Cameroonian intellectuals. That's the paradox with Cameroon.
That's correct.
Okay? That's something that also has to be said. Thank you, St. James. St. James.
Okay, my point is, Senegal managed under democracy. They managed to exchange power. They managed to have clean tap water and provide electricity and kept the peace. They're surrounded by a war zone. Okay, and they managed to keep that. So you gotta give them credit for that.
No, we do. We give them credit. No, if I have to sound great, I give them 95. I give him 95.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I give him 95.
Yeah, thank you, St. James. And I mean, Cameroon. Come on, man. Since Aïdjo passed away, when the French kicked him out, and he died in Senegal.
Aïdjo was a Senegal himself.
No, I don't want to hear it. Don't stop me. Let me speak.
I'm not defending Paul Biya. I don't know what your problem is.
No, to me, you're not criticizing Paul Biya enough when you come here, but you beat around the bush. You don't.
Are you serious?
You don't.
Are you serious?
I want you to.
Every time
you talk about Paul Biya. The only thing he said about Paul Biya today. Oh, he's trying to leave a dynasty. He's trying to make sure his son, stay. That's the only thing he said. But you're not being critical like how other people are critical about their nation. You're not.
You serious?
I'm sorry. I haven't heard that today. I haven't heard that today.
No. Stop. There is a moment I have never said anything positive about Cameroon, about Paul Biya.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did say anything.
Yeah, so what's your problem? So what's the problem? You literally talking as if I'm defending this guy. Are you serious? I'm offended. Yes. No, calm down.
Calm down.
I don't calm down. You insinuating. I haven't criticized Paul Biya enough.
I haven't.
Is the topic Cameroon? The topic is the IS. That's what I'm talking about. The IS. I'm not like you. Nigerians who always hijack the show and talk about Nigeria. But Nigeria is not the topic. The topic is IS. I talk about the IS.
Oh, I'm not Nigerian, but anyway. I'm just saying I want to hear more. Constructive criticism.
The topic is
Hold on. That's true. We talked about. That's true. But I want to hear you say something that what should be the solution in Cameroon also, because yes, they're solving their problem. What should be the solution in Cameroon? And also, we have the longest.
If you want to hear me talk about Cameroon, Dynast make a video named a situation in Cameroon. I can't even fathom what you're talking about. Because you guys, I'm sorry to have to say about it, but like you did earlier, You've been talking about Nigeria for literally 45 minutes. Nigeria is not the topic of the video. I'm not the kind of guy doing this. I stay to the topic.
No,
what are you talking about? No. I don't like what you're doing there. If you want to criticize me about something like this, then you have to be you have to do it the right way. Let's talk. Let's say we talk now. The topic is Cameroon. Then I'm going to talk about Cameroon. Don't talk to me as if I refuse to talk about it. What the hell are you doing?
Wow. Okay, what we're doing here, we're talking about how the West, the outside, not only the West, how other countries have infiltrated our leaders, like your leader Paul Biya. Okay, not just Nigeria, not just Cameroon, not just Sierra Leone, not just Liberia, every other country.
Bro, nobody talk about. I don't know.
You have to stick to the topic, man. You have to stick to the topic.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sticking to the topic. The guy is accusing me of not doing about talking about Cameroon. What the hell is this? Wow, God damn it! I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Okay, no, I know why you're angry, but I understand why you're not happy. That's cool, but that's part.
I'm angry because you're talking shit. What are you talking about? My God, every time I open my mouth on this show about Cameroon, it was to diss Paul Biya, and you come here and tell that I'm not talking about it enough. And you know what I'm thinking here? I think you have a problem with me, and you don't know how basically to hit me, and you have to find this angle. This is ridiculous, really. The topic is AS. Whoa! No, I can't stand the kind of stuff.
Maybe you haven't met him before. He talks about
Jesus
Cameroon.
Christ. Jesus, I can't believe it.
Maybe you haven't met him before.
No, okay, I haven't. We're talking about sellout leaders, right? And people who have sold out, and we mentioned.
Yeah, and I said Paul Biya is a quintessential example of that. Haven't you heard? I said it several times today. What are you talking about?
All right,
then listen to what I'm saying. No, I don't calm down. I can't stand this kind of stuff. What is this guy? What are you talking about here?
All right, okay, I'll pass the mic. Oh, monsieur, calm down, man. You see, is how we touch you now when you get to other people, like they're very good at criticizing others, but when you point the torch on them, ooh, how dare you? But anyway, the problem is
you can't say it, bro. You're lying.
To be fair, I did hear him criticize Paul Biya.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so yeah, all I'm saying is we need to focus on the sellouts. I mean, the sellouts are there. A lot of our leaders are the slave masters. I said this before. All these leaders that we have in the continent are sellout, and we cannot keep blaming the Westerners, the Russians or the Americans or the Europeans. The problem lies in our leaders. These are the same people who is the same mentality, our chiefs and our kings had during slave days in the plantation. They're still selling us out. They're selling our life away. They're loaning our life. They're selling us. Basically, if you look at most of these countries, they're IMF trapped. They're trapped by massive loan. They can't pay. Like for example, in my country, people pay for electricity, but they don't even get light. Can you imagine that? They pay for electricity, they don't get light. Every month you have to pay. Can you just picture that, bro? So you basically
Africa. That's a great point. That is a great point, right? Look at our country, Sierra Leone, right? Because to me, I don't support both parties.
Don't blame Bill though, because Bill is not the root cause of the problem. Please.
Hold on. I said I do not support both parties. That's why I said that. But the system is designed for us to lose. Because if you look at it, right, in a country like Sierra Leone, very small country, right? We got rain, we got rivers and all that, right? So many things, hill, sunlight, and everything, right? We could take advantage of our energy massively, right? But then, so-called leaders, they act like they don't see these things. They act like, they don't know how to create these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know how to, because we do have a dam, but the dam was built, probably 60 years ago, and then the British built it for us, right? If you look at it 60 years ago, probably our population was, less than 2 million people. But now our population is, 7 million people? So common sense, we were supposed to extend our dam years ago. Not just common sense. But then when you have these leaders, right, their mindset, They're not about, developing the country. And then why would I
Mm.
come up here, right? Living in Western country, right? Benefit of the system that my people did not build in America, but they complain when another leader is trying to do the same thing to benefit their people. This is what I don't understand about saying Africans do. You understand me, right? Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you come to a Western country, right, you live there, right? Your people did not build the dam that you get lights and all that, right? The pipes, through the city and stuff like that, right? My people did not build it, but I do benefit from it because every time when I go inside a house and I turn on the faucet, water comes on. So what about African leaders that refuses for years, and then it's just this complaint, this lies, this still, this complaint, this stills, right? And then when you have somebody that at least have the mindset of something like that, but then our same people comes and talk down and make up all type of things when you did not even build such a thing as well. That's to me, that's what drives me crazy. That's what drives me crazy. Because at the end of the day, we cannot live like this for the next 50 more years, or we are done as people. If we don't come and be honest with ourselves, and truly be honest with ourselves, and say, you know what, we deserve better. That's why that's why sometimes when FBA talk down on us, we deserve it. We deserve it, man.
You deserve it.
We're saying black
it.
people in America, right, say a lot of things. We deserve it. We deserve it, man. Because look at how two hours ago, a couple Africans come up here and telling us about, so-called democracy, when his own people in his own country cannot even have, 24-hour lights, cannot even have 24-hour water.
And guess what?
Right?
Guess what? He's one of the first people I would say, oh, we blame he's a Muslim. When we know that Liberia is a majority Christian, Muslim Christian country, we know. It's a majority Christian country, and also they're highly Liberia are one of the countries who successfully fought the people who came to develop their land. How can you imagine that? The African Americans in the diaspora who came and built a sophisticated economy in Liberia and help them and educate them and actually show them, how to live in a modern way and educate themselves. They fought them out. Can you imagine that?
But besides even that, right? As you mentioned, right? Which I do agree to, to a certain extent, right? But some of these presidents that are in Liberia, right? Some of them are pastors and bishops as well. You know that, right?
Yeah,
you know that, right?
And
at the same time, some of these prime ministers as well, they are hiring people within the Christian organization as well. But
I know,
we don't see them being a test about so-called Christian democracy and all these things. Because I know for sure, if Liberia was developed there where it used to be, you would see Sierra Leoneans migrate to Liberia. You would see Guineans migrate to Liberia. You would see Ghanaians migrate to Liberia. But it's none of these things.
Did you hear what CD said to you? Did you hear what CD said the last time? CD said to you when the African American last president died, he said his father cried because it was the end of Liberia. Okay, and we know for a fact. But I'm just saying. But it's a fact. We know when Second Stephen took over power in Sierra Leone, it was the end of Sierra Leone. It's when the Creole people influence started, diminishing in the country. When the Creole people was running Sierra Leone, the country was top notch. The education system, they run all the institutions. Whether they're Muslim or Christian, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. But they ran that country well, and they built the first university, modern day university in the entire African continent, and they help other people. They even actually help Lagos. Diana can tell you that. They even help build Lagos today. And in fact, the last time we were talking about whether Anthony Joshua is a Fulani or a Yoruba, and yes, he's a Yoruba, but he's actually linked also to the Taros. The Toro people of Lagos, these are the people who migrated to Sierra Leone, who are the Yorubas. So you see, we have Sierra Leone, small country Sierra Leone and Liberia have helped a lot through Pan-Africanism. These are the people who used to practice Pan-Africanism, not just talking. Yeah.
Africa is too easy to fix. It is too easy to
fix. It's easy, man. Honestly, it's easy if we have the people out there.
I talked to one of the Fulani people, right? He tell me something. He said, look, some of these Africans, right, when they corrupt, they basically I'll put it like this, right? He's a Fulani nationalist, right? He believes that everything
This
for
is some people I don't have time for, bro.
hold on. I'm coming to a point. Listen, listen
Yeah.
careful, right? He said
Yeah.
Africa is corrupt, right? Africa is like the jungle, right? It's a jungle. If
Yeah.
you don't protect yourself, somebody else will come eat you up. You understand me, right? He said
Yeah.
he'd rather be the person that's on the table, not the person that's on the mill. So technically, you understand me, right? So if you look at it now, what basically he's trying to say is, if you are corrupt, I could be 10 times corrupt than you. But don't get mad with my corruption benefit my people. You understand me, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It's just in the sense that what you're trying to say is, if Africans are ready to fix Africa, I'm willing to work with them. But if they not, and then they pretend as if they want to fix Africa, but what they want to do is they want to replace whoever it's not their people for them to be in front of the shoe, right? So then now they could be in line, okay, giving you orders, blah, blah, and then be as corrupt, right? And then he said he's not going to allow that. He's not going to allow that. Africa is too big to get fixed.
Hey, guys, let me pass the mic to shaking my head. SMH, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
I don't even know where to start, honestly. Like 90% of the stuff I'm hearing on here now is a bunch of idiotic stuff, idiotic argument. The Africa dude is like a weirdo. Honestly, I'm not quite sure where to start, but I'll start with this. I don't think. I mean, I'm happy about what AES is doing, but unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Because you need a philosophy behind the stuff that you push out, right? Especially in politics, right? You need a philosophy that can help push out the idea that you want once you're dead, right? And that's the problem we have in Africa. We pretty much a bunch of colonies who are just pretty much trying to work out what the colonial masters and the Europeans left us back in the days, right? But it's not going to go anywhere because there's no true philosophy behind it. We had a bunch of those before. We had Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso back in the days. We had I don't know, in Libya, Gaddafi, all of them. It didn't go anywhere, right? And they were a lot smarter. They had a lot more resources. They had a bunch of gas and oil. It didn't go anywhere because once the West gets tired of your rhetoric, they can just find a sellout, send in the money and the guns, and get you out, and nobody's gonna do anything about it. So I'm not quite sure. Like I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. That's my first point. Second point is I'm just tired of this like FBA rhetoric, all this like infighting, black people fighting Africans fighting British, the black British fighting Africans. I mean, this is idiotic. It's so idiotic it makes zero sense. That's literally the problem with black people in general, right? The problem with black people is that we always fight each other, right? And it's understandable. It's natural for us to fight each other because we're human, right? It's a competitive thing. The Europeans fought each other and all that. But our problem is that we have no choice but to work together because everybody else hates us. The Arabs hate us. The Asians somewhat work with us, but they still hate us. They still view us as inferior, right? Because we have no philosophy. We just a bunch of dogs running around following everybody else way of thinking. The Europeans, of course, hate us the most for some reason, right? But for some reason, we want to attach ourselves so bad with the Europeans, so bad, right? And I think that's what's going on with the FBA thing. I think that's why it really took off in America because it was always a big thing, a big secret in America is the self-hatred, the I don't like myself, I don't like being African, so the Tariq just hit the right spot at the perfect moment. So I'm like shocked when I see a lot of these YouTubers now who are following this rhetoric. I mean, it's so idiotic to me. It makes zero sense. I don't even know where to start. And I think another thing is the problem with black people in general, right? So you would meet two types of black people, in my opinion, right? You meet the idealist, you meet the person that find that. How do I put this? You find the person that hates everything about being black or African or anything like that, or you meet a pro-black person that believes everything is perfect. Africa was perfect. Africa had all these like technology, all these like armies, all this stuff back in the days, but somehow they lost the wars to Europe, to the Europeans, right? Somehow, right? They lost so many fights and so many wars to the Europeans. Yeah, because we weren't advanced technologically. We couldn't keep up with the Europeans. And it's okay. It's okay to admit it. And I think that's my main problem too, right? It's okay to admit we won we lost the war. Like, why would the Europeans give us reparation? Like, where in what world have you ever seen somebody beat you up, kill you, like take over your place, and then you ask for some sort of reparation and they'll give it to you? Like, where in the history of the world, right, where someone lost the war and for some reason you have to pay him something for losing the war? It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. And that goes back to my point, right? Like, the Europeans are pretty much dangling this like weird reparation like rhetoric. It's not going to happen, right? And black people are ready to fight each other, kill each other to the end of the day. I mean, to literally until there's nobody left because of this little bit of money. Money isn't real, right? It's not a real thing anymore, right? It's anyway. I don't. I have too much stuff to go into.
I'm gonna partially respond to you before you. Just one question. I got a couple of questions for you, right? Can I ask a couple of questions to the brother that was speaking? If it's done. If you're not done, I'll let you know. Speak. That's fine.
Hello, I'm done.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. I mean, let's say James asks a question. I'll pass to you, Louis.
Okay. So America wasn't built overnight, right? The UK wasn't built overnight. All these powerful countries that we talk about today that we're enjoying, they didn't build overnight, right?
Right.
So when someone is taking the step towards the right direction, why are you telling us that you don't believe the philosophy? Before Gaddafi died, he has the best country in Africa. Is that a fact or not? Let me get to. We can learn from mistakes, right? Like what America, like I said, America wasn't built overnight. So when someone is taking the step towards no, there is a philosophy there. Maybe you haven't read it. It's there. So when he said, we have to reconceptualize democracy to fit ourselves, that's a philosophy too. So these are right. So when he's doing that, you yourself don't speak on that. You want to see the failure on the long run. That's basically that. You say you don't trust it. You say you don't. It's not going to go nowhere. You say it's not going to go nowhere.
Do you know what? I'm going to respond to him, but I just pass it.
Before we get to the sellout, right? Before we get to the sellout, the first step that you have to take first, you have to have a team. What's your team? If you are team A, B, and C, you have to give all you have to your team. You understand? You don't throw rock at your team and say, I'm part of the team. That's what a lot of people do. You have to be a critic, but you cannot say this is not going to go nowhere while the person is taking the steps and it's not complete. Africa, the AES is not complete. It's not a complete situation.
Like little kids, literally.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Hey, bro. Hey, Donis, I'm not taking personal insults, man. Thank you.
Let me come in. Let me come in.
Like, see, that's my point. Yeah. People are like little kids, right? Like little kids, little emotional kids. That's a really critical thing for a few.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, you're contradicting yourself.
You sat here. You said they have no
you're contradicting yourself.
They do have a philosophy. But you think changing the names of the streets from the French colonialists to African indigenous names, from changing the roles from the judges to traditional clothing, from saying, "Hey, we're gonna build the roads. Hey, we're gonna create jobs." That's not a philosophy to you? Because
Do you know what? Some people, let me tell you, some people come here, some people come on there, they don't have no
country that's
objective.
doing that?
Man,
I mean, can you name
Manta,
another country that's doing that?
I don't even know what they're talking about, bro. I didn't even say any of
Manta,
that.
You
Manta, some people have.
you sat here, you said Burkina Faso has no philosophy. If they don't
That's
have no
not what I said.
philosophy,
See, that's not what I said. That's my
everyone
point.
sat here and
Hey,
heard you say they didn't have
What did I say?
philosophy. It's not working.
guys, don't put your energy behind this dude, bro.
Yeah,
I'm being honest,
that's what I
man.
said.
Don't
I'm
do
not,
it.
yeah,
That's not what I said.
yeah,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay,
That's
but
not what I
anyway,
said.
but you sat here, you literally
I want
said
to hear
that you said
the
the
Ghanaian, man.
philosophy of
I want
Burkina
to hear the
Faso is
Ghanaian.
not working. And
I
and
never said that. I never even mentioned Burkina Faso.
apparently, I guess everyone is just dumb, deaf, and blind because we all heard what you said. Everyone
Not,
he came here
I never even
accusing
mentioned Burkina
people of.
Faso.
He
So
came
that's how
here doing the same thing he's accusing other people of doing.
idiotic stuff. I never even mentioned Burkina Faso one time. I said
You
AES.
literally just said that, like,
Yeah,
yo,
the
I
AES.
swear to God,
Yeah.
you just literally said that Burkina Faso has no philosophy.
I told you, the more energy you put on this guy, the more battery you put on his back. He has nothing to
You're a
share.
liar.
Nothing.
I
Yes.
think
I know.
positive mindset, you know. Saying you're a liar.
Let Louis come on, please. Yeah,
I literally said the AES. There's no philosophy behind what the AES is doing, which is great.
Okay,
amazing.
They provided a philosophy, some philosophy to you as an example, but you still repeating yourself. So that means you're not even on here to listen. You want to hear just
What are you
talk.
talking about? What philosophy is that? Building roads, that's a philosophy.
Having a goal refining philosophy.
I think Louis is waiting for. I think Louis.
His name is not philosophy. Having local manufacturing is not a philosophy.
No, that's not a philosophy, dickhead. That's my point.
You don't know what you're talking.
You don't know what you're
Hey, Donis,
hold on, guys.
It's a lot of personals over here.
Hold on. This is the host talking. Estimate. Hey, hold on, estimate.
You don't know what.
I gotta mute you. Like, let's not do the name calling. We're doing so good. Go ahead, Prince Louis. Go ahead.
Hello, Dennis. This is Brad. We love your show, but don't let your show become a mouthpiece for dictatorship on the continent. Okay. I've been listening 2.5 hours. All I'm hearing, anybody dare says anything against AES. Oh my God, they're down on the floor. But I'm not gonna say too much. You know, they choose to go that way.
I want you to say too much because we're all here today. Let's do.
Right. Listen, you know me.
Defense package.
Okay.
Hey, guys, let him talk. Go ahead.
Listen, Ben Pussy, right? Don't let me go there, all right?
Oh my goodness, Dinus. Come on, man.
I'm gonna use that name. Hey, no respect. Thank you very much, man. I like that name.
Hello. Do you want me to give you the beat and I gave to CD yesterday?
Please do, bro. Please do. You know how we handle our business in the Sahel. You've been knowing that. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, big
Louis, loud
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Defense
Hey, Dinus. Can I tell something to Dinus? Dinus, there is a video out there, right? No. Before we speak, right?
It's my time to speak, bitch.
Donis.
Hold on. Look, we got to stop the name calling, okay? We got to stop the name calling. All right. Louis, no name calling. All right. No one interrupt because we got to close out soon. And then we got 1 hour and 30 minutes, and Trump said he's going to nuke the planet anyway. So, y'all, we got 1 hour and 30 minutes.
We'll be out of
here. So, go ahead, Louis.
I want to get stand up. And this man's trying to shut me down already. That's how they're treating the people in Burkina Faso. That's the way they want to go. That's up to you, lot. Well, I don't care. We're at different levels in Africa anyway. So if the Burkina Faso boys want to go that way, something we went down 15 years, 20 years ago, that's fine. Let them do their thing. All right? All I'm going to say is
black,
this.
Dickhead.
Right? Who are you speaking to?
Oh, my God. Shut up, man. No, I want to hear you. Shit.
I come from a successful country
Africa,
called
you're a retard, bro. Trust me, I don't even want to get into it with you, bro. You're a retard.
Ghana, bitch.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Hold on.
That's it.
We're not, guys.
This is
yeah. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Louis.
Okay, they're so afraid of anybody saying anything that's obvious. They want to shut you down quick. You ain't gonna do that to me, bitch. Okay, when you got success, we will talk. in a couple of years' time, we'll talk, see how well things are playing out for you. But at the moment, I'm not going to knock you. Okay? All I'm saying as a Ghanaian, I don't want to see none of your Islamic bullshit in my country. Keep your Islamic bullshit, your poverty-stricken Islam that's brought nothing but fucking poverty to Africa, keep it to yourself. Don't be bringing it to Ghana. Because we're going to take that shit to you. We are tired of Islam in Africa. It's brought nothing but poverty. You stupid blacks still want to follow that shit. That's up to you. That's what I'm going to say, Donis. It's a nice question.
Donis, can I respond to it?
Go ahead.
Peacefully.
Go ahead.
When we say some Ghanaians are not Pan-Africanism, do you see what he said? Is not religious tolerant, is tribal. That's what I just told you, that the political party in Ghana is toxic.
Yeah,
and that creates those kind of people.
Hold on, say James, but 1 second. But Louis, northern Ghana is predominantly Islamic.
I know that's what they said. He said we don't want that. What he means, his own people are Muslim. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So he was brought to the UK as a kid, right? Donis, he said he doesn't want to be interrupted. He can't even respect his own,
Thank you.
What I'm saying, the more you listen to some Ghanaians, right? Not all, great Ghanaians, like you said, Northern Ghana, they are my people, right? The Zongo community, shout out to them. Donis,
let him speak, Louis, please.
But when you hear people like this guy, right, Prince Louis, you need to take the prince out of his name because he represents nothing. Nothing. He's just a lonely guy in the UK who's been delusional about others people. When you talk about success, Louis, me and you, let's go toe-to-toes. How much did the Ghanaian government get from the revenue on gold compared to Burkina Faso? Let's do the numbers. How much did you guys get from your gold last year? No, let's go. You said if you see success, you will talk. Let's compare how much the Ghanaian government made from their gold revenue compared to Burkina. Let's do it. Let's do it. No, it's not, bro. You said you see some success.
You're led by a 30-year-old fucking
God damn it. Adonis, you see, Africans, right? They're afraid of evidence. I'm not saying Ghana is not doing better than Burkina Faso, but I'm pointing out success, right? He doesn't want to talk about it. Louis, put your camera on and show how much Ghana made from their revenue on gold compared to Burkina Faso this year. You see who got more.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And also, you start and criticize the Muslim countries. Sierra Leone was a majority Muslim country who actually invested a lot in educating your people in Ghana and Nigeria.
Sierra Leone is trash.
Now after the war, yes, dummy. But before the war, we invested. Go and Google it.
You like
oh God, look at you. You sound gay to me, bro. So I don't really talk to orange and orange men and also rainbow color. You sound like you sound like a tranny, bro.
I don't interrupt tranny. Donis, be careful. Be careful. Anybody who's Pan-African, anybody who's Pan-African heading to Ghana has to be afraid about these guys like Prince Louis.
Like you won't talk to me like that in person, bro.
Man, that's a match, man. You got problem with everybody. What's going on with you, bro? Everybody today.
You got mental issues. You got problems inside.
Africa is like a mentally retarded child. Him and
okay, you said you know what?
Okay.
You know what? You know what, SMH? You know what, SMH? You said that 10 times. We heard you.
Can I say something real quick? St. James.
No, I have to make sure you heard me, bro. Because like he's retarded.
Hold on. Let me speak something real quick.
All right, okay.
Real quick, man.
Happy?
It's funny
how.
It's funny
I'm glad.
Okay. It's funny how some Ghanaians come up here. And then they want to bring up the north of Ghana, saying that we're trying to protect ourselves because of the Muslims, right? All these other things, right? I mean, if you're trying to protect yourself, right? Why do you need the white man then? And then you're talking about Burkina Faso. Why do you need the white man then?
No. Ben. The president right now, the president that he was praising is he Muslim? Is a Dramani Muslim? Is a Dramani Muslim?
He didn't try to go to Russia, you cunt. He didn't try to go to Russia. You fucking
Look at our
assholes.
grown man. Look at our grown man. Look at our grown man speak in the UK.
Louis, let me finish
Louis,
my
you're
last
gonna
Louis.
you're gonna get kicked out in a minute, Louis. Louis, you're gonna get kicked out, you know.
Give me 30
Islamic,
seconds. 30
Islamic
seconds. 30
fundamentalists. That's what you
seconds.
fuckers are.
30 seconds.
You're
Louis,
a
Louis,
30 seconds. You
your
go back.
landlord is gonna evict you tomorrow, bro. Your landlord is gonna evict you
You can go
tomorrow.
back. Louis, you can go back. Scream and holler.
Hey,
You can go back, scream and holler. But
you
let me
went
finish
to
my
Russia,
thoughts.
a Christian country,
finish
not
my
a Muslim
thoughts.
country.
Prince
You went to
Louis,
Russia, a Christian
you're a
country,
fake. You're a
not
fake
Muslim
prince,
country.
right? You
went
came
to
on here.
Russia,
If you
you
see
went to
success,
Russia,
you
Islamic
said
Let me finish my thoughts, Louis.
Islamic
no.
Let me finish my
Guys,
thoughts,
Islam's
Louis.
gonna kill you lot. You
guys,
stupid.
guys,
Islam wants to
Let me
kill
finish
you
my
lot.
thoughts.
The biggest slave trader in the history of the world.
guys.
Can I
Mecca
finish
was
my
the
thoughts?
biggest slave trading market in the world.
Can I
And you
come in
dumb
real
blacks
quick?
who follow them.
Can I just come in real quick? Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Look, yeah, I think
No, please,
we need
bro,
to
please,
approach
please.
things.
I don't
Look,
want to hear what you got to say, bro. Please stop, please. You too
look,
dumb, bro. Like, please stop.
I think we need to
Hey,
approach things
Donis,
more
can you
positively.
save SMH, man? He's having a mental breakdown, man. Can we save him?
It's funny. It's when you listen
Well,
to his
guys, let me
voice,
read this super chat.
you can tell he's not
Yeah,
mentally
let me
right.
read this super chat. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. It's Ghana versus Burkina now. Now, how do we get here?
Listen, I swear this is meant to be a
Because you know
Pan-African.
why?
It's meant to
Because
be a
you know why?
Pan-African channel.
Ghana.
Yo,
Man, Ghana
shut up for
got
a
so
second.
scared.
Shut up for a second. Hold on.
Ghana
Be
got so
quiet. Be
scared
quiet.
of
Be
Burkina
quiet.
Faso.
Hold on.
Ghana got so scared of Burkina Faso.
Guys. Once at a time. Once at a time, man.
Hold on. Look, I swear this is meant to be a Pan-African channel, you know?
Exactly.
I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what this is between Ghana and Burkina Faso.
No, it's not between. Somebody just hit the link. Somebody just hit the link and he's trying to make it about Ghana.
It has been overtaken by Islamic fundamentalists.
It's petty.
It has been
It's a petty
overtaken
thing.
by
It's not going
Islamic
anywhere.
fundamentalists, and we ain't gonna allow
It's
that.
not going anywhere.
No,
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
Your personal.
We got something for it.
Listen,
Louis, make
it's
your
not
point.
a
Louis, make your
personal
point.
thing.
Yeah.
It's not a
Yeah, go
personal
on.
issue. Do you understand? It's not a
Thank
personal.
you.
This discussion doesn't involve
I agree.
around personal ideologies.
St. James makes it
I agree.
personal.
Okay.
No. Stop it.
You wanna
What
bring
you're
it
Louis,
down?
calm down, bro.
I
What
deal
you're
with it.
doing? Calm down.
Louis, you know I got time for you, bro.
down.
Calm down. You know I got time for you, bro.
Let me tell
calm
you
down.
something. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
We have to have a positive mind frame. Do you understand? Yeah, we have to have a positive
yeah.
mind frame on what you.
Right.
It's like what you project. Yeah, you know, if you're projecting negativity, that's what's gonna come out. You have to project positivity. Do you understand? So, I mean, the way I look at it, yeah, the way I look at things is that at the moment, as it stands, like Africa is still under some type of colonization, and you can see it. You can just see that from the discussions with Tinubu. He's not in the right frame of mind. Do you understand? He can't coordinate properly. Yeah, he's and you can just tell if you like open up your eyes and just do your research. You can just tell there's still some type of force behind
him. Yes.
these political elites and everything else. And I mean, I can only just praise the Sahel. We can only just praise them because they're trying, you know, and to come out of that, to come out of that type of system, to come on top of that, it takes a massive effort. You know what I'm saying? And it's the pressure that that's on the Sahel and them three leaders is a phenomenal pressure. Do you understand? Yeah. So for them to like break out and try and do stuff by themselves, we have to give them all the praise. Do you understand? Because it's a big thing. It's a big thing, and a lot of leaders have tried. A lot of leaders have tried, and a lot of leaders have failed. So it's like we have to have a positive mind frame towards them. You know what I'm saying? All this petty stuff is not going anywhere. Do you understand? One thing I want to say as well Right. This is to my
guys. Hold on. Real quick news. Trump. So there's a 2-week ceasefire, completely reopening Strait of Hormuz. So Trump, Trump did his thing, kind of.
What a shame.
Wow. 2 weeks ceasefire, all gonna come down. So Dynasty, I'll give it the credit for that.
Trump is a funny guy. I mean,
I give it the credit, bro.
Trump's an interesting guy, man.
Anyway, let me finish up.
Nah, we knew he wasn't going to do that.
No, but
let me finish up.
He got
his deal.
2 weeks. He got a deal.
Yeah. Let me finish up.
Are you sure that's official? Dennis, are you sure that's official? Are you sure that's official, Dennis?
I'm sure.
Are you sure that's
we have to go and check that out. But anyway, let me finish up.
Look, it seemed like it. I'm watching it from the outside.
Look, this is for
guys. Let's have the host. Let's have the host regulate, right?
Let me finish.
No, guys. Let me finish. Dennis, you said this was an interesting conversation. Did we take a shot at Ghana based on what you hear?
No, we didn't take a shot at Ghana.
Yes, you did.
Let me just finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
Now, man.
Look,
please, no
let
more
me finish.
Please, I'm praying.
Dennis.
I can't take it, please.
No, Dennis, can I say this and I'll let you guys speak? Dennis, there is a video. No, just 1 second. 1 second.
No, hold on. Let me finish. You didn't let me finish. That's rude.
Okay.
You didn't let me finish. But last thing I want to say, this is for the Black Americans, our brothers, and FBAs as well, whatever they want to call themselves. The thing I have to say is,
FBA is a hate call. Please don't mix both, but sure.
Look, I said Black Americans and FBAs, so it's both parties, So basically, all I have to say is, with Black Americans, FBAs, they've been at the forefront of Black progression. So we have to give them,
That's a fact.
Their due credit.
I said that all along.
Look, they brought a lot of Black people into consciousness. They brought a lot of Black people into consciousness, and they've contributed massively to the progression of Black people. And
hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean? They brought a bunch of a lot of Black people into consciousness.
Yes, they have. We have to be
No, explain yourself.
Yes, they did.
As if Africans they weren't conscious. Come on now.
No. Look, don't you understand? Most of your leaders got that ideology.
Let me say this.
Most of them.
Let me say this.
Hold on.
Do you know? People. Hold on.
Make a point. Let me come off the ban. Make a point. I'll come off the ban.
Why you always going to argue about things?
No, ban. Let me just say something. Ban. Let him land.
Americans, man. You live in England.
No.
You live in England.
What do you mean? I'm being factual. I'm being factual. I'm being realistic.
You're not being factual.
Yes, I am being factual. Because most of your leaders, they got their ideologies from Black Americans.
The Caribbeans and the Africans in England. That's what you need to focus on. That's what.
That's not what I need. Stop being silly.
Brother,
the Caribbeans
brother, man, just land it.
What are you talking about? I'm just stating something. What I'm stating, there's nothing wrong with that.
No. You're taking it too far.
No. What do you mean I'm taking what too far?
You taking it too far.
Let me just look. What I mean, what I'm trying to say. So you don't follow.
Stop talking about FBAs, Black Americans, man. Because you know why? You live all the way down in England.
Look at your voice.
What about the Caribbeans and the Africans, man? Please.
Look at your voice.
Okay,
you got an American voice, blood.
No, it's out there, man.
That's what we're talking about. Your lingo is American.
Because it seems like
your lingo is fucking American, bro.
Bang.
Your lingo is American.
You said something. If you disagree, let's move on. We're not gonna leave here.
No. I'm being factual. So
I get your point.
You don't follow Michael Jordan. You don't follow LeBron James. You don't follow.
We have to put our energy where it matters. We have to put our energy where it matters.
What are you talking about? Listen,
God, are you landing? Because I was going after you.
Man, we heard you long enough, bitch. We're not hear you. Fucking hell, 2.5
Okay.
hours.
Okay. Hey, Dennis.
to say.
I want to talk after God gift.
Let me read the super chat.
I want to talk after God gift.
Okay, let me read this super chat. Lion
Oh,
Champion
sure.
587. Thank you for the 499 pound. Why hasn't anyone challenged Dynas about that Celine video about Dynas lies about AS and Molly?
That's a fact.
You responded.
I responded yesterday. Thank you for the super chat. All right, go ahead.
No, you see, Dennis, what we're having, right?
No, it's not your turn.
I'm not gonna take it there with this guy. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see why? Yeah, man.
I can't talk.
Please, let's not come on
Dennis, please regulate this guy, man.
All right, hold on, Lewis. Let's say James has a minute. And after his minute, you can retort. Lewis, give him a minute. Don't interrupt.
He's been talking for. I should get 2 minutes because he's cutting me off.
Yo, St. James, what you done was wrong, you know.
What you done was wrong,
bro, for like 5 seconds. They cut me
No,
off.
SMH, man. You got personal.
I got another super chat. Gustavo, thank you for the $5 holla. Fact check. St. James, Ghana versus Burkina, gold versus oil revenue 2025. Ghana gold 20.9 billion. Burkina oil 2.9.
No, we don't even produce enough oil for me to be getting to. I talk about gold, not oil. So
you really want to go there with gold?
Oh, no. Dennis, come on. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me?
Hold on, but guys, let me make this announcement. So it's official. U.S. and Iran agreed a 2-week ceasefire, completely reopening Strait of Hormuz. So, hey, Trump was like, "Listen, I'm wiping out y'all civilization tonight at 8," and they came to the table.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That man is in England we call him a nutter. It's a nutter. It's a nutter.
Hey,
Okay.
Listen, y'all getting wiped out tonight at 8, and they came to the table 2 weeks.
Now you shouldn't be laughing at that, bro.
I mean,
we don't know the ins and outs, you know. We don't know.
No, that's okay. Everybody has an opinion, but right. Let me. Can I respond to Dennis?
Yo, Dennis, can I talk? I only talk one time.
Oh man, golly, stop it. Okay, guys, please. I'm getting a headache. All right, St. James, you got a minute. Then Lewis, then SMH. All right, go ahead, St. James.
Then me, please. Thank you.
When I come on here, right? I'm trying to take your show. I'm trying to take your show to the francophone, right? Because we're having a great conversation, and I've been doing this for 2 hours. So I just want, I want to value my time and have our people also listen to these shows. So people that know me know if I go against Lewis, I do the things that Lewis is doing to me, they won't even respect me. You see what I'm saying? Because they will call me a failure. I'm in America doing those kind of things. So I'm going to let Lewis do it. I'm going to take the high road. I don't know what personal issue he has, talking like that. He's almost 60 years old. I'm sorry. My elder brothers don't talk like that. So I'm not going to talk like him. I don't know. Maybe he should get help. If he needs something, I can help him out. I'm here for him. But there is a video that Carla Genesis has about the very people that he respects, right? His own tribe men talking about them linking up with us so they can become stronger. Tell him if I'm lying. So he's here being tough, acting funny. But I already told him we are from the Sahel. Your people know us. You can't do nothing. But I keep telling you, you're always coming up tough and talking tough. There is no toughness about you, bro. Nothing. You can't scare nobody. So stop doing that. Attack the issues. He said, if there is some success in AES, we talk. I said, Burkina Faso got a lot in revenues from their gold more than Ghana. That's a statement I made. It's success. So if it debunks that, then bring the evidence. If you don't have it, don't make personals. I'm not here for personals. Dennis can create a show and say, let's do personals, and you can see what I can do on personals. I'm not doing personals. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. It was Louis. Go ahead, Louis. You got a minute, Louis. No, it's Louis, then you, then Africa. Go ahead, Louis.
What's the GDP of Burkina Faso this year?
You see where it's taking the conversation. You see what I'm not. I said Ghana is doing better than Burkina Faso, but he said success.
Listen,
I'm not saying success overall. I'm giving you where we. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Lewis. We are nobody, but you depend on our tomatoes. Heavily depending on our tomatoes. You depend on our farmers to eat. No, you depend on our farmers to eat.
No. Hold on. Say James, don't interrupt because he didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, Lewis.
Speak up. No, I thought he was asking me a question.
Let me tell you a little story, you stupid idiot.
Okay. Personals.
Your people be making stupid decisions.
Hey, Louis. Hey, hold on, Louis. Call him a wanker. You wanker.
Right. Listen.
Louis is Southeasterner. They obsessed with swearing.
Listen to me very carefully, right? Your people be making stupid decisions for a long time. Okay, many years ago, we were living under the Mali and Songhai Empire. An idiot, Islamic worshipping idiot, went to Mecca, right? By the name of Master Musa, and came back and demanded that everybody under his empire become Islamic. We, the Ashanti, said no. We got the fuck out. And that's how we end up where we are.
I've always felt that way, exactly.
Islam has done nothing for Africans but become a harboring house for these bloody Pakistanis and bloody Arabs. They screwed you over for years as fucking slaves, and you still want to be under their ass. Kwame Nkrumah joined independence, came up to Upper Volta, which is Burkina Faso, and told you lot, come and join us. The guy next door, but that stupid Kosi Boaheng, they call him Ofu Boaheng or whatever his name is, right? He said, if you're ready to leave your mother, we're not ready to leave our father. We had the same response for the leader of Burkina Faso. And now you're suffering because the French fucking...
No, you're lying again.
Hello, let me finish.
You're lying. Let
me finish.
Okay, I'm here. You lying.
You don't even know basic law and order.
I'm gonna respond to you because you're lying.
Basic law order. You have no man in your country. That's why a 30-year-old gunman can run you, and you following behind him like a little child.
We're gonna get you the video about his tribesman.
I haven't finished, you bastard. I'm gonna show you.
I know.
Listen, I know word, bitch. So shut up.
A prince that talk like this.
Hey, hold on, Louis, you got 30 seconds.
A prince that talk like this.
Man, fuck you.
You got me worried, man. You got me worried, bro. Honest, I responded. Honest, one day I responded to him. He wasn't there. One day I responded to him. He wasn't here, right? No. Let me respond to something he said. Kwame Nkrumah did come to Burkina Faso, right? He did come to Burkina Faso, and he spoke to the first president of Burkina Faso. They all went to the border. They kicked a rock as a sign of them coming together. Guess what year Kwame Nkrumah got overthrown? 1966. Guess what year our president got overthrown? 1966. We never said to Ghana that we will never want to link up. Never. This guy is over here lying again because I'm here. I can retract everything he said. Kwame Nkrumah, no, we have our people in the northern part of Ghana. We are the same people. So there is no way Burkina can tell Ghana we can't link up. You see what we're doing right now? 3 countries coming together. That tells you our patterns. We want to reunite Africa, West Africa. That's why you can find us in Mali, where we originally come from too. That's why we're together with them in Niger. You guys are nowhere to be found. Tell me why. Louis, you call yourself a prince. Are you a real prince? Because your chief was telling you, you better link up with the Mosi people, my people, so you can get tougher. Was he lying or not? Was he lying or not? Was he lying or not? I'm asking you.
My father is the chief. I'm from
No. Are we lying or not?
Lying what?
Boom.
Lying what?
Are we? No. If you are not lying.
Hello, say it like this. What are you lying? What are you talking about?
The Ashantis betrayed Kwame Nkrumah. The Ashantis.
Honest. Ask him if what I said is a lie. If it's a lie, this guy's here. Carla Genesis is here. He has the video. You play the video. You will see the Ashanti telling them they better link up with my people to get tougher. This guy's lying. When Carla Genesis played our video, That guy was so embarrassed he wouldn't say a word.
Genesis
Bro,
never
don't sit
played
here.
no video.
No, bro. Don't play tough with me, bro. Don't play tough with me, Louis. You are not a prince,
Hey,
bro.
my friend, what you just said
You
is
are
a
not
lot
a
of bullshit.
prince. You are not a prince, man.
Oh my
Remove
God,
that
bro.
prince out of your
Tell
name,
me
bro.
why I'm not a
It's
prince.
my turn,
Tell me why
bro.
I'm not a
Remove
prince.
the prince.
No, tell me why I'm not a prince.
Because you, come on, man. I don't want to use
My
the
father
word,
is
bro.
Jacobi.
Look
My
at how
father
you
is
speak, bro.
Jacobi.
Look
Tell
at
me why
how
I'm
you
not a
speak.
prince.
Look at how you speak, bro.
I'll speak
Look
to
at
you
how you
the way
speak.
you
All
deserve to be
right,
spoken to.
guys.
I'll speak to you the way you
I have
deserve to
to,
be
guys.
spoken to,
Hold on.
you piece of shit. Fucking wanker.
I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass SMH. Hold on, SMH, and I gotta pass the anti-moralist. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best to calm down.
Well, hold on, hey, guys, real quick. Naturally Shy. Shout out to Naturally Shy, our moderator, y'all. Shout out to her, and shout out to It's Miss Chambers, y'all. Shout out to her too. You know, It's Miss Chambers is, she's been on a couple tours with me and has supported me. She paid her $50 tithes last night because she didn't. To go. Hey, listen, I was gonna lock the doors. The doors is about to get locked. And shout out to Marie Shy, our fearless moderator. No matter how many times she's threatened to quit, she always comes back. We love you, Marie. Go ahead, SMH.
Miss Hello, sister.
Before I get started, shout out to us too, bro. I was there when you had like 50 subscribers, by the way. I don't know why we don't never get a shout out or anything. Okay, so I'm gonna try my best to calm down because I understand most black people kind of think like Africa and CB because it's kind of like mentally challenged. But I'm gonna get to the point. Right? I feel like.
Why is this guy obsessed with me?
Oh my God, bro! Can I talk, bro? I let you talk, bro. Can I talk now?
Yeah, my brother, come on. I still respect
All right, I'm
you.
gonna come down. So this is what I really wanted to say earlier. All right.
Okay.
Black people in general have to understand we have to create something that never existed before. All right. Like America, for example, wasn't a thing before it was created. All right. We've never seen a place as big as America, right, function and work properly the way it worked for centuries. Well, it was the first time America was created because eventually the European Union, the African Union, all those, how do I put this? That came afterwards. Well, kind of followed the same blueprint from America, but it wasn't a thing before that, right? So we have to understand that we have to create something that has never existed before, right? So I think that's where a lot of the problems come from, because we see ourselves as Africans or on the continent, Africans in the diaspora and all that stuff. It's just idiotic in itself because we have no choice, right? The Jays, already showed us the blueprint of how that could possibly happen one day because we have no shot. That's why I get pissed off, right? We have no shot. The AES has no shot. Nigeria has no shot on its own. Niger has no shot on its own. Cameroon has no shot on its own. Gabon, Congo, we have no shot on our own. And that's what the West been preying on for almost 2 centuries now. Because we love to fight each other over the pettiest, most retarded stuff. That makes zero sense. Earlier, these guys were arguing about whose chief or what chief was better or had like more gold.
That was him.
This is idiotic stuff.
That was him. He brought that up.
Right. I get it. But it's just the same way the FBA thing became big in America. I don't want to get into too much into it because it's a long story. I'm kind of disappointed with a lot of guys like O'Shea, the coon, weirdo. Like he turned into a whole FBA, but he lives in Africa. That's a whole nother story. But the point is, we have to create a philosophy that never existed before as black people, right? Because we have no choice because nobody else fuck with us. Nobody else like us. But for some reason, right, we feel like as long as we do something that's slightly better than the next person, we can pretty much feel better, right? And that's when the division starts. That's literally the blueprint of what happened in Rwanda back in the day, right? That's literally the exact same thing, right? So we come, the Belgian come to Rwanda, right? Turn Rwanda into a colony, right? So they go, hey, you know what? The light skin, that look a little better than the dark skin ones. We're gonna put them in charge, even though they're a minority in the country, right? And the corruption and them abusing power, right, made the Hutu be upset with them to the point where they committed a genocide afterwards, right? Literally, it happened everywhere. It happened in America, right? The house slaves, right? The house slaves, that was in charge of the field Negroes, right? He's the one that was put in charge, even though he's a minority, and the house Negroes are a majority, right? Right? But then he has the backup of the white guys, so that's why it was never really truly successful for the field Negroes in America to take over the plantation. Even though it happened a couple times, but it never really had the true success because in America, black people lost the war, and that's my point, right? Haiti, they won the battle. In Haiti, they won the battle, but they lost the war because they had no backup, right? Because there's no philosophy behind anything we do as black people, right? We love to do stupid stuff, right? We follow like somewhat of a blueprint of the Europeans when it comes to like nation building and stuff. So when a nation like Ghana, for example, which is an amazing country by the way, I will never understand people who criticize Ghana. All right, Ghana is an amazing philosophy. I mean, they created a philosophy out of nothing because when all the countries came out of the 60s and wanted to like kick all the Europeans out. So for some reason, Kwame Nkrumah somehow went to America, right? Like worked with the black people in America, right? And created a philosophy, right? That never existed before. But then he gets nailed to the cross now. Ghanaians get nailed to the cross now for being the only black nation really in the world because nobody else does what they do, right? To put themselves instead of putting themselves first, because they could be putting themselves first, just like Ivory Coast is doing. Because Cote d'Ivoire, right? They put themselves first. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a about helping nobody else in Cote d'Ivoire, right? Because at the top, the person that's at the top, even though he's doing a good job at managing the country, right? Because he has the investment like history. He worked for the IMF back in the days. Like he's really good with money, right? So it looks good on the outside, but he really is not doing anything for Africans in general.
No,
he's doing nothing to help the black people in general.
He's changed the law, kept himself in power.
Right. That's
what
another thing too. Right?
Going to do as well.
But he looks good on the outside.
You know to get down.
Right. But he looked good on the outside. Ghana is the only place where we even when what's the general that I can't remember his name, but the general that came in power. Right, got rid of the corrupt leaders there, right? And
Jerry Rawlings.
The power.
Jerry Rawlings.
Rawlings, right? Left the power, and he just didn't care about the power that much, right?
Exactly.
It's because Ghana has an amazing mentality, right? They have a beautiful, what is like the blueprint, what should be the blueprint of what all black nations in the world should look like. Even though they still haven't developed, they still haven't created that philosophy itself, right? Because the philosophy is not just, we like people, we building. No, it has to literally translate to everything you do in a nation, right?
Yep.
That's why white supremacy is a thing, right? Because that's a philosophy, and it worked, right?
Sorry to interrupt you, brother. That's because we got a history of the chieftaincy that was ruling before. They're still in part of parliament. They're still part of what the basics. What we don't do is chuck it away and bring up Islamic fundamentalism and then say we're an Islamic country and we can't do nothing. We can't even teach our children how to read and write because it's against Islam.
Burkina Faso was never an Islamic country.
Oh God!
So I had the.
We never said we were an Islamic country.
Anti-Moralist was going to come next.
What are you talking about, Louis?
Right?
So when you said the philosophy, right? You're talking about Ghana, right? So how does that all look like when you go and have you subcontract your defense mechanism?
Yeah.
You have all these people that you say you are hating. You have them in your country.
Guys, hold on. It's actually anti-moralist this time. Go ahead, anti-moralist.
Yeah.
Greetings, everybody. I'm back again. I was here in the beginning, but
First of all, I'm glad we're all being civil and not throwing insults here and there. I'm very glad. I'm proud of y'all. The second thing is that I actually do. I'm quite I'm gonna be honest. I look at this discussion. The first thing is that kind of Islam is the the problem in Africa and all that. So listen, fine. If that's what you believe, I'm not gonna try to convince you you're wrong or right. It doesn't matter because I ain't convincing somebody you think that way. My question is that I think the mistake we keep making in Africa is acting like Africa's probably simply one Islam or Christianity, even, because I grew up in a very multi-religious society, so I never really had a problem. I think when you remove one label, you won't magically remove the poverty, the weak institutions, elites, because let's talk about those elites, border tensions, and the politics of what I call exclusion, which is you only certain people, even though you may have, let's say, a democracy, there's only a certain amount of people who are actually selected. There's a famous quote: I don't care who they vote for, I care who I select, because at the end of the day, who you select are the same people. They have come from a certain political class. Now, I don't accept that. To me, religion can become a vehicle for conflict, and rarely can it become like the whole engine. If young men specifically have no jobs, have no protection, have no land security or any meaningful representation, no reason to trust the state, that's almost any ideology, doesn't matter what it is, can recruit them. That's the one thing that every anti-terrorism from most countries have agreed, is that when there's young men have no reason to actually see about a future for themselves, any ideology, doesn't matter if it's religion, any ideology can be there. There can be religion, ethnicity, militarism, whatever, even nationalism. So when I hear somebody say Africa must create something new that never existed before, okay, I'm not disagreeing, but my first response is exactly what do you mean by new? Do you mean new state model, like a new civic identity, or like an economic idea, or like a philosophy? When we be by philosophy, what is it based off? Because some people are based off tribe, religion, colonial borders, all that stuff. Now, what I'm trying to get here is that one question actually before I continue is that I look at the AES, for example, and there's philosophy. I don't know the name of it, but I can pretty much look at it and say, okay, sovereignty first, security before democracy, and independence from external control. Okay, I can name those things because they've been very consistent on that. So the idea for them is that the state must secure itself and reclaim the decision-making power they have before it can think of any kind of development or political pluralism, which is democracy. So my question is, if that's philosophy, that's the philosophy for the AS. What comes after the security, for example, and what is Ghana's philosophy? Exactly. Like how, if somebody mentioned it,
I can tell you, I'll help you.
Okay, keep it simple because I still have 2 o'clock. But go on.
We are made up of different small nations and tribes. Okay? Different religions, but we have one fundamental thing. Okay? And that's the morality of society. For example, they want to bring LGBT. Everybody, the Muslims, the traditionalists, the Christians, everybody knows we ain't gonna have that. So every fucking president is scared to bring it. Muhammad was getting blue. When he got in, he dare not bring it. Those are the bases we can live on. Okay? Then we realized, okay, that our enemies with time were these people. Why? Because we sent students abroad to study, like in Nkrumah. When they came back, the racism they faced, they realized the shit that they've been through. Okay, they decided, okay, we're gonna take political power. People from different regions, okay, stood up and wanted to be counted. We had people who wanted to separate themselves because they were growing more cocoa than everybody else. So they wanted to split themselves. No, we realized, no, this ain't gonna work like that. And Nkrumah brought this philosophy, many of us gravitate to it, especially the poor. But we had some of the rich ones who believe that they should be in charge. Okay? But in time, they realize no matter how elite they may be, when they go abroad, they get another black purple.
Why are you sharing your airport with the U.S. troops?
We decided that the best way to do it, after going through military.
Why are you sharing your airport with the U.S. troops?
I asked him a question. Let's be respectful. I just asked him a question.
So we decided, with all that we went through military rules and so on and so on, the best way to do it is through democracy. Not just
Why are you sharing your Why are you
Okay.
sharing your
Oh,
airport
no,
with the
no.
U.S.
Okay,
why don't
troops?
you
Prince Louis,
fucking talk to me, bitch?
Now that's a
let me.
question.
Oh,
Why don't
Isn't
Lord,
you
that a
Lord,
fucking talk
legitimate?
to
oh,
me? Let
Lord,
me
stop
finish,
it,
So
man.
John,
No, no,
you
no,
man.
no, no,
wanker.
no, no.
Dennis,
Okay?
let me
Donis,
continue. Just
Why
let me
don't
finish.
you
Donis.
I'll
fucking
yeah.
talk to me,
Let him
wanker?
do
You're
it.
getting
Let him do it.
emotional.
Okay?
Let him
Let
do
me
it.
finish
Let
so
him
you
do
can
it.
have
Let me
your
just
word.
make
That's how we
Let him
do it.
do it. Let him do it.
That's how
Let
we
him do it.
do
I
it in a
struck a
civilized
nerve. I
society.
struck a nerve. That's
Right?
fine.
Right.
I struck
That's
a
how we
nerve.
do it in a
So,
civilized society.
my man, that's
Because we
men
have
sick. Men sick. That
sophisticated.
who was
So
talking? Who
I'm
was talking?
speaking.
Cool.
I'm
No,
speaking.
I was
It's
just
my
laughing
turn
at
to
him.
speak. Okay?
Anti-morally,
That's how we
okay.
handle.
Oh,
Anyway,
anti-moralist.
That's how we
yeah,
handle a sophisticated
let's.
society that
I
comes
was
from
just trying to have
society.
that. I was just
That's
trying to
how
ask
we
you a question.
handle.
You were
If
asking
you
him.
stop interrupting me,
Okay.
bitch wanker,
It's
you
my
might learn
turn.
something
Okay.
by
Okay.
accident.
Louis,
Let
thank
me
you
say
for your
something.
answer.
Stop interrupting me
John,
Let me
when
and
continue.
let
Let
me
me.
finish. The man asked me a question.
Okay. Go.
Okay?
Go on. Just make
But
it
Lewis,
That's
quick.
man, you
how,
keep on
hello?
going.
That's
You
how,
keep on
that's
going.
how, shut up, damn pussy, you fucking pregnant
You
mosquito.
keep on
Oh
going.
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
God.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Oh, what?
Right.
Louis,
It's my turn
Oh,
to speak.
what?
Okay.
Lewis,
It's
I'm
my
not.
turn to
Louis,
speak,
Dennis,
bitch.
Stop, stop, hold on,
Louis.
hold on,
Guys.
hold on, hold on, hold on. You
I'll
call you a
respond.
pregnant mosquito? What the hell? Stop it, Louis.
exactly,
This,
Stop
exactly.
it.
Donis,
Yeah,
Donis,
that is what the hell
Dennis,
Donis,
you want
Hold
Dennis,
on,
to
man.
do.
No,
Dennis.
no, no,
Stop
no.
Do you
Hold
now?
on.
interrupting
We
Do
me.
gotta
you
Dennis.
now
stop. We gotta
know?
Stop
stop.
interrupting me.
So
No,
you
no,
know
Stop
why?
we
It's
gotta
my,
stop. We
Da-
gotta stop. Let
Donis,
me
you know why they kept him in the UK? His family
right?
kept him in
It's
the
my
UK.
turn to speak.
They don't want
It's
him to
my
come to
turn to
Africa.
speak, bitch. It's my
John
turn
is
to
like
speak.
tipsy.
That's
oh, pregnant
I haven't finished.
mosquito.
I haven't
What?
finished.
But Saint
That's
James,
why
you know what's so
Ghana,
funny?
that's why
Dennis,
Ghana to move ahead,
Going
I would
wrong
love
right?
brings
to
up
get
That's
my
power.
why
response.
Ghana
Saint,
to
Louis.
move ahead.
Oh man.
Saint, they
I
got
That's
would
why
love to
power.
get
Ghana
You
to
my
better
move
ask
ahead
me.
response.
because we have
I'm not
law
gonna get
and
it. I'm
order.
not gonna get it
You
back,
don't
am
have
I?
law and order in your countries. You're
Yes,
fucked
yes,
up.
yes.
Donis,
That's
Dennis,
how we
Donis,
treat the
Dennis,
world.
Pregnant
We
Oi.
have
mosquito.
so
law
you
and
Donis.
we have
hold
order.
on,
We have
Everybody
hold
ask
on,
freedom
me.
and we
hold
Oi,
have
on,
Is
Yinka.
my
Dennis,
justice.
hold on.
is my
You ain't gonna
is my
shut the
Yeah,
question a
fuck
no,
up,
that's
disrespectful
bitch.
ignorant.
one? Is my
Get
question a
out of
Oi,
here.
disrespectful
oi.
one?
What's the
It's a
stupidity?
Yinka.
legitimate
What's
question.
the
It's a legitimate
stupidity?
question.
What's the
Just keep to the
stupidity?
voice, man.
I gotta mute you guys. Anti-moralist, go ahead. It's still your turn.
Thank you. Damn. Okay. I'll be careful next time asking questions. But okay. Yeah, I'll try to keep it simple. For me, I can understand Ghana. Okay. I think that's Ghana's philosophy. I understand that. That's there. But then just because when it comes to that philosophy, for example, I'm from Tanzania. We have our own philosophy. Now, our philosophy was based on Ujamaa and the Juno scenario. It was centered on equality and rural development, self-reliance, and national unity. What that means, everybody got to understand each other, okay? Administrative reach means the state has to reach in those areas, and also that the villages matter just as much as anything else. Now, economically, that philosophy has been criticized, and I'm not gonna act like it was the best. It was not good for our country, but also add on to the fact there was like the SADC movement, the helping Zambia get access to the sea, building a railway, also fighting against apartheid in South Africa. It also added on those factors that made it more difficult to succeed economically. But on the social level, it is made very much like it has made the country far more stable. Okay, and our democracy, we realize that the unity behind that, because before Tanzania was never a democracy. It was a one-party state, and that was what it was until 1992, I think, before I was born. So then it changed from there, and then we're still under the same party. But the thing is, most people have kind of grown up around that environment, and they've accepted the things that matter to them the most is first, unity, important, but stability is what matters to us, not the ability to choose our leaders, but the ability to be stable and avoid these conflicts and wars. Because the way we look at it is that we have already supported a lot of these African nations and will continue to do so because Mwalimu Julius Nyerere believed in Pan-Africanism, truthfully. But he also believed that first we must make sure that before we even have any kind of choice, we wanted to build stronger institutions because we believe if these institutions that are strong, that can stand, and we can able to control what we actually export, because we can look at our friends like in Kenya, for example, they have a better economy than us, but they also have less control of their economy when most of the people who are making money are foreigners, for example, and they also own most of the industries. We are very reluctant on it. So that is a two conflicting conflicting democracies and just two neighbors. And when I hear Ghana's philosophy, if I don't know if I understand it, but if I hear it and I look at ours and I look at Kenya's, there's already conflicting democracies. So I guess what is the philosophy are we proposing? And religious pluralism is going to exist. And if I hear you say Muslims are the problem. I'm looking at, okay, Ethiopia has been the oldest version of religion, of African Christianity. They've practiced the oldest, and Islam also came through Ethiopia the most. So if we're talking about what most Africans, when it comes to practice Christianity, they don't practice the Ethiopian version, they practice the colonial version that came through colonialism. Okay, so I'm looking and say, okay, then when it comes to then religion, which one do we go for? And what if if we're saying that Muslims or Islam is the problem, another question then arises that, okay, then what do you do with the Muslims who don't want to change? You have to accept religious tolerance, and you have to look at these issues beyond just religion. I think when you try to use these words religion and say, oh, this problem is this Islam, the problem is this, and we don't look at the fundamental things that are just human to anybody. Because if you take away religion, there's another thing. Fulanis are the ones being affected most by terrorism, and they're the ones who are also fighting against terrorism the most, when you look at the AES, for example. So again, I'm just going to, my question is basically simple. You are already diverse ethnically, religiously, and even philosophically, you are different. How can you unite those one continent like that? I don't think you can realistically without first looking at each region. Like, I'm not gonna act like I have a solution for West Africa, because I'm gonna lie, every time I come here, you guys fight a lot. I don't know why. Okay, okay, I'm not saying I don't know why. I'm just not gonna act like I'm an expert, because I'm not trying to choose a side, because at the end of the day, I'm not gonna act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to.
So what's appealing to you, though, based on what you see? What is appealing to you? Right?
Sorry, I would just.
Let me
let me read the rest of these super chats. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Donna says, James, you do know we have Google, right? Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Ghana, 20.9 billion versus Burkina, 6.5 billion.
He's lying. He's lying.
Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Lewis is a prince, as St. James is a saint. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Bro, they met. Hold on, let me finish.
It's my turn.
He doesn't know I'm not a Muslim. He doesn't know.
I'm reading the money, man. I'm reading the money. Stop interrupting me as I read the money. All right, Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Bro, they mad. Ghanaians are premium Africans. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna invite you on. It's my turn. Sorry. Okay. That is. No, one second. It's my turn. Please respect. You can come after, please. That is, you're right. You're right about the spirit. I'm going, guys. Dennis, you're right about the spirit of Amuz. And I'm just, because I follow Iranian guy, throughout this thing. He's one of the biggest Iranian blogger. Yes, he's actually just the Iranian have accepted it and basically put 10 points down, and America accepted all these 10 points. So based on that, they will actually allow access to it.
Okay.
So both parties want.
Okay.
Both parties want something.
Let me just
both back one. Let me speak. No, it's my turn. It's my guys.
You spoke for 5 minutes.
Question you asked, which one?
You spoke for 5 minutes, Tanzania, man. Okay. You spoke for 5 minutes.
Tanzania, let me speak now. It's your.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask.
Hold on. I want to respond. I want to respond.
It was my turn to speak, guys. Please, just have it.
Go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So
that's one thing I will always fight for, because at the end of the day, if you can make a distinction between the state and the church, that's the best way you can do it. Just from there, that's what appeals to me the most. That's not democracy. I don't really believe in that. I believe you just separate the state from the church, because you're not going to change people's religions no matter how much you want. You're going to have to accept that they're going to be people who are,
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let me make my point, then Bang can come, please. So yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, you see, yeah. So you see, the problem is anti-moralists in West Africa. I don't know about the East African region. Yeah, I say the problem we have in West Africa, this is manifesting itself here. There's a different system in place. You see, years ago we have the inner land West Africans, who are people like my ancestors, St. James's ancestors, Bang ancestors, and you have the coastal West Africans who are like Louis, my British friends, ancestors.
I'm from the coast. I'm in a war in the bush. I ain't no coastal.
But Ghana is a coastal country. That's what you were
Ghana is a coastal.
Ghana is a coastal country. Stop being emotional, man.
Yeah, come on, calm down, man. Don't let me and you come into one-to-one. I don't want to go into two, bro. But
You
anyway,
want one?
Ghana
You
is a
want
good.
some too? You want some?
No.
Calm down, man.
Allow me no man, allow me no man. Well, yeah, you're a coastal
Peace and
country.
chilling.
Ghana is coastal, okay. So if you look at West Africa, most of the coastal areas are heavily Christian dominated, okay. The inland are Islamic dominated, okay. This is how it goes, okay. So what happened is when the colonial came,
How do you
because
think
they
about that?
settled most of, yeah, okay. When they came, they settled in most of the coastal areas, and these are the people who were exposed to most what you call Western education. And those in the inner land were more exposed to the ancient, type of things like the empires and stuff. People who
You
actually
mean Islam? You
self-build
were exposed to Islam.
Islam.
Louis, man. Louis,
Man,
calm down,
stop,
God.
man.
stop, stop cutting corner, man. These people were slave traders. Tell it like it is.
Arabs were
Just
so,
tell
slave
it like
so,
it
traders.
so,
They
is.
came
so,
inland.
but,
The
but,
Arabs came
but,
inland, slave traded.
no,
And the
okay.
British
If you're
came,
gonna be,
they had to
if
play
you,
on about
because you like,
with the Bible.
Louis, don't interrupt
You're a
me, bro. I
slave
never interrupted
trader.
you. I never interrupted
You're a
you
proud one. I'll
because
slap your ass. You
Your
lucky I
because
people
didn't
you
were
cut
like
your
you.
slave
Oh
traders.
God,
yes, I were. And
can
you
can
lucky I didn't
can
cut
you
your black ass.
Man,
You
can
would
you
be
guys
on
can
the
you
mute
floor
let
for a
people
bit,
crying.
speak?
You would
Can
have
you
been on
let
the
people
floor,
speak?
nigga.
Can
Louis?
you let
Don't get
people
Louis,
speak,
emotional.
man? Can you let people speak so
please,
I can
man.
go next?
Have, Louis, come
Africa,
on,
go ahead,
man.
man. Yeah,
Listen,
go ahead, go ahead, go
yeah.
ahead, go ahead. Go
So
ahead, man.
so So basically, anti-moralists, you can hear some of these guys, yeah, they have a chip over their shoulder because they feel like they was more in contact with the Crusaders, okay, who came to the coast. So because they have access to that Crusaders education, they feel a bit more superior towards the others who actually self-built. Everything that they founded, they forgot the Crusaders who civilized them was already conquered by the inland Africans. You understand? Because the people who actually managed to achieve a
Crusaders
lot
didn't
throughout
come to
African
Africa. What are you
history.
talking
Can
about,
you
bro?
shut up?
No,
Can you
Crusaders didn't come to Africa. When did Crusaders come to Africa?
the slave
When did
catchers, the
Crusaders come
slave
to
masters,
Africa, idiot?
those that build the dungeon,
It had
those
nothing to
that
do
build
with
your dungeon in Ghana, those
You
that
tell
build
me
the
to
dungeon
write
in
history.
Ghana,
You
those
can't
that
tell
build the
me my
dungeon in
history.
Ghana,
Don't fucking tell me my
those
history.
that
There were no Crusaders. They were white invaders. They were white slave traders. And
see
fucking
you're crying over me now.
the
Stop, Louis,
Crusaders were
stop crying
from
over my
Africa,
Africa.
shit.
Africa, you done?
Stop.
They were in the
Africa,
Middle East,
Africa,
No,
you
bro.
done?
I'm being
Donald, man,
Daniel,
can you help out, man? Can you help out with this guy, man?
can
We,
you
we
can
were
you
having
can
a
you give this
good
guy room?
conversation for the past 3 hours.
It's my turn
Bitch,
to
I'm
talk,
being
Everything,
man.
slow.
Hold
Yes,
on,
I'm
give
being
guy
slow.
room,
My
we're
man,
nigga.
having
please.
a
I'm
great
lazy.
conversation.
Okay, Lewis, chill out,
Please.
Lewis.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't want the I don't like it grown up and crying on my shoulders, bro. I got
Crusaders
white
didn't
teeth
come to
on.
Africa, stupid. Islamic.
All right,
Louis, shut up.
Louis. I'm just gonna put you I'm gonna put you in
Thank
the
you.
waiting room
Thank you.
until
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank
So
you very much.
Thank you.
Dinah, I meant the people who came for transatlantic slavery. We all know, okay, our ancestors were the people who were part of the people who conquered Spain, okay, and they went and enlightened Spain
The
on
Moors,
pluralists.
right?
I'm
Very
giving it
correct.
the Moors, right? Yeah, in West Africa, okay, our people. So we were exposed to education before the Europeans came, who actually are the slave masters, who actually use these people to catch slaves and send them to the Americas, okay? And basically, in fact, these people who came to catch these people in the coast, and to use these people in the coast to catch slaves, they used them to actually seek vengeance on our ancestors in the inner lands. Okay, so
Okay.
you can see the mentality. It's like their brain is being recycled. Okay, by these slave catchers, these people who came to venge on us, who went to Spain because our ancestors went to Spain and settled over there where they call Al Andalusia. You probably you're intellectual. I can have that conversation with you another time. Okay, so these people who came on the transatlantic route, they came to seek vengeance. So they use these coastal people who are making noise all over the internet right now, calling us illiterate because we're Muslim or because we're and this and that. Yeah, these are the people who were used against us in the inner land. These are one of the people who they was given a bit of goodies to make them feel better. To say, oh, look, we're giving you a little bit of development. Look, you're better than those in the inner land. We give you a little bit of education. You're better than those in the inner land. These are the ones that are making noise. And you can tell the mentality from how St. James speak and Bang and Mansake, yeah, who ancestors build empires before Islam. Because the Morsi Empire, the Mali Empire, the Ghana Empire, most of these time of this empire, there was no such thing as Islam. It
Ghana
was a later on.
was Ouagadougou as well, right? In West
Ouagadougou. Okay.
Okay.
These people, okay, the Ashanti, of course, they had their own shape. But I mean, come on, whoever talk about the Ashanti Empire? What was they known for? You know, the only people you can talk about in that region, if you go further south for the Benin, they was amazingly great. Okay. But the thing is, these are the same mentality that's been brainwashed, been rewashed, and been used against other Africans throughout history. So the reality is, where it's gonna stop? I come from Sierra Leone. Nobody can boast about education when it comes to historically in educating and enlightenment in the modern days. Definitely no. We are very religiously tolerant people, and we actually do not use religion as a bar for development, because I think that's a very low IQ way of thinking. Okay.
Yes.
But,
No, what is there today? The Zongo community.
St. James, let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I'm done. I'm done, Aban. Okay. I'm nearly done. 1 second. So you can see where I'm coming from as an engineer, as someone who have a bit of intellectual, mindset. You can see what's going on between the conflict between the inland West African and those in the coast, right?
Yeah. And that's a perspective I didn't hear about before, because I usually, you hear like, Fulani and all that. I'm like, I know especially when you hear from Westerners, okay, they're not telling the entire story. So let me be careful when I listen to that. But that's a perspective I didn't actually consider.
But these are people who build empires. When the British came to West Africa, okay, when they came to West Africa, the British, I live in the UK. If you go to the British Museum, you will see a lot of things that they talk about Mali, the Great Mali Empire, okay. And when the British used to go there, the stuff that they used to learn from us, and intellectually, so we had intellectual, we have scholars, we have great thinkers, we have all kind of things in Europe we could match. Those empires could match loads of other empires. Okay?
Do not mind. Lewis is confused. That's why they kept him in the UK so he don't come to Africa. There is a reason why he's there. Doing the things he's doing.
Let me get my thoughts. I want to hear his point. Africa. Are you done?
Let Antimorales ask quick. Yeah, what was it?
No, because I'll just say this so Ben can ask his question. Because
No, I gotta give my response.
Wait.
But my point is that that's especially when it comes to that perspective, right? I could imagine, especially if you want to unite, you have to because in East Africa, again, we have a different history a little bit. So the way we were united actually was thanks to the Germans, because they have to unite all these tribes to say, you know what, we may have fought each other, but fuck you Germans specifically. Pause. But, just in case sorry for your stream, Dennis. I didn't mean to curse, but my point is that. So there was that unification. We had, you could say, an advantage, but maybe that's because we just hated one person specifically that we kind of had to come together on that space. But that doesn't mean we don't have problems. But that's why I would say that's the part I never considered, because I didn't hear that. That's a new perspective at all. I had never heard. But again,
and you can see how you have 3 military leaders who are following their ancestors' footsteps in self-determination and self-reliance, against the coastal lot, who have been exposed to the Western education and by the slave catchers, the slave masters, because they collide with them, okay? And don't forget, most of the slaves who were taken out of West Africa were Muslims and non-Muslims and non-Christian. These are people who worship African religion. These are the biggest people who were the victim of transatlantic slavery. So, you can go, we can keep going around and around. This is the problem. You got Nigeria, you got this Christian South and the Muslim North. They are using the same method because these people know how they divide lines to destroy us. So we need to wake up as Africans. Yeah, I know it's mad. Maybe they're celebrating the Iran.
No, man. It's just some idiot driver. I live in DC.
Okay.
Man.
So so you can see the problem that we're facing in Africa. These people know the old book. All they got to do is take the old book and come out caps and look into it and say, look, this is how we can divide these people. We can F them up this way. Let's bring it back. We can go back. You can go the entire West Africa today. One of the oldest library we have in the world is in Timbuktu in Mali. No other region, no other place can match that. No other civilization can match our ancestors' civilization right now as we speak.
Yeah, let me get my good thoughts going on, right? You know, some people come up here, right, to cause disaster, right? To us that we won't focus what their government does, right? Because everything I was saying about the Ghanaians, right? It was the elites and then the Ghanaian government, right? You know, you look at Kwame Nkrumah, right? They sell Kwame Nkrumah as the hero, as the Pan-Africanist, right? Their airport was named by a guy that overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. The airport. Can you imagine
That's
that?
true.
At the same time, right? These so-called Ashantis, they wanted to get the height of the Fulani people. So what? They went and pregnant with the Fulani people, so then they could gain their height. Imagine that.
Right.
So Mr. Ashanti that come up here trying to call people all type of names, don't know how to control his so-called
The
emotions, right?
country, the
And
country Ghana, the
let me get
country
hold
Ghana,
on. Let me get my
the
thoughts.
country
Let me get
Ghana
my
was
thoughts,
named
please.
after the Ghana
My brother.
Empire, our empire that was built by the Soninke
Yeah, my brother, please.
and the Mandinka and the other tribes. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. And then you look at because the reason why he come up here and try to attach it with Islam, right? He wanted people to. He was trying to distract people from what his government are doing to their brothers over there in Burkina Faso, right? You know, just like how Saint just mentioned, right? If you so called independent freely, right? When the previous president tried to pass the gay bill, right? He was scared because of what? Joe Biden threatening him. Joe Biden says, "Don't you dare sign that." And then he did until Joe Biden left office and a new president came in Ghana. That's when they had the balls to sign it. That's when they had the balls to sign it. I mean, Burkina
Ben,
Faso.
thank you for seeing through that BS. Thank you for
This is what
seeing
I don't
through it.
understand with some of these Africans.
Wait, what's the
Burkina
deal
Bay,
again?
when
What's
they
the deal? Can you be more specific?
hold on. Burkina Bay, when they wanted to sign their so-called anti-gay bill, right? They did it straightforward. It didn't sit there and wait for weeks and months. That is a country that has
You didn't even go to
self-independence.
parliament.
Yeah, exactly. That is a country that have balls. That is a country that could do what they want. Not some guy that come up here screaming and hollering and calling people the B word, all type of things, and
Right.
thinking his country is doing something. You know, for real. It wasn't Burkina Bay that forced Ghanaians to start having gold reserve. It was Burkina Bay that was doing the first one. Yes,
That's it.
exactly. So these are things that and also let me bring it back to this Islamic thing, right? It was all a distraction for what his government is doing. USA base, US military base, right? Defense package with Ukraine, a country that's losing the war massively. And then at the same time, they signed a defense package with France. The same France that was controlling Burkina Faso, right? So where were Ghana elites at? Where were Ghana presidents at to go rescue their so-called brothers? They didn't. Instead, they sat right there and then allowed terrorists control half of the country.
And
Did
you
the
need defense
so-called
pack too.
Ghanaians, came together and say, you know what? That is our brothers. We used to fight for them. We were under the same empire. They did. They sat there and got fat. And then you want to talk about Islamic, right? You live in fucking England. Your people are Ashanti statues. Where they at? Are they in fucking in the Middle East? They in fucking London right now because you know why? The London defeat the British people defeat your people, and then have their statue in fucking London. You see that every day. You can't do nothing about it. You can't do a goddamn nothing about it. And then you want to come up here and talking all hardcore when your country is being controlled by the West. Ghanaians, y'all gonna see it. I
And then
know
I'm
for
gonna
sure.
add.
Within the
I
next
want to add.
10 years,
Can I
I'm gonna
can I
end
can I
this.
add?
No,
I
I'm
just want
gonna
to
end
add
this.
what Bang was saying too.
I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end this, right? Within the next 10 years, Burkina Faso is going to be a much developed country than Ghana because you know why? All the important things will be controlled by Burkina Faso. All the important things will not be private owned. It will be state owned. You understand me, right? So Ghanaians, keep allowing foreigners to come control your country and then keep being your chest and say your country is, it's been developed. Look at Kenya. You know why Kenya economy looks so good? Because of the infrastructure that the Chinese people built.
Yeah,
The
let me
infrastructure
speak
that
on
the
that real
Chinese
quick.
people built that
Because
connect to all these other
yeah.
East African countries. You understand me, right? And I'm in this,
Yeah.
right? Okay. If
I just want to add something.
if the war in Iran, right? That's a
Yeah,
crossfire,
Manzaki, you
right?
coming next. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if the war in Iran, right? That's a crossfire, right? So what was the objective for the United States to control the Iran government? They didn't. So which means they technically lost. They technically lost because the same government is still there running Iran. They run in Iran. So let's let's ease up. Let's look at the details because I know for sure it was the United States that called for peace. It wasn't the Iranian. It was the United States that called for peace. But you know, Ghanaians, man, you so-called Shanties, y'all slave owners, man. Y'all slave owners.
Yeah, and then I just want to add something what Bang was saying too. Like the issue that I have with Lewis, and we had a previous conversation, my brother from Tanzania, that he came up here. He said that the only way Africa could survive is through democracy. But even though there's proof that we didn't have democracy before, we was functioning just fine because they use that as an illusion, like show that you have power. Because it's like, okay, you vote for one side or you vote for the other side, but there's no other side. But regardless, but like I was saying, that he omits it.
But you need to meet.
He omits it. He forgets. Okay, yeah, he omits it. He forgets that the reason why Ghana is for today is because of the sacrifice of Jerry Rawlings.
They're not saying they don't want to talk about that one. They don't want to talk about that part.
Right. So
Sorry,
if Jerry Rawlings had never came to
sorry, my bad. There's a sound I'm hearing. Is it me?
Sorry. So if Jerry
somebody's
Rawlings
like
had
blowing
never,
something. I don't know.
I think he.
Yeah, someone like snoring.
Man, say for some reason they jump what Jerry Rawlings has accomplished, paved the way, put the foundation for them to thrive a democracy. They don't want that. They want to give you the illusion that was through democracy they got himself there. You see what I'm saying?
And the thing that's so funny is that Jerry Rawlings gave up power back in, I think, 1999. So they technically only had like 27 years of democracy. It's not even that long. But same thing said, they forget the sacrifice that he did. And that's what the Sahel is doing right now. They're fixing the problems that they have. So later on, they might have a democracy. They might have a monarchy. We don't know. They look. Because in order for you to prosper, you got to take certain different philosophies. ID even said he's looking at the way Chinese have the one party. He's looking at the way of our indigenous ancestors, what they used to do things. He's even incorporating on the health side, which he's incorporating plants. How our ancestors used to use herbs and something to heal each other.
Right.
Is that not some indigenous? Is that not a philosophy?
Right.
But people omit that, don't forget, and they don't understand that Rome was not built in a day. It takes time. But the way
it's a lot of example of success stories that we can use.
I mean, if Louis would have said, "Oh, pray Islam and pray Christianity," sorry, Master. If Louis would have said, "Oh, pray Islam and pray Christianity," look what our ancestors achieved, I would have been with him 100%. But
hey,
he was just after Islam and trying to
I know he was
Christianity.
He was raised there.
That's crazy.
When we talk about these people, I told you the people that understand Ghanaians are Burkinabes. I'm telling you, I'm repeating you. Let me give you an example. Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. So I was just saying that pretty much they're doing these philosophies, but they don't understand it takes time. But the good news is that the way they're going, they're doing things fast. Like, for example, my brother from Tanzania, like ECOWAS is.
Cut off, man.
Yeah.
Now, before he came back, Danis, you're a prince, right?
Yes, got created two.
Okay, let me. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got the AS came out 2 weeks. Okay, you hear me now?
Yeah, we
you good, man. You perfect.
Okay, I was saying that the AS went and created the Joint Task Force less than a year. They did the investment bank. They also created Fossil Mabel. So if that's
funded by the people.
Right, funded by the people, and it's trained job. They even have the first electric car in Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
So how is that not a philosophy? How is this not like an inspiration? But again, you have some people that think that they better than other people. But that's what I want to say.
Let me interrupt you off. It's like I think one thing when people hear philosophy, they think of a label of philosophy rather than
it's a label.
Right. Like
now, I want to add to since we have a Tanzanian here in West Africans, right? When was the last time you seen an ethnic group, right? Lift a white man or a Chinese man as the chief or development or chief of. Okay, no. I'm telling you, we're gonna get there. I told Louis we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there today. You are talking about chieftaincy. You are talking about chieftaincy. And when did you see that in West Africa? in your country. When did you see that? Where did you see that?
I'll be honest. I did see that Ghanaians do that. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you understand the symbol of lifting? Do you understand do you understand the symbol of lifting somebody who's not from your tribe? Do you understand that?
But yes, but let me just add a point because we're not perfect in East Africa. Let me be
No, I get you. I get what you're going.
But like I'm trying to say, because somebody brought up, like I think it was Ben. He brought up something like the idea of borrowing. Like here's again, Kenya is economically better than us. I'm never gonna deny that. But there's a difference between and having good economy, for example. Like for example, they built a train that cost them a lot more money than our train in Tanzania, and they accepted the Chinese loan, and they accepted the Chinese to build it for them. We were gonna get it, and they also got a diesel train. That's another thing. So we looked at a similar. We wanted to build a train. John Magufuli did the same thing. So he looked at the deals. He went to the Chinese. He went to everybody. He didn't say. He said, "I'm not gonna listen. We don't have bad relationship with the Chinese as Tanzania, but we didn't accept them as just the only person we need to look." Went to Turkey. Went to all these, and we found a better deal at Turkey. We got an electric train for a cheaper amount, and it's already been completed, and we don't have that much debt on that one train line, for example. Now. That Kenyan, can we say the Chinese don't know how to build a train? No, they do. Turkey know how to build a train? Of course they do. But the difference is what deal did you accept and what kind of discipline did you have? John Magufuli, his philosophy was very simple. He said we need to be able to do it ourselves, and we need to be able to get the technology transfer, and we also need to be able to fund it ourselves as much as possible. We did accept loans, but we had to make sure, because when you look at Africa, the biggest country that in East Africa specifically, the biggest country. It is Kenya that accepted a lot of loans, but that means the economy grew faster. But again, the loans now are going to catch up. This is why they were, for example, one of the reasons they were rioting is because of that. Now, did we not riot? We did. There was a lot of people in riot because of the election. But here's the thing: I'm not gonna act like that democracy would have changed anything. I'm okay to say, listen, I don't mind living in a country like Tanzania because at least things are gonna get done. Because what Magufuli did said for us, and I'll keep it short, is he set an example that people can keep saying to this day. We want that, and we want nothing less than that. So now the expectation for them to perform is either you're like Magufuli or better or nothing else. That's as simple as that. Even if the guy you could call all his human rights abuses, nobody cares. Because one thing we realize, listen, development is what matters the most. And that's also, when we look at Magufuli, he is the closest to Nyerere's ideology of development. Okay, because he did go, for example, there used to be a bridge that people would take a ferry, the 2-hour ferry, to go from one side of the Lake Victoria to another. Okay, he said, "Why is there no bridge here?" And he just went to build a bridge there. Now, who did he go to? He went to the Chinese, who knew how to build a bridge and able to do it, but he get the loan on his terms. And he also started again. He died. He didn't get to implement all his programs. My point is that the way our development model is slower. I'm not gonna act like Kenya's is faster, and there's a cost. We lose a little bit of our control, but we Tanzanians like the control of our economy far more than Kenyans want to be. That's why they say, "Go, Kenyans are better because they have a better GDP." You're right, bro. We do, but you know what? Food is cheaper in Tanzania. You know, my family doesn't complain about that one. Okay, but most people can access food. Like you gotta think. The thing is like he was thinking.
Kenyans, man.
Right.
Kenyans.
But I love like you put it. Loans are good in finance. Loans are good as long as you manage your loan.
Yeah.
So you can keep control of everything. That's good. If you don't know how to manage a loan, and there are certain countries I don't want to give the names. When you look at the amount of money they take out from the GDP to service their loan, is crazy.
Nigeria.
For the first time, there people are running to the west. There's a country next to mine that's well developed, right? You look at the buildings, you look at the roads, perfect. But the people within that nation, they don't see the benefit of all these investment. They don't see it. Why? Because of the foreign investment that they failed to control, right? But to going back to what you said about Magufuli, right? Doing everything that you said Magufuli has done that propelled your country. And these are some of the contrasts that we have when we come to West Africa, right?
And
We tend to
not like him in the beginning.
no, I know it's difficult when it comes. You know, when the regime, like the same Traore, when it came, there's a lot of people. Some people in Burkina Faso, they don't like when things get tough. They don't like when you have to, overcome, your obstacles. You don't like when they tell you can accomplish it by yourself. People don't like to hear that. We have a lot of lazy Africans. When you tell them you can do it for self, people are used to go to the, like they like when other people come and do it for them. But when you have a government that tells you we can do it for ourselves, what that tells you, everybody has to participate, right? Africans don't like it because their weakness will show, right? You said we're good, we can do it for ourselves. Let's not bring engineers or whatever. Let's do it ourselves. They will run to media stations to talk about democracy because they're scared that they don't have the skills, they don't have the expertise. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference in when we talk about democracy. And to your point, right? Look at, I love Ghana. Ghana is doing way better than all 3 countries in 8 years. We can't lie about that, right? But there are certain things in Ghana that we don't like. You know what I'm saying? We hope they can do that. They can do better. It's not an assault to them. When we talk about, you're talking about Ghana being peaceful, Ghana being whatever. But you are negotiating with the United States. They have a part of your airport, and you have all kind of agreement bringing people to your country to secure. What are you protecting yourself against? If you said that you are safe, what are you protecting yourself against? You are bringing a foreigner, French military to your country to help you about traditional. What are we talking about? How you call it? Illegal mining or whatever. These white people coming from 8,000 miles know that better than you? Are you serious? And you telling me that you are independent?
Let me give you an example.
So it's a label. It's a label for me. It's like that's when we touch that, you strike a nerve like someone like Lewis, right? You don't play. Don't sit on here and act like everything is rosy in Ghana. They have a lot of tribalism in Ghana. The political party is based on tribal line. You will see the Akan party on one side, and you see other people on one side. It's tribal. Those people who, like what Ben was saying, that didn't like Kwame Nkrumah, from Lewis people. They didn't like Kwame Nkrumah. Now they want to benefit from his exposure in the Western world because of everything he has accomplished in the world. Lewis will come here and say, "Oh, Ghana is Pan-African." He's not going to tell you how much his people hate him. His people hated him. His people hated him.
Yep, exactly.
They hated him. Now they talk about telling the right. They're telling all the Pan-Africans in the world, "Oh, come to Ghana."
Exactly.
Oh, really?
Get out of here.
Really? They hated the guy. Dramani is from Kwame Nkrumah's party. You know that, right? Dramani. But Louis is gonna act like Louis is gonna act like he liked Dramani because of what he did at the UN. He will come on Dinah's show and say, "Yeah, I respect my president." When you check deeper, he doesn't like Dramani. He's not from his tribe. He doesn't like him.
He's connected to the other party.
You understand?
He's connected to the other party. He's a member. He's a member of that party.
We are more related to Dramani than Louis. We are related to me, you, Mansa, and St. James. We are more related to Dramani than Louis, tribally. When if you come to tribal lineage, we are more related to Dramani than Louis. Louis belongs to the.
Why when Dramani came to power, the first thing he did is to run to the AES. You guys know, we have that connection. He's from the Zongo community. Exactly. Because we are the same. When Akufo-Addo was president, let me tell you a story. Maybe y'all don't know. You guys, right? Hear this out. You're gonna love it. You know when Burkina was under attack and some of the people were running to Ghana? Do you know they selected some ethnic group not to enter Ghana? You know what the ethnic group is?
The one from
it was the Fula.
Thank you. Who know who went and got him? You know who went and got him?
Yep.
You know who went and got him? Our government. Akufo-Addo was the one that told Dramani. Every time Akufo-Addo, Alassane Ouattara, they talk about terrorism in the Sahel, they have to bring the name Fulani. They're the one who give the name Fulani to the French. If they anytime they talk about the Sahel, they have to bring the Fulani. My government and the Mali government, the Niger government, we don't talk about ethnic groups in the Sahel. When we talk about terrorists, and that's it. We don't bring the ethnic group. But when you used to hear Akufo-Addo and Alassane Ouattara, they want to bring the ethnic group so the French can come and divide us better. You see what I'm saying? When we see it.
Thank you, St. James, man. Thank you, St. James, man. Thank you.
St. James, it's funny St. James said that because Alassane Ouattara, listen, wait,
thank you, St. James,
Alassane Ouattara, listen, Alassane Ouattara said that himself. He said his friend, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the emir of Kano, the current emir of Kano, is the one that helped him to be the president of Burkina Faso. So you see, even though I blame the guy in Ghana. It's that guy, Ado guy, that ugly looking brother. God does not like ugly,
right?
bro.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I blame him. He's the one. He's the one. Yes.
The what? Africa, the what? The what? The what?
Yeah,
Did you say
God,
the beautiful man?
yes.
Did you call
You
him
see
beautiful?
him, and it's funny because yes, it's funny. God doesn't like ugly. God does not like ugly, bro. You know, this is the reason why they listen. This is the reason why they're jealous. Because listen, let me tell you the reality. Even 1 week after he refused the Fulani entry, the Fulani refugee from Burkina Faso entry in Ghana, he was in Senegal, sucking up to Macky Sall. Oh, I'm sorry, but he was, he was making excuses. I saw all that. And 2 weeks later, he was with Macky Sall in Freetown. The same Ado. He's a seller. He's a hypocrite because he knows. And because the Buhari was the Nigerian president at the time, he was looking at him on the sideline because he's thinking, who is this guy? When your neighbors are in trouble, you're actually refusing them entry. We know. Listen, we know the problem.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
And then these are the people
Yeah.
that sell Kwame Nkrumah as a symbol of their country. Can you imagine
Yeah.
that? And then at the same time,
Tell
these
us.
are the same people signing a defense package with the Europeans
Listen.
and Ukraine as well.
Bang. Listen, bang. You're from Freetown, bro. You remember when he was young? What do you know of a Ghanaian? Is he not the guy that used to polish your shoe outside the office with a long head? That's how we know Ghanaian people, man. They used to come to Sierra Leone, in the streets. They have that little wooden tin and their blue box. And the elites in Freetown, that work in the office, No,
I'm not gonna. No, sure.
They used to be the one that polish. They used to be the one that polish your shoe when that dust get into your shoe. All our politicians, all our elites that work in the offices in Freetown, they used to polish their shoe. They come there, they mingle in, they start speaking our Creole language. They get Sierra Leone passport, and guess what? They come to the UK with our passport. Because those days, Ghana need a visa to come here. We don't take visa to come to the UK. We are one of the last English-speaking country in Africa who needed to do that to take visa to come to the United Kingdom. It's only when Valentine Strasser, you remember that? It's Sierra Leone that declared visa to the UK first before the UK said, well, if you want us to take visa to come to your country, then your people need to take visa to come to the UK. That's how we had visa introduction between our two countries, as poor as we are.
Quick question.
Ungrateful, man.
Don't worry. They are.
Quick question. I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
The visa thing with ECOWAS is that because is that already applied? Like not a visa, the passport thing specifically. You have one universal ECOWAS passport. Is that already a thing, or is it? Because
it's a joke. It's a joke. Anyway, sorry. Another quick one. One second.
Hold on.
Yeah, let me just. I'll answer this question. But also in the UK where I live, okay, the most senior politicians in the United Kingdom, who are the most grounded people out of all the diaspora, as tiny as Sierra Leoneans are the Sierra Leonean people. James Cleverly is one of the politicians who brought Kwasi Kwarteng, who is the most senior Ghanaian politician in the United Kingdom history. Okay, he's the one that crashed the mini budget in the UK. Up to now, white people looking at us with the side eye, because he went with far right politician. The woman that you have in the UK today called Kemi Badenoch is our politician. Also, our brother James Cleverly, who is a Sierra Leonean, who actually helped achieve that. Is James Cleverly who actually walked behind bar and got rid of Boris Johnson, who was a racist white man, as the former prime minister. And also, every single government that came to the United Kingdom came to power. Trust me, I guarantee we're going to have few Sierra Leoneans in there. We have right now we have 2 Sierra Leoneans in the opposition and in the government. Okay, we have Sierra Leonean Meata Fambule, she's from Sierra Leone. James Cleverly from Sierra Leone. We have educated diaspora, but we don't go out there and show off to the world and say, look what we are. We're more educated because we're Christians, and people are dumb, bro.
We are Christians.
No, man, you know why people do that? Why people do that? What you just mentioned, right? The shoe shining, right? I was laughing in the background, right? Because it's known in our country, if you want your shoes to be shining perfectly fine, You want it to shine like you. There is a specific group of people. There is a specific group of people that know how to do it. We're not gonna give name, right? But you know, but you know, we don't listen. When I
Okay, bye. 1 second, bye. Let him finish.
you see our people, right? Our people, right? The Sahelians, right? We are very humble people. We don't talk.
Yeah.
We respect everybody. You're not gonna see us demeaning. You're not gonna see us trying to undermine nobody. We don't do that. That's not part of our traits. You know that. But you see certain people when they find success and when they start doing better for themselves, they pretend they never been through hardship. You see what I'm saying? They come on here, they tell you. You see what that's the thing. When they see Lewis, right? I can tell you the most embarrassing things that I can say right now, and you guys are not gonna believe me. But I'm not gonna do it. People take shot at the AES, they take shot at the Sahel. I laugh because I've seen their people. I've seen them. But but what's the point of doing it? Because I don't have to prove anything.
But
You know?
part of that comes to like also kind of like how we were raised. For example, I remember how I'm not gonna, okay, I'll say this. My father, okay, I always say I'm very privileged in my life because I had a father like him. But my father
Yes.
has never been the one to talk about revolution. He's an engineer just like me. My brother is the anomaly. He's more business wise, still an engineer, but more business. Now, me, I am very engineer focused, but not very like the ideas I've had about like for example, coding, programming. I had an idea for an app. I didn't even build it until my brother said, "Yo, you gotta build it." And then I said, "Okay, I built it." I realized honestly, here's the part most people don't want to accept. Not everybody's a leader. Not everybody is good at leading everything. Some people have a scope of their leadership just can only go up to a sort of me. I can't lead people who are charismatic. I'm gonna lead people who are technical. That's as most as I will ever go. My brother, very more talented. He's the one who led me through this and told me exactly how to do it. And that's a hard thing to admit. But because I had a dad like that, it was easier to do it. And why? Here's the reason. My dad, he's one of the second youngest of his family, and he was the most successful one. But I never saw him flaunt that well. One day I did it, and I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've never been slapped harder in my life. I tried to talk shit like in front of my cousin, and then he pulled me to the side and he slapped me and said, "Don't ever say that in front of my family ever again." Okay? And there was a reason for that because he didn't do it in front of public, but he was like, I broke a code, an honor that hey, what in Tanzania, at least the way in our culture that we were raised, family is important, and don't ever try to pull rank on people. Okay, now, to be honest, he probably didn't slap me as hard as I thought, maybe because I was just too young. But it instilled a sense like humble yourself, because the world's gonna humble you one way or another, and that's always how I've grown up. Because there's moments like in this entire program, I've been here for my masters and bachelors where I genuinely thought I was good, and then the next day, I realized, man, I didn't do well on that exam, or I didn't do well on this, or I didn't do well on this coding, or I didn't do well on the job. Life is gonna humble you, and because I had a family that kind of understood that, it's made me understand where sometimes you may be good at leading, but there's some people who are better at leading than you. And are you willing to put yourself not less than others, but in a sense put yourself to some people who are better at directing and leading than you? Because there's some people, like if I go back home, I'm probably not going to be running for president or anything, but I'm trying to build something there. But I'm probably going to be honest, I wouldn't have gotten here. Well, of course, I studied for it, but I wouldn't have gotten this far without a brother or a dad like him, because that literally made me who I am today, and that's part of how I was raised. Now, maybe the slap.
Can I add something to you? Can I add something? I forgot to mention this too. When Lewis came on his live, right? I don't know if Bang remembers. He specifically said that him and his family ran to the UK because of the coup. Guess who did the coup? Can anybody guess?
Was that the guy from the airport?
No. It was J.J. Rawlings.
Oh, J.J. Rawlings. Okay. J.J. Rawlings was after him, right?
Look. So he was in Ghana when Kwame Nkrumah got overthrown, and he left because J.J. Rawlings came and took over, and he came back after J.J. Rawlings gave up.
You know what? J.J. Rawlings' political party, he come from the very political party the Kwame Nkrumah come from. It's the same
Right,
people.
right. But I just wanted to add that it's just very interesting how he wants to talk about how the confirmation of Ghana, but doesn't give the respect or contribute to J.J. Rawlings. So
But
that's what I just want to add.
But not even that, right? Kwame Nkrumah, right? The things that he did, right? Ghanaians up to this day, the infrastructures are still benefit off of that. Up to this day, the things that he laid down, and then the infrastructure as well, up to this day. It's kind of shocking to me, right? When Lewis, as soon as the coup happened, right, in less than a year, after they overthrow, Kwame Nkrumah, right, he left, he left and flew to England, right, as a young child. So what was his family connect to? Because when the coup happened, a couple months later or whatever it is, your family, send you to England. So if you dig in more about his family, most likely his family
It's because of the corruption.
were the one that actually overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. So as a return now, his family then sent his child, which is Lewis, to England just in case if the coup backfired. Because if the coup would have backfired, then that means now his family would have been unalive or whatever it is. So they make sure, okay, well, if this backfires us, at least our son is in England and safe. So when you see, that's why I said, anytime I said, right, when you see Africans, they're so viciously talking about another country or another president that's actually doing good things for their country, but they're living overseas.
You know what Traore reminds Lewis of? You know what Traore reminds Lewis of? He reminds him of J.J. Rawlings, what he did to his people. What J.J. Rawlings did to his people. That's why he hates it. He hates that because they came through corruption, privilege. That's why he put Prince before his name, Prince. These are fake people, made up princes in Ghana that represent nobody, and they just want to come here and try to impress people with the name Prince. You don't have people under you in Ghana that respect you. You don't.
Let me add this, right? There were plenty of African tribes, right? There was nobody. There were nobody. The only reason why they came to power up to this day, right? It was because of the British people and then the French people. There was plenty of families as well. There were nobody because of because of what they did with the British people and the French people. The French people put their families in these positions. There were nobody. A lot of these tribes nowadays, they're talking down on other African tribes, right? They have a history.
They were made up chiefs. They were made up chief by them folks. Yes.
It's because of these so-called British people and then the French people that came in and conquered some of these dynasties. That's why sometimes when these so-called minor tribes or whatever family people that don't have history, they want to come up here and talk and then attach it to religion, so then they could create chaos and distraction as well. I mean, come on.
I'm happy that you said a Soninke guy was the responsible for creating the Ghana Empire. Was it a Muslim?
No, he wasn't a Muslim. He was the Muslim. However, the Soninke are the first people who translated the Quran into African language. Because they're the first people who the Soninke were the first people who Islam came to. Then after the Soninke, then he came to the Fula. But the Soninke were the people who built the Ghana Empire, and they were the first people to be known before Europeans who built houses out of rock. The rock houses that you see in Europe. They managed to build it. They were so sophisticated, and it was one of the best. The Ghana Empire was one of the best trading empire you can actually have. And they used to trade salt and gold. And remember, the Ouagadougou is called the warrior king, so he was a guy not to be fucked with. Yeah, who is rolling.
They know what's up, man. They know. Listen, they do that online, bro. They do that online. It's
St. James, they do that. They do that where? Where do they?
They do online, man.
St. James,
online.
St. James, but you need to learn from this. You need to learn from this. Okay, when the Ghana Empire was aside to the Ghana Empire was at the same time with the Takru Kingdom. You bang here full life, if you hear about the Takru. The Takru Kingdom was right next to the Ghana Empire. So when the Almoravid time, the conquest of Spain, when they needed this so-called Tuaregs, they tried to conquer Spain so many times they couldn't do it. The only time they succeeded is when they brought the Fula, the Soninke, the Mandinka, and the other group of West African with them. That's the time they're able to conquer Spain. So and then they became the real people who actually managed to get into Spain and Portugal that you used to call Al-Andalusia. So
Right.
these people have always been warriors, and also some. In fact, the Morsi also were connected to the same history. And in fact, some of the Hausa people came and joined also eventually. But none of these coastal tribes, they were just docile. And as I said to you earlier, the farmer who are the principal moral guarantor, who are our people, these are the people who are still in control of West Africa, because
Right.
according to the rulership, the supreme and the moral guarantor of the leadership in West Africa is actually to belong to the farmer. The Mansa are borrowed leadership. They like what you call democracy today, where the power will shift from this king to that king. Because democracy is quite old in West Africa. People don't know this.
Right. Right.
And it's been shifting. And Mansa, you should actually know better because you're Mandinka as well, right? Mansa, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah. We here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
Mandinka, yeah.
So this
Traore
yeah.
mentioned something was a charter in
So
Mali.
so thi- this
Also
is
gave people
so
human
this is
rights.
our old rulership system. That's been going on for centuries before Europeans. Because they had with the stretch of the empire. Then at the end of the stretch of the empire, you have those tribes that settle in the coast, which is quite far reach. So when they have that dispute, okay, those in the middle of the inner land, like what you call the Sahel, they used to come in and step in. Okay, and also with all fairness, they used to do raids, a lot of raids in the coast, and this is why the coastal people always have issue with us in the inner land because we always bullied them throughout history, and so
So
you
we were
can,
never, we were towards the coastal. We were never like they never look at us like you guys are how you call it, like pushovers. That's not, nah,
no.
man. Like,
We always we the people who went outside
yeah,
Africa. We're the only
right.
Africans that been known to go outside Africa to
Yeah,
Europe and took over land like what you call Spain and Portugal today. No other
right,
group of Africans that have managed to achieve that. All the other Africans in the continent were
right,
conquered,
right.
but we went
Yeah,
and took over. In fact, is this conquest of Spain when
right,
when Alfonso the Great chased
right,
the blacks and the Tuaregs out?
right,
They came for us. They came after us in Africa. That's when they started the transatlantic slavery. It was a
right,
vengeance. Okay,
right,
it was a revenge to say you came to
right,
Europe, you conquered us, you done this to us. Now we're gonna do it to you because we got the boats and
right,
the gun boats. So this
right.
is how things are, and they use those coastal people, what you call those people in the coast. In fact, if Elvis was here, I don't like talking about people when they're not there here, but we know the crew people who Elvis belonged to, his ethnic group, because he always pick on my Fulani people. The crew people are one of the people. They call them crew for a reason. Do you know what the crew used to do?
But,
They used to have they
no,
used to have
but
like a cross on their forehead. You know
right.
why they call
But
them crew?
we're not going to
The
talk about him.
crew,
Right? We're not going to talk about him when
yeah,
he's here. But I would like to tell you something, right?
yeah.
When our people got to Liberia, man, the crew people know who came over there. They knew.
No. They used to be listen during the transatlantic slavery. If the crewman tell you, bro, they
Yeah.
used to be because what they did is they negotiate with the white man to say, listen,
Right.
don't touch our people. We're gonna have a cross tattoo on our forehead to say you
Right.
can't touch us. We're gonna
Right.
collaborate with you to tie these slaves. So they used to be the one that tied those black brothers on the ship.
No, but I'm telling you, yeah, I agree with you. But I'm just telling you, like, although I don't want to talk about it, but you know what? Elvis hate me. When we got there, I heard we put belt to ass. That's why he says the thing he says. And when the in Ivory Coast, right? Although I like the reverse, what I'm seeing right now, because we were lied to. Laurent Gbagbo is the guy in Ivory Coast, right? But they had a lot of people from Liberia that was protecting Laurent Gbagbo, and they felt to protect him because they were not up to task. And Elvis is mad at that because they never stood up. They can't fight. You know, they can't fight. But
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. We have to raise your power in Africa because Africans need security and defense. We need that. Louis is talking because he know where they need to come to when it comes to power. You see what I'm saying? He's not built for that. That's why when he talks, he has to give you the impression that he can't fight. He cannot. We know that.
No.
You know, the Sahel,
No,
you know the Sahel, you know the sun in the Sahel. Even look at the food the people from the coast eat. Look at the spices. They eat spicy. They can't run. When you eat spicy, most of the time you can't even run. You know they got fat. You see that you see the belly. They got big. You see some Ghanaians, man. They're out of shape.
People. They're
short. They're out of shape.
Yeah,
but
for some reason we just happen to be the tallest people anyway. You know,
yeah, the Sahelians, they're tall. They have the height. You see what I'm saying?
Look at those in Senegal. Look at those in Senegal, bro.
Yeah. So you can see the difference when we stand together. Like they can see it. We can run. Who's very athletic. So Louis, if you see Louis when even he put his camera, you can see he has a fat belly. You can see that.
Okay, let's move on now.
I know. We now you know what I wonder. No, we helping him because he has a poor diet. Somebody who that like to fight, who wants to fight, he has a poor diet. Before you go to fight, you gotta eat healthy. At least you can see Donis. You know he's athletic. At least you can see that on himself. He doesn't have to tell you. But you can see.
Listen, I don't know why Dynas got the Yoruba from, but Dynas look like a Mendy, but 100%. In a bang. When you see Dynas, you see like he look like a Mendy, and 100%. Bang. Are you in the full? Are you in the Fulani Jollof? Yeah. What is? I say Dynas look 100% Mendy. When I saw Brandon, I said straight away Fuller. You know, these are like the hybrid Africans, the strong Africans are those in the far west. They just build. Even those in Nigeria that you see they're tall, those are mixed to us. For some reason, they need to ask their mom why they got that build for. Normally, people in the forest, they're small people. And these are the people. This is why our people are more affected during slavery.
You know what they say in my tongue? They say, what they say in my tongue? You more whatever bussy, you want more bussy. You more want marfata, you want marfata. You more want muruta, you want muruta. If someone hits you, you hit them. If they have a knife, you get a knife. If they got a gun, you get a gun. It's a hellions, man.
I know. You know what I like about what I like about the Fuller, right?
Okay,
when the Fuller is ready to go, is ready to go. There is no way you can tell him to back down. He will back down. When he's going, he's going.
That's true.
You know, so that's something I like about them. When they protect their own, they do 100%. You know, they're not gonna do it halfway. They're gonna go all the way. You see what I'm saying? That's why. So when we have the best relationship, and you know, I like it because there are certain people you can't trust. Like it's based on history. They will betray you. You know,
hey, guys, let me read these super chats real quick. Gustav, thank you for $2 holla. Dinah's bring Prince Louis back to defend himself. Gustav, thank you for $2 holla. There's a China King in Nigeria too, guys. Yes, that's true, and in Ghana.
Now bring him up, man. I don't want him back in there.
No, say James, you have Wagner in Burkina Faso. Stop talking.
There is no Wagner in Burkina Faso. Please come on here and tell me where. If you have pictures, evidence, anything, come on here. I'll give you $1,000. $1,000 today.
Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. So all of a sudden, being allied to Russia is better than America. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Nkrumah Party was CPP. Rollins Muhammad is NPP. Lie. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Why y'all spewing lies on the man and he's not here? Babaliko, thank you for 9354. Thank you for $5 holla. Drop the link. Ebro Torre is 100% right about democracy. All right, I'll put the link in the chat room. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Why not gonna talk about him? But let's talk about him. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Y'all are tall but have no sense. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Y'all just did Louis just like how you did.
We're tall, but we have no sense.
Okay. Spending the money though. I ain't gonna lie.
And if Louis is here, nobody. I mean, he can come here. We want him there, but he doesn't. He want to disrespect and throw insults. I mean,
okay. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Send your $1K to Dinus James. All right, send me $1,000.
Yeah, right. Then you want
Now you gotta come prove to us that we have a Wagner in Burkina Faso. That's the bet. If he takes the
I
bet,
mean, well, okay. Now, okay, but you know, Wagner, they're called Africa Corp now, I think.
I know, but they are not in Burkina Faso. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
They're not there. Our soldier like fighting? No.
But they're
Yeah,
there.
but St. James,
They're there helping like with logistics, or they're helping with
The
training.
logistic that you bought, even if you buy logistic from the United States, part of the instruction from that allow you to get the trainers to help you. Even the United States does it. It's not only Russia. You know, when you buy the logistic, yes.
Bad deal. I mean, let's think about it.
In all fairness, I saw them went on the battlefield for the first time, and a lot of them got wiped out, and so they decided to sit back, and they decided to sit back and let the local forces do it.
You know, and that's a great thing.
You don't understand
what happened?
region, right?
No. What happened was right. There's a Wagner. I mean, Wagner, whatever is the name of it, right?
Wagner
in Mali. Yeah. They helped.
They're Mali, not in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, Mali for sure, 100%, right? So the issue was it was intel from the Ukrainian government that gave intel how to attack these people, and then they gave them a bunch of drones.
Oh yes, that's true. I saw that.
It was last year.
Yeah.
It was last year. Then after that, Assimi Goïta came out publicly calling out Ukrainians, and then also Senegal did as well, you know, stuff like that. You know, shout out to Senegal as well. They're not like Ghanaians though. I give it to them. Shout out to the Senegalese, man. But the Ghanaians, man, I just hate the way they try to act like they care about African countries. That's where my problem comes from.
See the way they talk down on Senegal, and that has been to Senegal. You can, go on.
Oh, beautiful food, man.
Donis, but let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Donis, if you talk about Pan-African country, although I don't like to say it, in West Africa,
I believe you that Senegalese might have one of the best foods in West Africa.
Yeah, they do. The best Pan-African country outside of the bad politics that we have, the best Pan-African country that's been doing it for years and no one talks about it. Trust me, it's Ivory Coast. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's Ivory Coast.
And do you know what? In a certain way, I agree. Do you know why? Because the Ivory Coast is where the entire West Africa is. You know, you have Fula, Mandinka, all the tribe in West Africa are in Ivory Coast, except the Nigerian tribe. This is what I said the other day.
Making great money and making great money too.
Yes. No, but they're all part of the. If you look at the ethnic groups of Ivory Coast, are all the West African tribes except those in Nigeria, and you can see how well they're doing. You know, this is what I'm saying. Anywhere you find Nigerians, it's like what this is what a Bangladeshi police officer said. He said anywhere you go, you find Nigerians. It's like a cancer, like a scale thing in your tooth. You know, they tend to be very problematic. The reason why that is, I don't know, but Ivory Coast is one of the countries that have all the Guinea Coast tribe, like the Ghanaian, the Guineans, the Sierra Leonean, the Burkina Faso, all these tribes, they all fit in there perfectly, and they build that country well, and the country is running good. And you know, they're very Pan-African in nature. I agree with that. When it comes to cohesion, they live in peace. You never heard them having tribal issues or saying you that. And even the Akans that live in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, they're really assimilated.
Those people are there in Ghana, in Ivory Coast. Even when Wodemaya went to Ivory Coast, you know, you can watch the videos. You can see the we call them the Baoulés. The Akans in Ivory Coast are called the Baoulés people. You know, they're there.
Yes.
They run the country pretty much.
Do you know how for the Ghanaians? I got more respect for the Akans. I don't know why. They tend to be more, you know, they tend to be more with us. I don't know why. But
beside Louis, beside Louis.
Louis is Ashanti, you know. Louis is Louis not Ashanti?
Yeah, it's part of the same group, I think. It's you know, beside Louis, you know, Ghana is perfect beside.
Louis is British, that man is Ghanaian, man.
Ghana is perfect beside the likes of Louis. Ghana is perfect beside the likes of Louis. Let's put it this way.
Louis is a British man. Louis is a proper British man. Listen, he's a British. He ain't no Ghanaian.
All right, guys, let me pass it to Babo Lico. Then we gotta close out. Babo Lico, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Peace.
Listening to you guys, I learn a lot from this show. Some stuff I do my research, but I learn a lot from some of the guys on here, like St. James, St. James from Burkina Faso, and a couple of guys on here. I just wanted to say that the democracy, I'll come in late. So I know y'all was talking about something else, but I want to talk about the democracy Abraham Traore was talking about earlier on, and was saying it never worked. It only worked for certain people that runs Africa, like France and them. Because if you look at Cameroon and and certain countries in Africa, you can see that they only put who they want to put, and it's called democracy. Just like I was watching, I know you guys forget Gabon was around the same time. Niger had a coup. Gabon had a coup too, but nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about put back the guy who was screaming, bawling, make noise. Let's make noise. Nobody talks about putting him back, in Gabon, but everybody talks about putting back Bazoum. So it's just a hypocrisy. But I want to say, I want to keep long here. Thanks for, I learn a lot. I'll be listening to you guys on here. And I learn a lot about the tribes and the countries and things that happen. So I just wanted to jump on and say that big up to all of you guys on here, and to the moderator. Thanks for doing this.
Did you have fun too?
Huh?
Did you have fun listening to us too?
Yeah, man. Ask if you have fun. Yeah, man.
That's good.
Of course. I'm listening to everything that's going on. A lot of you guys have a lot of the knowledge. A lot of you guys, and that's like Sadid. I know he's not on here today. Sadid not on here today, but yesterday he said something with because I say I'm from Texas, and he was like, well, you're living. I just want to say, just because you see your mother, if you live with your mama and you see your mother playing your father, you're not gonna sit down there and say, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. So just because you're living in a country, don't mean you can't say the truth. You mean you can't speak up and say the truth because you live in there. You understand? You gotta, say the truth. So that's what it all is about. Yeah, it's not because I'm living here, I'm not gonna say nothing. So that's
the only thing I can say is
Africa. Let me do this. I gotta close out. We've been on here 5 hours. Let me pass it to Christopher. Then we gotta close out. Go ahead, Christopher.
All right, Dinus. Hey, man, great show, guys. You guys all did a great job. Hey, love you, St. James, man, Monster, man. My other brother from the UK. I don't like some of the stuff that I don't agree with you all the time, but always a great show, man. Love you guys. One Africa, man. But y'all still stop hating on Ghana, man. Why y'all always hating on Ghana, man?
We love Ghana. Bring some watching, man. You would see what we bring some watching. You have watching? Bring some watching.
Yeah, man. Love you guys, man. It's a great show, man. And we'll continue tomorrow. We'll be back with more fire tomorrow, man. I like always.
Shout out to Ghana, man. Shout out to Ghana.
Yeah, shout out to you guys, man.
Yeah, man. Love. That's what we say in the UK. Love.
All you brothers.
All right, take care, yeah.
And we love we Black Americans too. Okay, don't forget that. We do the FBA, all them nonsense. Nah, we love all you, all black.
Yeah,
one love.
Yeah, man.
One love.
Yeah, man. One love.
All right, guys. We'll go ahead and close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dinus Mirror, search for Huru. Peace.
Respect.